Hello, everyone, and welcome to episode 14 of this video series I'm putting together to go through the text of a manuscript called the Kolbrin. And so this video is going to be one of those very interesting topics. So for those of you who've been watching throughout this video series, you've heard me mention quite a few times that, in video 14, we'll be going through the chapters that actually describe how it is that prophets become prophets. Because that's the thing. Ultimately, that's one of the big misconceptions about Jesus, like we talked about in the previous few videos that talked about Jesus, and then I guess video 13 was about Joseph of Arimathea. But at the end of the day, Jesus, as well as Moses and Osiris and all these prophets, they were born human beings, and it was just later in their lifetime that they became prophets, right? Versus, when you read through the Bible, let's say, it makes it seem as though, it's a combination of things. In Jesus' case, he's spoken of as though he was like born through immaculate conception, which, as we went through in video 10, that was not the case. He was, like I said, he was born a human being. And in cases like Moses and other prophets like Noah and Abraham, I guess for those prophets, there seems to be a bit of an understanding that they were like born a human being and then one day randomly, maybe I shouldn't say randomly, but anyways, at some point, God personally speaks to them and then they become a prophet, right? It's almost like they were chosen. But that's not the case. So, anyways, we'll be discussing it more, but yeah, we'll be talking about how it is that these human beings became prophets. So here we'll just go through the video outline here. So we'll be going through the chapters within the Kolbrin that describe what's called the twice-born ritual. And that's the thing, it's in the Kolbrin, they specifically speak of these prophets as twice-born prophets. So it's kind of synonymous, a prophet or a twice-born. But, like in the Bible, it's more prophets, but in the Kolbrin, it's twice-born. So, but anyways, we'll be going through the chapters that describe the twice-born, like the actual ritual. So we'll be going through, so in the Book of Scrolls, chapters 1 to 12 are called the Sacred Registers, where it's like the Sacred Registers Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. And there is a chapter in the Book of Sons of Fire called the Hibsathy. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce that, but that one speaks quite directly about what the twice-born ritual is. So we'll also be going through a summary of the twice-born ritual, and we'll see that, because again, for those of you who've been following these, this video series, in a lot of the stories about like Osiris and Moses and even Jesus, there's a lot of references to 3 and 7, and we'll see like that symbology, which may have a bit of a direct link to the twice-born ritual. And yeah, so we'll be ending this video by reading a chapter from Jesus where he describes his personal experience. Because that's the thing, I guess, like the next video, so videos 15 and 16, like I've been saying in the previous videos, we'll be going through the books where, again, that's like one of the biggest treasures of what we find in the Kolbrin is, like I said, it turns out that, or it appears as though Jesus actually wrote personal books. And that's what I think one of those big things that people wonder today, like, especially because Jesus was alive during, Roman times, where it's like, why didn't he write anything personally, or at least, why didn't he have a scribe write personal writings from him? Like, why is it that, because from today's history, we just have the New Testament Gospels, which the earliest one, I think the historians date around like in the year 60 AD, which would have been, a fair bit, like 30 years after Jesus was crucified. So, anyways, so yeah, and that's the thing. We'll see, like, in a lot of Jesus's personal books or in his writings, he does make a lot of references to the twice-born ritual and his experience. So that's why I want to cover like this topic, like what is the twice-born ritual, before we finally get to dive into his personal writings. And just another note for the outline here. So we'll read through a few chapters of the Sacred Registers, like the ones that speak very directly about the twice-born ritual. and then I'll be going through a summary of what the Twiceborn ritual is. And, I figured might as well go through all of the chapters of the sacred registers, because some of them, they do speak about the journey of a Twiceborn ritual or someone who undergoes a Twiceborn ritual. But it needs some level of interpretation. But I figure, might as well go through them in this video here today. So, but yeah, no, like I said, I guess as a bit of and I do the same thing in the report, which I have a link in the description that I put together as a guide to read through the Kolbrin. And I do the same thing where, like in section 5, I go through the chapters about the Twiceborn ritual, and then I end section 5 by going through this chapter 12 of the book of Lucius, which is one of the books written by Jesus, before then going to section 6 of the report, which goes through all the text about Jesus. So I guess just very quickly, I know for those of you who've been watching this video series, you've seen this slide quite a few times, but just in case if people have stumbled across this video and you're like, what's this Twiceborn ritual? This is how people became prophets. But what is the Kolbrin? So yeah, anyways, just very quickly here. So yeah, the Kolbrin, it's kind of a very controversial manuscript that appeared in the 1990s, where the version on the left is the original one that was published in the 1990s by a group called the Hope Trust, where they make the claim that this is they essentially wrote down and digitized what was a very old manuscript at one time from ancient times. The version on the right came out in the early 2000s, where for all intents and purposes, it's 99% the same. The main difference with this version from the 2000s is that the people who put it together added passage IDs, as you saw in those introduction slides where you saw SVB numbers. So that's the thing. That's the nice thing about this version about the 2000s. But so I provide more discussion on the origins of the Kolbrin in video 1, if you want to take a look at that. I also provided a very brief summary at the start of video 2. So I'll just kind of leave it at that. And like I said before, I also put together what I like to call a comprehensive report, where I kind of go into detail. I put it together, I guess for two reasons. One, and maybe that's the primary focus, is to be a guide to help people read through the Kolbrin, because it's a bit of a difficult manuscript to, I like to refer to as a puzzle, where you really have to piece it together to understand what it's all about. But I also, in the report, and I try to go through, in this video series a little bit, especially in video 13, I did go through some links to history in terms of, because in video 13, we went through chapters that describe when Joseph of Arimathea arrived in Britain. And there was some passages which was essentially recounting the invasions by the Romans, except it was from the Britons' point of view. But anyways, yeah, if you want to learn more about what my thoughts are in terms of the origins of the Kolbrin and, like I said, my thoughts and things like that, you could go watch the start of video 1. And yeah, before we get started through the chapters, again, at the start of these videos, like you saw, I like to start off with some passages for you to read with some music. Since I do use music, I just want to take a moment to highlight the song that I chose, because I'm taking other people's work for that. So for this intro song, it's probably a song that I doubt any of you have probably heard. It's called Pastelitas, and it's a remix. So here's from the different artists here. So I chose the song since I think it helps to set the tone for the chapters covered in this video, because it's a bit of an eerie, as we'll see. It's ultimately a main component of the Twiceborn ritual is that they undergo a near-death experience, which I think for us today, as we'll see, it kind of makes sense, right, in terms of our understanding of okay, we have our mortal life on earth, and then our spirit goes to heaven, or at least a spiritual sphere after death on earth. So it kind of makes sense from the point of view of if you're near death on earth, then your spirit kind of makes its way to the spiritual sphere. But then, as we'll see, an important component is that they remain alive. So at the end of the ritual, they wake up on earth again. So then their spirit is back, in their mortal body. So So, anyways, yeah, for the song, it's a song that I had known and liked, and I thought it kind of fits like I said, the eerie nature of the Twiceborn ritual. And yeah, so actually one thing I'll just kind of go over quickly here is that so I go through it in section 5 of the report I put together, where ultimately, there would have been more than one secret chamber, I guess, where they would historically there would have been people performing the Twiceborn ritual. But I think probably the most apparent one that we know of today, and I mean, I guess when I say that, it's for those of you who don't know, there's at the Giza Plateau, which is where there's like the kind of the pyramid, the main pyramids of Egypt, or I shouldn't say the main, like there's pyramids all over Egypt, but the Giza Plateau is where there's the Sphinx, and somewhere within the compound there's I forget what year they discovered it, but there was a bit of a hidden shaft which led to what they call the Osiris shaft at the Giza Plateau. So this is just one illustration here where it's like there's an entrance at the top and there's these 3 separate chambers, where at the bottom there's a great stone chamber with a sarcophagus, and it's quite interesting, where there's like water and things like that. And you could search on the internet if you want to maybe find a little bit more information on it. But yeah, as we'll be seeing as we go through the chapters today, I think it's quite apparent that this is probably what the Osiris shaft was meant for. It was a hidden chamber, and in the sarcophagus is where someone would perform, that's where they would have their near-death experience, and where they would be tested by performing the Twiceborn ritual. And yeah, I guess just as I have another note, so before we go through the Egyptian chapters that talk about the Twiceborn ritual, again, as a bit of a precursor to, like I said, in videos 15 and 16, we'll be going through the chapters from the personal books from Jesus. So yeah, here there's a few passages where it's, again, as we'll be going through in the next videos, it really does seem as though these were written by Jesus himself, or at least by a scribe who would be writing, what Jesus was, wanting him to write or them to write. So, because yeah, here from the book of the Silver Bow, the unnamed prophet, which again, like I said, becomes quite apparent that it is Jesus, where he says, "I am a prophet of the written word, a man with many books of wisdom, who comes to you in the name of the Supreme Spirit." And the Supreme Spirit is a reference to God. Continues, "I bear proof of my mission for all to see. I was a sleeper in the great stone chambers of initiation. The voices of the instructing spirits spoke to me, and I answered with the words of power. I prepared myself by the dread rites and became worthy to be called an inheritor of the ancient wisdom." So here, I was a sleeper in the great stone chambers of initiation. That's a fairly common theme, as we'll be seeing when we go through the chapters here. So yeah, here's just a few more images of the Osiris shaft in Egypt at the Giza Plateau. And yeah, I mean this one here, I think it's in German. But yeah, anyways, it's as we'll be going through the chapters, I think it's quite apparent that this is what the Osiris shaft was used for, like the Twiceborn ritual, because as we'll see, there was the first part of the Twiceborn ritual was that a 3-day near-death experience, I guess, where they were in a sarcophagus, which would have been the one on the bottom here. But then it also talks about how after the first 3-day, when they wake up, if they were successful, sometimes they were then put in another sarcophagus, maybe for 7 days. Like I said, 3 days and 7 days, there's a lot of symbology with that, where it seems like that part, it was meant more for them to heal, because it really sounds like they pushed themselves to the limit in terms of that near-death experience. So anyways, we'll be going through that. But yeah, this is just some images that show a little bit more clearly what the Osiris shaft is. So yeah, but before going through the chapters, there's just a few more passages from Jesus in the book of the Silver Bow I'll go through here. So yeah, as described by Jesus, those performing the Twiceborn ritual become in contact with spirits within the sphere of heaven, or in the Egyptian books, sometimes it refers to it as the netherworld in terms of like the spiritual sphere. So here Jesus says, "When a man enters the great stone chambers of initiation, he receives an infusion of the divine essence. His soul spirit is awakened to conscious awareness and passes out to leave the mortal body still and silent within its tomb. He comes into the presence of beings who know the will of the Supreme Spirit. He learns awful secrets. He knows whence he came and whither he goes. He is one reborn and awakens to rediscover himself. And here was like he's one reborn is, it's a fairly important, I guess, statement on just what the ritual is. So like I said, videos 15 and 16 will go through like all of the passages of these chapters, but we'll just go through another couple of passages here. So here Jesus says, I speak with the words of the instructing spirits, and I am their mouthpiece to men on earth. They charged me with the burden of a prophet. He is one whose soul spirit is a communicating link with the divine inspirational source. And then this passage continues here. He is one to deliver a message to the world. He is the teacher allocated for the times to teach a particular religious truth. His courage must be tempered with gentleness, and whatever fate decrees, he must always rise above it. He will become an attraction for tribulation, overwhelmed with troubles, rejected and mocked. Then they said to me in the comfortless darkness, illuminated only by the spirit glow. So these are passages where like these are the instructing spirits. So like the spirits in heaven speaking to Jesus, where they tell Jesus like, you will be a physician dispensing a bitter draught. The message you bear will not strike men's ears like a charming love song. The words will not fall pleasantly like notes from a well-played harp. Pleasant things are fleeting and stir the hearts of men for only a brief moment. Entertaining things are soon forgotten, and amusing things leave no mark. Your tongue will be a sting, and your mouth a fiery furnace. Men will hear your words, but they will not penetrate to many hearts. Your hearers will say, we are much moved, and our hearts changed with godliness. But these are words of wind, and their hearts will still follow the ungodly inclinations of their desires. So like I said, we'll be going through the entire book of the Silver Bow in the next video, in video 15. But yeah, it really helps understand just the journey of a prophet, and I mean, in this case, of Jesus. So yeah, we'll start by going through chapter 7 of the Book of Scrolls, which is part 7 of the Sacred Registers. So yeah, this is one of the chapters that speaks quite directly, at least to some extent, in terms of helping us understand what the twice-born ritual is. So we'll read through this chapter and a few more, and then we'll have a bit more of a detailed discussion, kind of trying to interpret what is the twice-born ritual. So as we'll read here, part 7 of the Sacred Registers is about the process of someone they refer to as an aspiring one, who is going through the, like I said, a bit of an eerie process to try and become a twice-born prophet. So an aspiring one is someone who has completed their 21 years in the Brotherhood of the Sons of Fire and who must attempt the twice-born ritual. So I say that because it does seem as though that's the expectation, is that you make a commitment, and once you've completed the 21-year process, at least this was in Egyptian times, or maybe, when exactly these chapters were written, it's hard to say, but because that's the thing, when speaking of Egyptian times, it's quite it spans a few thousand years. But anyways, it does seem as though the expectation is that when they embark on this process, like at the end of it, it's like, okay, you must attempt the ritual, kind of thing. So as we'll read in the passages, the aspiring one consumes the special concoctions, or the awful recipes as they call them, and they're laid in a stone chamber. And we also see that in this state, the aspiring one may be speaking in a strange tongue, in terms of for those who are tending to this aspiring one during the process. So, ultimately, if an aspiring one survives the ritual, then they become an official twice-born prophet. So we'll read through the passages. It's a fairly short chapter. So starting with passage 1 here, it says, "This is the manner whereby the aspiring ones of earth may cross the dread horizon through residence within the cavern of stone. It is thus that men come to know the truth concerning the realms of glory beyond the western horizon. but it is a path beset by great dangers and manifold terrors, and many return witless. The aspiring one is of earth, he is earthbound. He sits within the cavern before the cauldron of rebirth and regeneration, and inhales the smoke from the brew of release. He rises above himself, flying on wings of 5 feathers, the names of which are recorded in the book of secret mysteries, wherein are the awful recipes. There it is written that he may ascend like a falcon and cannot go otherwise than as a falcon. He may not go in the manner of any other bird. I'm not quite sure what that's a reference to in terms of, why it seems to specify, like twice in terms of like may ascend like a falcon and cannot go otherwise than as a falcon. And then kind of enforces that by saying he may not go in the manner of any other bird. So I'm not quite sure what the symbology of that is, but anyways, we'll continue through the passages here. So passage 3, he escapes the call of earth, its fetters fall from him. The aspiring one leaves his attendants behind. He is not with them, he is not of earth, neither is he of heaven. He is at the place where the two meet and intermingle. His body moves without the spirit and partakes of the sour yellow bread of wide vision. The aspiring one drinks the brew of grey barley and sips long at the wine of harish, eating the cakes of green-brown horish. He eats the fruit of the releasing tree and drinks the brew of black fungus, which is in the smoke goblet. So yeah, I guess one thing to note is that as we'll be talking a little bit more in detail later, it's in this chapter in particular, it does make some hints, I guess, in terms of what it is that they consume. Like it says, here earlier in passage 2, like in terms of it's written in the book of secret mysteries wherein are the awful recipes. So we'll be talking about it a little bit more afterwards, but that's the thing, like from these chapters, it helps us understand kind of the gist of what they underwent, but at the same time, and I think it's a good thing, because I'll admit, one of the things I was a little bit, when I first realized, when I figured out what the Kolbrin was about and pieced it all together, and was like, oh my gosh, it's talking about like how humans become prophets and stuff like that. One of my concerns was like, should I write a report? Should I be making videos like this to, make it known, I guess, to people and stuff like that. But that's the thing. I guess the nice thing is that it doesn't spell out directly what these ingredients are and stuff like that. Like, because I would be quite worried in terms of if it was very direct, because that's the thing. It's just we'll talk more about it, but I don't think it's something that people should embark on. I think we as humanity have a lot to learn before we even embark into having maybe people accomplish this twice-born ritual. I don't know. That's something for the future. But anyways, I guess what I mean to say is that, from this passage in particular, you get a bit of an idea of like, maybe you can decipher what sort of ingredients, there might be people who from other historical writings might know like, oh, actually these are references to these particular ingredients. But yeah, that's the thing. I was a little bit hesitant, like just as an overall, there's a lot more like, but it's just like we went through in the other videos, like in previous videos of this video series, it's very apparent that like these sacred writings were kept secret, like they were purposely kept from the public. But yeah, and I think we're at the part in our human history where these texts are meant to be, for all of humanity to become aware of. So, but anyways, a bit of a detour there. We'll continue here. But yeah, so the passages continue here where it says, "Thus he sleeps, and the attendants lay him down in the receptacle called the womb of rebirth. He is in the place of visions, but remains like the masthead bird. He shall be covered and made so that his struggles he rise not. His voice is heard speaking in strange tongues, as he calls on his fathers who have gone before and now preside over affairs beyond the wide lake. His body becomes still as he enters the dazzling chamber, which is the doorway to twin vision. Now he must penetrate the walls of dry air, which bar his passage, and rise into the rainbow-colored clouds of radiance, which are above. High up, he looks below him and sees the waters of the winding canal of experience, and understands the meaning of all that had befallen him. Now he has 4 eyes, these being the inner and the outer eyes, and rising higher, he attains the heights of wide consciousness. Here he meets the Pathfinder and follows him swiftly. He speaks rightly to the guardian. He shields his eyes when passing the lurker on the threshold, and goes on until he comes to the abode of the opener of the ways. So this passage, like passage 7 in particular, just as a note, like we went through in video, I believe was it video 9, where we went through the chapters of the Hermanatar story, which is like we went through in the video when going through the chapters, like it's a storied character, which seems to be meant to represent Moses. And there's a chapter where it's, where Hermanatar travels to the netherworld. So this passage in particular has some similarities to that story, where there's like, kind of a guardian, and there's all, they're asked questions and things like that, right? Like it says, he shields his eyes when passing the lurker on the threshold, and goes on until he comes to the abode of the opener of ways. So yeah, I guess just as a note, like when we went through that chapter there, like, and I think I discussed it in the video, but like, yeah, it's kind of that chapter in particular of that story of Hermanatar is meant to be a bit of a description in some ways in terms of, when someone undergoes the twice-born ritual. So continues here with passage 8. Now the body of the aspiring one becomes restless, and those who attend him place the power of Hori over his face. He hears the voice of the sun god, which says, I know the necessary names, I am the knower of names. I know the name of the limitless one, above the lords of the east and west. I am one most powerful. And I underlined here, like, where they place the power of Hori. I think there was in some previous chapters that we read, again, like during those chapters about Moses, where it, and actually there was a chapter in particular where it was written by a physician in Egypt, and it kind of mentioned that in terms of like the power of Hori, or the eye of Horus, as a it was kind of used in their medicine to help people. So in this case, again, because someone's kind of in a near-death experience sort of situation, there was people who were like physicians attending them. But yeah, so it continues here with passage 9. The aspiring one becomes covered with moisture. He writhes, he shouts, he struggles. The companionable watchers know he has left the protection of the sun god, that he has been seized by the fiends of darkness, but he struggles and prevails over them, and all is well. Then the aspiring one returns. So one thing that we'll see, especially when we read through the chapters of Jesus's experience, it does seem as though, interestingly, because when they go to the sphere of heaven, like I mentioned a few times, like there's the light side of heaven and the dark side of heaven. It really does seem from this passage here and from other chapters that we'll be reading, that's part of the process, is that they, during the twice-born ritual, when they're journeying on the, at least, in contact with the spiritual world, that they actually have to traverse to some degree the dark side of heaven. And these are the last passages of this chapter, where it says, 100 shining suns whirl above. A whisper rolls around like thunder. Lights of manifold hues sway above, like the river reeds in the wind. All things appear to dance in a shimmering haze, then turn over and fold back into themselves, and such beauty is produced that the human tongue cannot describe it. All things take upon themselves shimmering forms, through which other forms can be seen. Great melodic music throbs all around, while everything pulsates a soft rhythm. The air is filled with voices of unearthly sweetness, glory and splendor are everywhere. Then the aspiring one awakes. So essentially here it's describing that at the end, like when they, just before they wake up, when they've accomplished the twice-born ritual, they seem to have an experience and a vision of things that, as it says, that the human tongue cannot describe. So, great melodic music throbs all around while everything pulsates a soft rhythm. So it does seem as though, because that's what's interesting. So these prophets, like they're human beings, but when they accomplish this, they do have a special connection to the spirit side, and they seem to, even Jesus says in his books that we'll be reading, where he says like words can't describe the glory and the beauty of the experience. So and yeah, here the last passage 11 here, it says, he is raised, behold, he comes forth and walks as one bemused by a vision of glory. He staggers, he cannot walk unsupported. His throat burns, and his mouth is overgrown with dryness. His head resounds with drum beats. He is given the sweet waters in the cup of forgetfulness, and drinks deeply. All is well. He is a reborn one. He is an enlightened one. He is one resurrected from the cavern of stone. So here, as I underlined, where we'll see, like, that's the thing, there's a lot of references to resurrections and things like that, where it's just, they consider, and the early part of passage 11 here, where it helps to understand that, like, when they wake up, like, here his throat burns and his mouth is overgrown with dryness, his head resounds with drum beats, like, they were in quite the, difficult near-death situation. So when they awake, like, their body is struggling to a large degree, right? Which I think makes sense for us today. But yeah, so that's the end of this chapter here. Okay, so now we're going to read through chapter 9 of the Book of Scrolls, which is the Sacred Registers, part 9. So yeah, part 9 is an interesting chapter since it does give a lot of, kind of mystical details of the journey one takes in the netherworld on the road to becoming a twice-born. Because what I find quite fascinating is that, like, again, like I mentioned just before, when going through the last chapter, like, there's a bit of an acknowledgement from these prophets that it's difficult to put into words what they see and experience on the other side. So it's quite interesting when you really, like, that's the thing, we're going through it in this video, but, I would encourage you to read through these chapters, like, again, on your own, and really kind of focus on all of the passages and the words. Because, yeah, it's quite interesting the way it tries to explain what they experience on the other side, right? So, because again, that's the big thing that the prophets do, right? They are in communication with the other side, and their task is to some degree bring the knowledge and truth from the real sphere, like the sphere of heaven, to us mere mortals on earth, kind of thing. So, but I guess before we go through the passages of this chapter, it does mention our kohar. So here I make a note that, like, our kohar is spoken of in other chapters of the Sacred Registers, which we'll be reading through later in this video. And it's essentially a reference to our spiritual body in heaven, where, as we read in the passages, it essentially follows us and records all that we do and think during our lifetime on earth. And so if our true self, like our soul, passes judgment, our soul, which is the same soul that gives life to our physical human body on earth, will then enter our kohar to be able to live in heaven, the spiritual sphere. So here's actually a passage from the book of Lucius, which is from Jesus, which we'll be going through the book of Lucius in video 16. And that's, who better to explain these sorts of details as Jesus? So here he says, every single thought and act on earth has its effect on the soul spirit projected into the sphere of matter and mortality. Man himself is a threefold being, comprising soul, spirit, and matter, each having an affinity with one of the spheres of existence. Here on earth, the soul spirit is made ready for its life in the higher spheres, or it is neglected and ignored. So we'll be going through more detail on the spheres of existence, like the three spheres of existence, in throughout videos 20 to 22, which is the ones we'll be going through, the chapters that talk about God, heaven, our souls, the meaning of life, and all that. But essentially the three spheres is, there's a sphere of God, which God and God alone occupies. Then the second sphere is like heaven, where there's the light side and dark side. And then the third sphere is the sphere of matter and mortality, like Jesus calls it here, which is the physical world here that we're currently experiencing. And yeah, I mean, I guess there I maybe gave a little bit of a clue is that when we read through the chapters in, which we'll be going through in video 20, which has more of a focus on the chapters that talk about God. That's the thing, like our souls are technically a fragment from God. So anyways, there's a lot to go through when it comes to that. But anyways, in terms of like our kohar, which it speaks of in the sacred registers, like that's the thing is that, like Jesus says here is that we are a threefold being comprising soul, spirit, and matter. So our soul is that fragment from God. That's the eternal part. And then matter, like this is our physical body on earth. And then spirit that's the thing, that's our kohar in these sacred registers, which is our spiritual body where like our soul enters its kohar in the spiritual side. And yeah, I mean, here at the last sentence here from this passage from Jesus where he says, here on earth, the soul spirit is made ready for its life in the higher spheres, or it is neglected and ignored. So essentially, those who pass judgment get to live eternal life in the higher spheres. But those who don't pass, end up in the dark side of heaven where that's pretty much the end of it. So that's where it's like the reference to neglected and ignored. Okay, so this is up here is the first passage of like of chapter 9 of the Book of Scrolls. So again, this is one of the chapters that talks quite directly about the twice-born ritual, because here it says, "This concerns the mystery of the twice-born. It relates to those born again, to those who have endured the awfulness of the false death, which many do not survive, who have drunk deeply from Corylladwin, the smooth, bitter brew, which releases the spirit, who have entered Ognafum through the thundering doors. This is their path." So essentially, it's this first passage is describing that like this chapter is talking about the twice-born ritual. So passage 2 and the first part of passage 3 describe what the person performing the twice-born ritual encounters when they first enter the netherworld. So here it says, "The door of heaven stands ajar. The doors of vision have been opened, and now the cavern of vision is revealed. The spirit-bearing waves from the abyss have been freed. The rays of the great light have been set free, and the guides and watchers have been placed in their positions by the Constant One. The Brilliant One is there, and another who is the reciter, and he explains the visions." So this is where I find it quite fascinating, where it's almost like there's these designated spirits on the other side where, there's the Brilliant One and guides and then the reciter. So it seems as though when someone who's performing the twice-born ritual first enters the sphere, like the spiritual sphere or the sphere of heaven, there is this reciter, which again, it seems like there's a guide who's like, "Oh, welcome," and as we'll see through the passages, like essentially passages 3 to 20, which is most of this chapter, are things spoken by the reciter to this aspiring one in the netherworld. So yeah, we'll read through the passages here where like these are all passages spoken of supposedly, by the reciter. But yeah, so we'll be reading through them, but these are definitely worth spending some time on your own, like reading through the chapters, and because it's quite the topic we get to read through here, right? Like this is these prophets explaining what it is that their soul encounters when they go to the netherworld, specifically for attempting the twice-born ritual. So there's a lot of symbology and things like that. So we'll just be reading through them, but yeah, no, these are definitely passages to, maybe spend a little bit more time on. So yeah, passage 3 continues here where this is a reciter where he says, or he or she, I mean, I don't think spirits on the other side have a gender like we have here on earth, but anyways, so yeah, here they say, "O brave, stout-hearted one, Seoltash to be, the things you behold are the things seen by the great ones of earth when they came this way in their hour and were returned back to life. They were truly men of wisdom, well versed in the mystic procedures. men who knew their position and parts. Behold the twin stars. These embody the midwifery powers drawing the twice-born back to their places of origin. They who are with them are the champions of light and darkness. One you must choose as your companion, but the choice must be made according to the law of affinity, otherwise you are lost. The pool wherein you gaze is earth life. The brilliant light above, far greater than the sun, is the manifestation of the one God, but it is not He. The rays dancing about are the gods, distorted reflections of what is, distorted reflections of truth, shadows of reality. The sparkling motes are souls. They descend from the light to manifest in darkness. So I hear where the reciter says, the brilliant light above, far greater than the sun. And I mean, it's quite fascinating to think about, like, they're probably pointing to, like, as you can see over there, over yonder, is the manifestation of the one God, but it is not He. So essentially, like, I think this is a reference to, because in the Egyptian books, they don't make a reference to the Holy Spirit. Like, that's a term that it seems to begin with Jesus, but essentially, as we'll be going through in video 20, where we go through chapters that talk about, like, God and the Holy Spirit, there's a very important distinction there. But essentially, the Holy Spirit is like the manifestation of God, in the sphere of heaven, but also on earth. So we'll go through that. But yes, I'm quite sure that this is a reference to seeing a reflection of the Holy Spirit on the spiritual side. So the passages continue here, where again, this is the reciter speaking. The clouds obscuring the lesser lights are the clouds of misconception, which darken the face of wisdom. The dark twins standing by the pillar are delusion and illusion, the constant beguilers of men. The stream of clear water is truth, and the waters of truth constantly shear away the clay pedestal of falsehood. So here I underline, like, delusion and illusion. That's where in the book of Lucius, from, like, one of the books from Jesus that we'll be reading in video 16, he speaks very well about that in terms of, it's one of those maybe more difficult concepts of understanding, in terms of, like, everything here on earth is an illusion of sorts. Now, that's, like, there's some nuance to it. So we'll read through what Jesus says about that in video 16. And then continues here with passage 8. The brightness you see before you and to their right is the naked spirit displaying itself in isolation. It is neither in a mortal body nor within the kohar. Beyond it is a much greater brightness reflected from afar, which is the kohar of kohars, which men cannot yet understand. So here I find it quite interesting where it says, the naked spirit displaying itself in isolation. It is neither in a mortal body nor within the kohar. So it might be a reference to, a soul. Again, like we went through before, like, we're threefold beings: soul, spirit, and matter. And I also underlined here the kohar of kohars, which, again, I think it might be a reference to the Holy Spirit. Because again, when the Egyptian texts were written, there's no reference to the Holy Spirit. So they had different, terms for the Holy Spirit. Anyways, yeah, I guess it's just I don't want to say, like, oh, it's just the Holy Spirit. Like, we'll be going through it in video 20 to understand a little bit better what is the Holy Spirit, or who is the Holy Spirit. Anyways, continues here with passage 9. The repulsive shapes which are behind the flame on your left are doomed spirits, which once were the enlivening forces within men. Now they grovel in slime and filth, denizens of the mire, but their fate is just, for they themselves were the judges. So there's a reference to the reciter pointing to the dark side of heaven, where essentially is what we know as hell, where, because that's the thing, we'll be going through it in later videos, but that's the thing, it's like ultimately at the, like, when they go to the dark side of heaven, like hell, it's like, it's not eternal, but there is, they are there for a certain period for their cleansing before they become essentially neutral again. But yeah, I guess in the chapters of the Kolbrin, when it talks about the sphere of heaven, sometimes there's references to like the left and the right, where here, just kind of going back here. So yeah, on the right side, it's kind of pointing to the light side of heaven, where further to the right, there's, the greater brightness reflected from afar, which is the Kohar of Kohars. And then here it says, to the left is the dark side of heaven. And then the reciter continues here. The darkness beyond the murk will not become greater. Darkness cannot change to light. For when light comes into darkness, there is no darkness. It ceases to exist. The gloominess and shadow scene you see forward on your left-hand side is the region of heaviness where mortals sojourn. The flickering lights which appear here and there are the joys of earth, while the darker spots are where there are sorrows and suffering. The redness is anger and strife. The blue whiteness is love and compassion. The brightness above and ahead is the region of lightness, where the risen ones rejoice. For there they welcome their earth companions and are happy in reunion. Behold, here is a rising one newly arrived. See, she flies upward on the wide wings of spirit, and loving arms reach out to welcome her. The star-girt roadway you see rising before you is that trodden by the countless risen ones who have gone before. Now, advance towards the left. So, again, right, like here on the left-hand side is the region of heaviness. That's the dark side of heaven. But then the reciter is also pointing to, again, this is someone who's undergoing the Twiceborn ritual. They're kind of being given a bit of a tour, like being explained what's on the spiritual side. So then, there's the region of lightness, which is the light side of heaven. And here I'll just point out here where, it's interesting where the reciter says, behold, here is a rising one newly arrived. See, she flies upward on the wide wings of spirit. So here it makes a reference to she, like, kind of a woman spirit. So, that's the thing. I think for us today, it's quite obvious, or it should be obvious, that it's like, okay, like obviously men and women, we all have souls that has a potential of going to heaven. But when we were reading through those chapters from Moses' time, there, it seems like in more ancient times, sometimes people had this idea that like only men have souls that could go to heaven and women were kind of lesser beings. So anyways, I just want to point that out, that like here, it's clearly saying that like women can also go make it to the light side of heaven, right? So like I said, I think for us today, that's kind of like, oh, well, that makes sense. But I think in more ancient times, and maybe like, I'm not an expert in terms of like historian on all these ancient civilizations, but that's the thing. It's wrong. Like it was a ignorant belief if there were like more ancient civilizations or people who believe that like, oh, only men can make it to, have souls that can make it to heaven, sort of thing. And yeah, so at the end of the passage here, the reciter's like, now advance towards the left. So like I mentioned before from the previous chapter, it does seem as though part of the Twiceborn ritual is they go and journey to the dark side of heaven, right on the left side. So then it continues here. The abyss now before you is the mouth of earth, and see, it opens and speaks to you, bidding you farewell. Listen carefully, for it will retell your deeds, your accomplishments, and your omissions. If they weigh against you, then cast yourself into the abyss, for you are unworthy to survive this trial. Go no further, nor can you turn back, lest you become prey to the foul lurker in darkness. So here, it's kind of a reference here to, again, like the Twiceborn ritual. They're undergoing a trial on the spiritual side. And here, passage 13. If you have not been found wanting in the weighing, then step forward boldly and without fear, for the mouth will close to let you pass. If you are not numbered among the triumphant ones, then better by far that you be swallowed forthwith than that you survive to meet the dread lurker, the devouring horror. and be returned to earth a witless, empty shell. So yeah, essentially what these passages are explaining, like, I mean, that's the thing, like everyone, when we die on earth, we undergo judgment where, but it seems as though when someone is undergoing the twice-born ritual, they kind of go through a similar situation where it's like they undergo a judgment of sorts. They see themselves for who they are. And that's the thing. It does seem as though, like we'll see in I think it's in the next chapter where it talks about like the 21-year process that someone undergoes before attempting the twice-born ritual. A big part of it is making sure that their soul was molded in a good way where when they undergo this judgment, that they're deemed worthy of continuing past the dark side, right? Versus if someone didn't necessarily cleanse their soul and they're found to still contain some darkness, then essentially they might fail their test and like they might die and end up in the dark side, right? So anyways, yeah, so continue here with passage 14. Beyond the abyss lies a stretch of blue water, which contains the pool of wisdom and the pool of purification. Therein you must bathe and refresh yourself. The trees growing to your right bear the fruits of spiritual nourishment. Eat and become strong. So it seems as though if they successfully pass through the dark side, then, when we read through the chapter, I think it'll be in the chapter that we read at the end of this video, when Jesus talks about his experience, there are references to bathing themselves in the spiritual waters where it seems as though, like I said, if they pass through the dark side, then they get to bathe in here, like the pool of wisdom and the pool of purification. And then they get to consume the fruits of spiritual nourishment. And it continues here. Know, as doing so, that the things done, though thought and visualized on earth, become qualities which are here transmuted into the things and experiences of this nature. Pass between the waters and the trees, and you will see a cliff against which is a ladder, the rungs of which are bound in leathern thongs made from the hide of the bull of the night sky. This ladder, which rises before you, is the ladder of experience. Its two supports are experience in the body and experience in the spirit. The rungs are your daily deeds and thoughts and fantasies of your earthly life. Now it is the test. Will your daily deeds and secret thoughts support your ascent, or are they incapable of bearing you upward? See, above is your kohar. Call upon it for help, for therein you may have stored a reserve of spiritual strength. Or, perchance, it may be barren and empty. Only you know. Those who uphold the ladder are the lords of the ladder, and they greet you as the ascending one. So here essentially it's explaining how it seems like, again, like they, pass through the dark side of heaven, maybe bathe themselves in the those lakes of purification. But then here's a test where there's this ladder and it's like, okay, you must ascend this ladder. And its two supports are experience in the body and experience in the spirit. Because when we're going to read through the chapters from Jesus, and I think in the Gospel of the Kailedy, Jesus in some of the passages also makes some references to this, but Jesus is very direct when he talks about it's one thing to learn the wisdom. You could read these scriptures and you could absorb the wisdom, but at the same time, you really need to put it into practice. That's a very important principle that we'll see Jesus speaks about. And I think this is reflected in here too, because you need both to be able to ascend this ladder on the other, in the spiritual side. And, I mentioned before at the start, I think, of this chapter where there are, I think we'll be reading it in later chapters of the Sacred Registers later in this video, but essentially like our kohar records everything, our actions, our thoughts and our, wishes and all, like everything is recorded. So that's the thing, is that at the top of the ladder is our kohar. So if ever your kohar has stored all this, the wisdom, but also experience and all that, it'll help you to make your way up the ladder. But if your kohar is deficient, which again, like that's the thing, it's like it's through our thoughts and deeds on earth, we mold our kohar. Part of it is because we'll then rely on what our kohar has absorbed or reflects on the other side to help us make our way up the ladder, if we're deemed worthy. And then continues here. The ladder leads onto a plateau, and beside you appears the strangely garbed reciter who sweeps his arms about and says, and I just underlined here, so that's the thing, I guess from passage 3 of this chapter, like I think these passages are spoken of by the reciter, but maybe there's more than one reciter, where here it says, once you make it up, there'll be another strangely garbed reciter, and again, it's maybe a little bit difficult to say, but then, yeah, so then at the top here, the strangely garbed reciter says, starting here, all wherein things manifest in the firmament, which was before the beginning and still is. In the beginning, its darkness was pierced by just a single ray from the Son of God. But later, when the first spirits entered, the firmament was brightened, and it was divided by heaviness and lightness. Then, when it was set apart, it was divided by the entry of dark spirits, whose need was for a place with which they had a somber affinity. Therefore, the firmament of lightness is divided. There is a place of light for the victorious ones, and a place of darkness for those who could not rise to victory. There are regions of gloom and shadow, regions of twilight and shade. There are regions of light in many hues, regions ranging from dazzling lights to dim light. So I find these passages quite interesting because I guess if you go back, and again, so in video 19, we'll be going through the chapters in the Kolbrin that talk about creation, where at the very beginning, there was only God and nothing else, like even before the sphere of heaven. So what's interesting about this is that it kind of talks about how, when God created everything, it seems like there's a bit of a, in the same way that Earth changes over time and the physical world changes, it seems like the sphere of heaven has changed and maybe still continues to change, right? Like it's, because it talks about like in the beginning, its darkness was pierced by just a single ray from the Son of God. But later, when the first spirits entered, the firmament was brightened. And then it was divided by heaviness and lightness. So anyways, we'll go through more of this in the later videos talking about heaven. But yeah, I just want to point out here, like it's quite interesting where it seems to talk about how there's a bit of a development of the sphere of heaven. So I mean, there's a whole other world beyond this physical world, essentially. Yeah, it would be quite interesting to, just as a note, I guess in terms of encouraging people to live a good life and live as you should, what a wonderful thing it must be to, be worthy of the light side of heaven on the other side and get to see and understand this whole dynamic and things like that. Anyway, just a little tangent there. But yeah, so it continues here. There is a veil across the firmament dividing heaven from earth, and each spirit departing from earth penetrates through this veil, going to its appointed place, carried by the winds of affinity. Arriving there, the spirit, good or bad, strengthens and extends its compatible territory. So essentially this is, explaining that like every soul, like every human on earth, when you die, you cross the veil into the sphere of heaven, and then again through affinity, if you're good, you go to the light side. If you're bad, you go to the dark side. So in terms of maybe understanding this a little bit better, here it's a passage from the book of Lucius. So this is and actually that's the thing in this chapter. So just as a preview, like in the book of Lucius, we get to hear Jesus explain, and he wrote down what he was told by the Holy Spirit when they were in communication. So in quotes here, this is words from the Holy Spirit according to Jesus, which kind of explains the dynamic of when a soul dies on earth or a human dies on earth, like just how things develop in the sphere of heaven. So Here again, this is words from the Holy Spirit. When the mortal material body is abandoned to dissolution at death, the form you once had no longer exists. The vital breath goes out in one gasp and, devitalized, returns to mingle with the air. All mortal things return to their own sphere. What passes over and enters the sphere of the Holy Spirit is the soul spirit with all its energies and containing an intangible design of etheric framework upon which the new being will be molded. Just as the acorn contains the design of the oak, and the seed of man, the design for his body, so does the soul spirit contain within itself its design for its own unfolding. So, I mean, we know Jesus, he teaches through parables and things like that. So I find that for us today, especially us today, where we have a better understanding of, two things. Like here, the first part I underline where, just as the acorn contains the design of the oak, right? Like you have an acorn or just seeds of any sort of plants, like it contains all the design within it, and then you plant it in the soil and it grows to become what's kind of, inherent in the seed of that particular plant. And here it says, and the seed of man, the design for his body. So that's saying back then they didn't have, the understanding we have today about our like genetics, but essentially it's a reference to that, like our genetics contain a design for our mortal body. So in the same way, our soul spirit, like our soul, which we mold through, again, like our thoughts and our deeds on earth, it contains within itself the design for its own unfolding. So it's a good, fairly simple way to think about it, where again, like our soul spirit, like it's fashioned, it's the way we live, and our thoughts and our deeds, like I said, a few times here, it essentially programs our soul. And then that's saying after death, you can't do anything. Like your soul, the moment you die, there's like no more changing of your soul. It's then kind of planted in the sphere of heaven, and it'll grow based off of what it contains. And if it contains enough good, it will make its way to the light side of heaven. If it contains too much bad, it'll unfortunately go to the dark side of heaven. So this chapter continues here with passage 17, which says, "The Kohar is the knower, and the spirit is the known. All knowledge is with the knower, but the known can tap it so it flows out into the known. The Kohar receives the spirit seed in heaven, for there it is as the body is on earth. Even as the earthly body is made of things from the region of heaviness, so is the Kohar made of things from the region of lightness." So again, this helps to understand that the Kohar is like our spiritual body, where in this case, like the region of heaviness is in matter, like our physical body on earth. But then our Kohar is our spiritual body in the region of lightness, like the side, like heaven. This and passage 18 here says, "These things are said by the reciter before he leads you to the place where sleeps a serpent, and pointing to it, he says, 'Behold the serpent, it sleeps at the bole of a tree from which hangs the body of man, the tree of his backbone. It is on guard, safeguarding the precious gem of spiritual powers, which lies enwrapped in a threefold covering. To obtain the gem, the serpent must be aroused and then overcome. To rouse this serpent is a thing not to be lightly undertaken, for it causes a fire to mount into the heart, which may destroy the brain with delusions and madness. Only the twice-born can really obtain the gem." So that's the thing. It's throughout these chapters, and just in the Kolbrin in general, like way back in video 2 when we read through the fabled garden story, there were differences. Like there wasn't, in the Adam and Eve story in the book of Genesis, there's the essentially like, Satan or the devil manifesting as a serpent, and, and there's the tree of wisdom. But like that symbology, where here there's references to like the serpent, and I think there's, it talked about the tree of his backbone. Like there's a symbology, but talking about in the spiritual side. So there's a few chapters in the Kolbrin that mentions the serpent and things like that. And it continues here with passage 19. You pass on with the reciter who will say, these are the things you must establish in your heart, the knowledge of the 8 roads along which you must travel to reach the land of the Westerners. These will bring you to the 12 first portals leading to the land of shadows. Here I will recite for you the 22 deeds of wickedness you have not done. You will then pass through the land of shadows, as if it were your hour, and beyond it, come to the great portal, where it must be established before the great guardian, that you have ever done all within your power to live according to the 12 virtues. Then you pass through the portal to the hall of judgment. Here, for the first time, your light is revealed, and it is made known whether your tongue has spoken in accordance with the things within your heart. So again, this is another reference to why it's so important for someone undergoing the twice-born ritual. Like, it's just, you don't just go to accomplish it. Like, you have to really ensure that you've lived many, many years working diligently to learn and to live in a way to mold, again, like your soul, so that you're able to pass the dark regions and make it to the light side and be deemed worthy to become a twice-born prophet. Then continues here. Many are they who know the words of the tongue, but sever these from what is written in the heart. If the words of the tongue are copied from the writings of the heart and are a true copy, then cross to the place of assessment, where your true form and likeness will be displayed for all to see. So now passage 21 ends this chapter with the one performing the twice-born ritual returning to his human body on earth. So it says, a curtain of darkness descends. There is a heavy, dark mist. Then the muffled crash of thundering doors. The aching body reclines within the tomb of stone. The questing pilgrim has returned to his home haven. He has learned truths he could never learn on earth, and now knows the grand secret. Faith is replaced with certainty, and he is now an initiated one. So I mean, this is a clear reference to, someone successfully accomplishing it. And again, like, there's this, at the end of the last chapter, it was talking about, again, like, when someone was reborn and woke up in the sarcophagus, essentially, like, it just, they were, their mouth was dry, all these things. So yeah, this is another similar reference to, like, the aching body reclines within the tomb of stone. And that's the thing. It's like, as it mentions here, these prophets then learn truths that they could never learn on earth, and now knows the grand secret. And faith is replaced with certainty. So yeah, this is one of the, more direct chapters in the Kolbrin that help us with understanding the twice-born ritual. Okay, so now we're going to read through chapter 2 of the Book of Sons of Fire, which is called the Hibsathy. Again, I'm not quite sure. There's a lot of words in the Kolbrin that, don't take my word for it in terms of how they should be pronounced. But yeah, so this chapter speaks of the history of the twice-born and of the hidden places where the rituals were performed. And it also speaks to some of the prerequisites for someone attempting the ritual. So in the previous chapter we just read, the Sacred Registers, it talks more about, like, the experience on the spirit side. But this chapter talks more directly about, like, kind of the practical side, if you want to put it that way, in terms of what someone, like, on earth here, like, how they prepare for the twice-born ritual. So, and yeah, so here just kind of skipped ahead to passage 23 just to help show that, like, this is a chapter talking about the twice-born ritual. So it says, the wisdom of the twice-born has spread to every corner of the earth, and caverns of initiation are opened everywhere. But increasingly, through the years, men have declined to undergo the austerities and trials essential to bring them into the clear light of truth. Therefore, the places of initiation decay, and their secrets are lost. Men grope in the dark and try to open a door to which they have no key. If a man has not the courage or the time, the inclination or the ability to sail to a far distant land, then if he would know about that land, he must listen to those who have made the journey. So it is with those who would know the secret of the ages. Men possess creeds of little value because they are unwilling to pay the price of something better. So like I mentioned at the start of this video, where, it really does seem as though the Osiris shaft at the Giza Plateau in Egypt is one of those, hidden places where there's these, as it says here, like caverns of initiation. And that's the thing. It does seem as though there was, like it says here, and caverns of initiation are opened everywhere, but increasingly through the years, men have declined to undergo the austerities and trials. And therefore the places of initiation decay and their secrets are lost. So, I would imagine that there's probably other places, like, again, I'm not an expert in all these, religious temples of ancient times, but that's the thing. I'm sure there's quite a few ancient temples and things like that where, humans like today, like us modern, if you want to call us more modern humans, compared to these ancient times, like, we probably don't know what these areas were for in these temples and things like that. But it does seem as though there were, in all these different ancient civilizations, there would be within these temples, like hidden chambers where there would be like sarcophaguses and things like that to perform the twice-born ritual. But as time went on, there was less and less humans who just the wisdom got lost and things like that. Because for those who remember when we were reading through Annex Scroll 1 and Annex Scroll 2, way back in, I think that was like video 6 and 7. That's the thing. There's a notion of, like, there used to be quite a few twice-born prophets alive where, like, they were almost more of an organization where, I mean, it's hard to say from those chapters, like, were there hundreds of them in the civilization at the time, or was it like a dozen or things like that? Like, it's hard to tell, but it does seem as though in more ancient times there were, like, many prophets alive at the same time. Now, at the same time, one thing to consider is that, like, a twice-born prophet, they're not all the same in the sense of, I mean, like, those like Jesus, Moses, and Osiris are the kind of, they had a much greater destiny than maybe some of the other twice-born prophets and things like that. Anyways, I mean, there's no need, like, if you successfully accomplish a twice-born ritual, like we read in the sacred registers, like, you are by definition someone worthy, right? Because you undergo the tests on the spiritual side and you have to be deemed worthy to survive and successfully accomplish it. So I'm not trying to say that, like, some prophets are better than others, but at the same time, that's the thing. It's just to keep in mind is that, there's certain prophets, like I said, the kind of the big three, it seems, in terms of, after the flood, because, I mean, before the flood, like, there was Thoth and things like that, like we went through in earlier videos, but since the flood, which, like we discussed, could have been over 12,000 years ago, it really seems like the big three are Osiris, Moses, and Jesus. So anyway, it's just one of those things, just as I've been kind of, studying these texts and reflecting on them and things like that. I guess what I mean to say by this is that, like, yeah, there are times, especially maybe more in ancient times, that there would have been like many prophets alive at the same time. But yeah, at the same time, like, certain prophets were maybe considered, more knowledgeable or had a much greater destiny and impact on humanity over the years. So yeah, this was passage, we had skipped ahead here to passage 23, but now we'll go back to the start of this chapter here. So yeah, passages 1 and 2 begin by saying that these mysteries have been a well-kept secret. So here it says, "These things must not be entrusted to common folk, neither must they be degraded by disclosing them to such as would profane them. They were once reserved for those who were exalted in wisdom and virtue. In those days of Harempta, mouth of God on earth, they were hidden from those in high places. This is one among the lesser mysteries, the ritual of the twice-born. It is a ceremony to regain spiritual vigor and to restore spiritual power, whereby a chosen one dies and rises again. It is a grim undertaking fraught with danger. It is not for the spiritually weak or for the faint-hearted. Not all survive to walk again upon the friendly ground of earth. So, like we read earlier in the sacred registers where it talks about like someone who successfully accomplishes the twice-born ritual are referred to as one who is reborn. So here's another example where like a chosen one dies and rises again. It's kind of like a resurrection of sorts. And like I underlined here, like that's the thing is that it from these passages, it does seem as though like not everyone who attempted the twice-born ritual would survive. Some of them would, um, you know, pass away or die, right? And that's the thing. I don't think it's I don't think it's the sort of thing where someone accomplishes the twice-born ritual, they go and speak with the reciter on the other side, and if they're deemed unworthy, it's not like they wake up again and it's like, oh, I failed. And like, anyways, I don't want to be, maybe I shouldn't joke like that, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that like from this passage, it does seem as though like some who would try to accomplish it would die. And essentially I think the idea should be that like, it's because they were maybe, not deemed worthy on the other side. And so they would not become as one reborn or resurrect on earth. So passages 3 to 7 speak of the initiates who must first undergo the 20-year process, where we'll see, it seems like there was 3 phases of 7 years. And there was a reason for this where, one must be fully disciplined and enlightened, or another way to think of it is purged of their evil qualities to be able to survive the ritual, like we discussed when reading through the previous chapter of the Sacred Register. So here, passage 3 says, only the older men who had completed the 3 cycles of 7 years were accepted. They had to be men with wisdom and courage, with the strength and fortitude to survive. Other essentials were absolute purity and complete self-discipline. The ability for self-sacrifice and a strict sense of duty were demanded. Only men possessing all these qualities could cross the border in consciousness and return. To be deficient in any essential quality meant death. So again, that's like I spoke of before, like that's why, it was 3 phases, like a 21-year process, is that, it seems like they really worked hard to fashion their soul to be purged of all that evil so that they can survive and be successful. Here, passage 4 says, the tree of life has many branches, and that which is initiation bears the best fruit. It is about this that your brother writes. It began in that far-away glorious period before the days of wickedness, which caused men to walk in darkness, in the days when they walked in the light of truth. So I'm not sure if this is a reference to, there's this idea of like, when humanity lived in a fabled garden where everyone lived kind of as they should in a way. So I think this might be a reference to that, humanity became wicked and were expelled from the garden, right? So that's where it's talking about before the days of wickedness. Then it continues here. A house of hidden places was maintained so that all who had any part in governing the lives of the people, whether as king or priest or official, could prove themselves worthy before becoming encumbered with the office. Later, it came about that the hidden places had to be further secured, and only men long established in goodness could enter them. Those in high places and those with power shirked the austerities and dangers demanded, and thereby they cut themselves off from the light of truth. So I think here in passage 5 where it says, so that all who had any part in governing the lives of the people, whether as king or priest or official, could prove themselves. That's the thing. I think this is a reference to like in very ancient times. Again, if you kind of imagine the scenario where it's like, okay, it was these children of God, like these prophets who were the leaders of the nation of people. And I mean, when we talk about nation of people, because this was in ancient times, like, were they like hundreds of people, 1,000 people, at most 10,000? It's hard to say, but but essentially that's the thing. It seems to be mentioning that like there was a time that those who were in charge, like these prophets, like the children of God, like one of the like to be given a position of responsibility within the community, whether as king or priest or official, you maybe had to accomplish the twice born ritual. And again, that might be why, like, again, when living in the fabled garden in a long, long time ago, it just, that's the thing. It seems as though maybe there was a bit of a requirement that, like, hey, you almost had to be a prophet of sorts to hold those positions of responsibility within the communities. But yeah, continuing here at the second part of passage 6, where it says, the kings and governors who ruled in Egypt during all the many long generations of twilight and darkness were born to the frailties of the flesh. Seeing only through earthly eyes, they lacked the clear guidance of revelation and knowledge. The seraph egg remains. It will give up its secret on the distant day when hatched under the breast of understanding. Then it will open its eyes, unfolding and spread its wings to reveal the light of truth. So here, essentially, I think it's talking about how, like, during the days of the land of Egypt, those like we talked about during those videos where we went through those related to Moses in ancient Egypt. There's this idea where, like, when Osiris first established the lineage of the pharaohs, things were good for a while. Because like the pharaohs would essentially they would be prophets, they were deemed worthy. But then over the ages, the institution of the pharaohs became corrupt, and a lot of those who were from the family of the pharaoh were then deemed like not worthy to be initiated in the mysteries and things like that. So I think this is essentially what these passages are saying. And the last part here, it says the seraph egg remains. It will give up its secret on the distant day when hatched under the breast of understanding. It really seems as though like there are references like this throughout where there is almost an understanding. I mean, again, you would imagine these prophets, they saw and understood things and were even, in communication with the Holy Spirit. It seems like they knew, like, okay, humanity must continue on for generations and generations, and there will come a day again when the light of truth will be revealed. And yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I guess I've spoken before, like, especially when going through the videos 10 to 12 about Jesus, and even the previous video about Joseph of Arimathea, where I talked about how this whole idea of a holy grail in Britain is actually this manuscript. And like we'll be going through in the next few videos, like 15 and 16, where we go through the personal books of Jesus. It seems like, so again, this is from the Egyptian book. So it seems like the more ancient prophets understood there will come a day where the truth will be revealed to humanity. And like I talked about in the previous videos, where again, this whole idea of the second coming of Jesus and all that, like, it seems like the way it's manifesting is that, like, Jesus, essentially he became, like, he's meant to be like the prophet to bring the light of truth to humanity as a whole. But again, like, and we'll understand this more when we go through his personal books, but he had an understanding that humanity wasn't ready. But Jesus really seems to have understood that, like, he was meant to play a very important role. But again, like, it seems like it's manifesting in a very practical way where he wrote books, handed them to Joseph. Joseph, went to Britain. They hid the books, and they had an understanding, okay, there will come a day in the future where the truth will be revealed, and it's revealed through this manuscript, the Kolbrin and things like that. And again, like I talked about in some of those videos, is that I think it makes sense why there's uncertainty in terms of the origin of the Kolbrin and things like that, because it's just, there is a certain level of faith. Like, it'll be a little bit of a test for humanity. Like, we have to show that we're worthy. And because that's the thing, like, if ever we instead just found, like, oh yeah, here's a manuscript signed by Jesus, it doesn't fit the narrative, which again, we'll understand that more, I think, when we go through the books about, like, God, heaven, and the meaning of life and things like that. Like, uncertainty is it's a foundational part of our existence on on earth and things like that. So anyways, I guess that's all to say that I think this part here where it talks about the seraph egg remains. Like it seems like these prophets, they understood, they knew there will come a time where the light will be revealed, in the far distant future and things like that. And yeah, it seems like it's manifesting in a practical way through this, which again, I'll just, I mentioned a few times, but like, hey, look, I feel very awkward about this. It's just the way I found this. And I'm like connecting the dots. Oh, this is what this is. So if you stumble on these videos and if you're in a position to help, please help. It's a little bit overwhelming to be in a situation where I'm like, okay, like I found this. And anyways, a bit of a detour here. But yeah, I just want to say again, just it's a very strange thing that's happening and all that. So, but yeah, so if you find yourself in a position to help, please help. I could use some help with bringing awareness to these texts and things like that. But yeah, I guess to help understand this too is how it says, like, when hatched under the breast of understanding. Again, we'll understand this when we read through the books from Jesus in the next 2 videos after this one, where Jesus understood it's like, okay, humanity hasn't grown to the level of intelligence to understand, but that's the one thing that we could all, I think, accept today, or at least we can understand, where it's like, oh, like humanity as a whole has grown in wisdom. Like we humans today, I mean, I wouldn't say spiritually, but in a lot of ways, we are a lot more intelligent in general compared to, in more ancient times, just through the development of science and then all those sorts of things. So again, it's like they understood on the distant day when hatched under the breast of understanding. So again, it's just, even though it's such a strange thing, I'm sure for you if you stumbled on these videos and things like that, there is a very practical explanation. So it's a crazy idea, but at the same time, it's like, oh, it kind of makes sense, right? So they understood that. Now the next passage here, 7, it says, "The spirit of man is like an unweaned child, which has wandered away and become lost among the rocks and caves. Unless it is found and given sustenance from the source of its life, it will perish." This is a very important passage in terms of, again, there's a chapter in the book of Lucius called the Vision of the Evening, which we'll be reading in video 16, where that's the thing. Jesus explains how humanity is living in a dark night of ignorance, and we're still living under that dark night of ignorance right now. And I would imagine people who are watching these videos and understanding them, if you look outside and all that's going on, and the world leaders and the billionaires and all that stuff, like, we're not really headed in a good direction. Like, a lot of evil is happening, right? But now the reason I wanted to mention this as a link to what we'll be reading from Jesus in the Vision of the Evening, that's the thing. He does actually in the passage, I didn't include it here, but we'll be reading through it in video 16, where essentially he describes how there'll be a moment where the truth is available for everyone, but that like humanity will either go up or go down and destroy ourselves. And that's actually reflected here, where it's like, unless it is found and given sustenance from the source of its life, it will perish. So that's the part I'm a little bit worried about, is that, I mean, like, I know this video is meant to be talking about the twice-born ritual, but just because I'm talking, I just talked about the whole second coming of Jesus and things like that. That's the thing. I mean, again, it's very practical, but I just want to be clear. Like, that's the thing. I'm worried that, like, the idea is that this truth will be revealed, exactly when and how, I'm not quite sure, on the date and time and things like that. But the idea is that humanity as a whole, like, this is going to be a test where it's like, either we, like, given sustenance from the source of its life, like it's the knowledge and wisdom in this manuscript from the prophets about, God and heaven and the meaning of life and all that. And we're really, like, everyone's going to have to really work together to learn from these and to put the wisdom into action, because otherwise, like it says, unless it is found and given sustenance from the source of its life, it will perish. And Jesus, like I said, we'll be reading a chapter in video 16, the Vision of the Evening, where he talks about that. And there's a passage, we either will ascend triumphantly if we, accept these and put them into action. If we don't, we're eventually going to destroy ourselves. I'm a little bit worried about that, which way we're going to go. But Yeah. Anyways, it's just just reading through this passage is just it just seems like these prophets they knew, they understood, there's a bit of a God had a plan for us humans on Earth, and it's all very interesting, but we're headed to a very, very interesting moment in our human history here. Okay, so we'll continue going through the chapter here, and I'll be a little bit more focused on the material here, but it just I don't know, just as I'm going through these passages, it's just it's a bit of a strange experience being in the situation I'm in, having found this, and feels like a certain weight on my shoulders and things like that, so I can't help sometimes to just let it out, because I'm just, kind of just all alone here with having found this and all that. So, but anyways, I know these videos end up being a little bit longer than I was, anticipating at first, but, especially because I guess, I came up with a plan for these videos, and I keep making references to the future videos. So it's not like in hindsight, it's like, oh, should I have made, videos 14 and 15 about this, break it up in smaller ones. But, I'll try and be a little bit more focused here, but I can't help myself sometimes. It's just a very strange weight on my shoulders. Anyways. So back to this chapter, talking about the specifics of those undergoing the twice-born ritual. So here passages 8 and 9 speak a bit more directly of the first temple and of other temples or shrines. Just from these passages, it appears to have been written after the Exodus, since they eventually left the great temple of Raman, built by, like we'll see in a passage talks about Ramses, which might be a reference to Ramses, the pharaoh, which, like we talked about in the video going through the chapters about the Exodus, it's just, to me, at least from my taking studying these passages and trying to connect it to the pharaohs that we know of through history, it does seem as though Ramses II may have been Moses's father. So, but again, I'm not the best suited to make those determinations. So here passage 8 says, "The first temple of the shrine of the hidden places was built on the sacred heights. It was a temple within an inner court where there were lesser temples and the rooms of priests and teachers. The whole was surrounded by a courtyard and gardens, and beneath the main temple were the 3 caverns of initiation. Later, the temple of the shrine of the hidden places was built during a time when the light was revealed throughout the land." So here it says, and beneath the main temple were the 3 caverns of initiation. I mean, this could be speaking of another temple where there was the, where they would perform the twice-born ritual. But like I showed at the beginning of this video, where the Osiris shaft had those 3 levels, that's I'm not sure. Maybe this is actually referring to the Osiris shaft. Or maybe there was a purpose as to why these temples or hidden chambers had 3 areas of sorts. And then continuing with passage 9 here, it says, "Though previously the shrines of the twice-born had been concealed in the smaller temples, when Ramses built the great temple of Raman, it contained within itself both temple and shrine of the all-highest God. Also, there were caverns of initiation underneath. In the hall of the temple, which faced east and west, between pillars of pure stone, was the portal of the outer sanctuary. As the sun rises in the east to give life to the day, so was the devoted priest placed in the east of the sanctuary, to open the services of worship and to instruct, like a father, those who came to him with understanding. In the ceiling above, the candidates was the symbol of the sun, and from it extended 7 hands. This represented the sun of life, dispensing the vitalizing forces of life from their fount within the circles of creative consciousness." So here it says, from it extended the 7 hands. There are some references in different chapters of the Kolbrin in terms of 7 rays of light or 7 principles and things like that. So it could be, related to that. And it continues here at the end. "Behind the priest were representations of the 10 rays of power that flowed out from the all-highest God when he created earth, and which became the attributes of his spirit, So I mean, here, I just mentioned like the seven, where there are some passages in the Kolbrin that talk about seven, but I don't think we should get too fixated on that. Because like here it talks about the 10 rays of power that flowed out from the all highest God when He created Earth. So it's just that's the thing. Like I don't know if maybe sometimes they carried seven because of the symbology of it, but at the end of the day, it just we shouldn't get. I don't think we should get too focused on those sorts of details. It's more about like the principles and things like that. Because here's the 10 rays where it's love, foresight, wisdom, insight, all knowledge, strength, resolution, justice, mercy, and courage. So like I said, I think we should focus more on just the idea of these sorts of aspirations or principles that reflect like the all goodness of established by God and things like that. So passages 10 to 19 speak in detail of the process one undergoes when completing the twice-born ritual and how its location was hidden within the temples. So we'll just be going through these again. I think I'm going on a little bit more tangents than I should, so I'll just kind of read through these here. So between the devoted priest and the wall behind him was the triangular representation of the three sublime essences: Supreme Spirit, Soul Spirit, and Forming Spirit. The three parts of Spirit ever in unity. So here, God, our soul, and then Soul Spirit is more like our kohar, and then Forming Spirit, I think, might be a little bit more like our physical body. Because again, like I went through before, Jesus talked about like we're threefold beings. The entrance to the sanctuary was in the east, and above this was a representation of the great eye, the secrets of which cannot be written. Before the devoted priests was a hidden doorway, and this led down to the marriage chamber. In this chamber were performed the rites known as the marriage of the soul. Here, too, spiritual nourishment could be inhaled through fragrant smoke of incense prepared from secret essences and ingredients, which activate life. Here was learned the profound secret of the soul, the secret that was in the silence. Behind the sacred place in the temple, behind the place of flame, was a thrice hidden door, and this led down to the chambers of darkness, which were before the caverns of initiation. Before the first chambers of darkness, there was an antechamber containing a small lamp and light. Cut on the walls were representations of life and spirit. The candidate had studied with the priests of the upper temple for 7 years and been observed by one of the twice-born for 7 years. Now, here in the antechamber, he became an anointed one. So like I said, essentially these are describing like the hidden chambers and different landmarks and things like that. And like we saw in a passage earlier in this chapter, talked about the 3 phases of 7 years. So like here is a bit of a description where, for 7 years they had studied with the priest of the upper temples for 7 years and then been observed by one of the twice-born for 7 years. So again, it's describing those 3 phases of 7 years. And it continues here. The anointed one went into the first chamber of darkness for testing by one of the twice-born of a lesser order. Here it was discovered whether he truly desired the great illumination and whether he had all earthly desires and ambitions under control. Here he was warned of the dangers he would have to face and was tested for courage and fortitude. Before him now there was only one choice, victory or death. This was the chamber of the red light. So like we talked about before, right? Like it seems like there would be, those who were actual twice-born who had successfully accomplished it. They tried, that's the thing, they were working with these anointed ones to see like, have they purged themselves of all evil? Like, are they actually capable of surviving the twice-born ritual? So continue here, passage 14. Now, The candidate and he who attended upon him stood before the next door, and the priest said to one who stood there, having realized by his own preparation that the external is unreal, and having eliminated earthly desires and substituted spiritual ones, he who aspires stands ready. He has tamed the wild steed of his body, so that it is completely under his command. He has awakened the man within the man, and the eyes of inner vision are open. He has made the irrevocable decision and is one ready to go forward. So essentially, there's this whole spiritual idea of like opening up your third eye. So that's the thing, like he has awakened the man within the man, and the eyes of inner vision are open. So that's the thing, is that, essentially, like, your spiritual awakening is a process and things like that. So essentially these candidates, before they perform the twice born ritual, like they would, over these years, slowly awaken themselves and gain that understanding. So that's the thing. There's I guess what I mean to say here is that there's a difference between someone who's awakened to be able to have some level of understanding, but it's a whole other thing to then successfully accomplish the twice born ritual. Like, that's the thing. It's just like, I mean, there's a lot of people today who have, I would say partially awakened their soul and things like that, whereas they have a decent understanding of spiritual wisdom and things like that. But it's a whole other phase to then accomplish a twice born ritual. Like, and when we were reading those sacred registers, like that becomes more clear, right? Like they see things differently. They see with certainty. And as we'll see, like when we read through Jesus's books in the next few videos, where like Jesus was able to communicate with the Holy Spirit, and things like that. So the passages continue here, where, like, again, it's kind of describing like just some landmarks and kind of the different areas within these hidden temples, where it says, "The Anointed One was admitted into the second chamber of darkness, and here he was uncovered and placed within a bath of cold water, where he remained for a period determined by the burning of a lamp. This was the chamber of the purple light. From here, the Anointed One passed into a small chamber, which was the entrance to the caverns of initiation. He now stood before the portal of Restua and recited the prayer before the portal." And then this is the prayer. "O unnameable God, give me a burden of suffering to bear, and place about my shoulders the yoke of tribulation. O God, fill the empty spaces of my spirit with pain. O grant me such fortitude that, even under an almost unendurable load of distress, I may be willing to lighten the burden and suffering of another. Even as I stand prepared for the awaiting test, I ask that should I be returned to the light of earth, I be granted a share in the afflictions of others. For I need the strength given by suffering and sorrow, and will welcome them for the benefits they bestow." Just two things I want to mention with this prayer here is that, one thing here, like, where it kind of seems like, the part of the prayer is asking for a certain level of pain and suffering. And that's the thing. The idea is that, like, it's by overcoming pain and suffering that that it helps to train them, like they're able to endure things, and it takes a certain level of spiritual strength, right? So it's kind of like exercising that spiritual strength muscle in a way, in terms of, there's other passages that talked about like being able to resist temptation or offer restraint and things like that. And yeah, like that's the thing. It's one of those big questions when it comes to like our life and existence on earth is like why there is pain and suffering. And that's the thing. We'll see it when we go through those chapters that talk about the meaning of life. Like there is a reason for pain and suffering on earth. It does lead to spiritual development. But yeah, at the same time, just want to point out, like, that's the thing. It was not an easy process. Like, I think we might have touched upon it when going through, I forget which video we went through. There's a chapter about like the brotherhood of the Sons of Fire. I think we read that it might have been video 5. But yeah, that's the thing. In terms of understanding, like, there is a certain level of like these initiates, they would go through a certain process that, like, for us today might seem cruel, but it seems like there was a good reason for it. So yeah, it continues here. Then one who stood in this place gave the anointed one water to drink and said this prayer: O unnameable God, hear the prayer of the anointed one. Strengthen him with such courage and fortitude that he will not fail in his hour of awful trial, but shall pass beyond the place of terror through the portal of death, and so may shine with the protecting radiance, and therefore return unharmed in spirit and body. So here, the one who's tending to the anointed one while they're undergoing the twice-born ritual, this fits with what we read in those sacred registers where, they have to pass through the place of terror. Like, it seems like they go through the dark side of heaven, and part of the test is they have to be able to pass through it until they hit those pool of purification and things like that. And passage 17 here says, the anointed one entered the first cavern of initiation and was tested there in such a manner that no ordinary mortal could endure it. After 3 days, he came out saying to one who stood there, O acceptable suffering, what has been decreed is indeed best. So here I underlined 3 days. Like, that's the thing. We'll talk about it. So after this chapter, we'll kind of talk just more in general, like, okay, what is the twice-born ritual? But yeah, this is a reference to the 3 days. But what I find interesting here is that, like I just said, it seems like part of the process is they undergo like some pain and suffering. But after they came out, like those who were successful, it says, "Oh, acceptable suffering, what has been decreed is indeed best." So, like I said, it's just there was a reason for it, as strange as it might seem to us today. And then passage 18 says, after passing through the first 2 caverns of initiation, the candidate became an enwrapped one, and in the last small cavern of the Lord of the Twiceborn released his spirit. The enwrapped one was then placed within the womb of rebirth, and there, within the tomb of stone, he was left 7 days. Here came complete liberation of the spirit. It floated out through the confining stone and went as it willed. No words of men, however learned, can ever describe this experience. So I think I mentioned this when I was pointing to those 3 chambers of the Osiris shaft, where, like, I think it would be at the third, like at the bottom there, where there was the one sarcophagus with the water around it and all that. Like, I think that's where they would do the 3-day twice-born ritual. But then maybe they were taken to the, like, on that second level, there was also sarcophaguses where it seems as though that's where they undergo a recovery of sorts. Because again, like, if they had a near-death experience, they probably needed to heal to some degree. And this is where, like I said, the symbology of there's the 3 days and then here the 7 days. But at the same time, I think there's a greater purpose too, where, like it says, here came complete liberation of the spirit. It floated out through the confining stone and went as it willed. So, but again, like, no words of men, however learned, can ever describe this experience. Like, that's the thing. It does seem as though, I forget if we went through any passages in some of the previous videos, but there is a bit of an idea where potentially these who were genuine twice-born, their spirit could actually go out of their body and go to other places. Because yeah, like I said, I know there's we might be reading it in a later video, but there are passages when it's talking about the very ancient times, like at the time of Osiris and Thoth, where it talked about a twice-born prophet, that their soul could go where it wills. And actually, I don't know if you remember, for those who like when we went through the Gospel of the Kailedy, there were a few passages where like, I think it was during one of the passages I was talking about, like Jesus helping to heal people, where there was a passage where it seemed to insinuate that he was able to see someone who was sick, like, someone, I think it was a centurion, came and was talking to Jesus, like, oh, can you help please heal one of their children who was like far away, kind of in their home. Like, the centurion would have traveled to see Jesus. And anyways, yeah, I don't have the passage here, but I just want to point out here, like, that's the thing. It does seem to infer here that, like, those who were genuine twice-born prophets, their spirit could potentially leave their body and go and see or experience other things. So it's just, again, one of those strange parts of this that's in this manuscript here, talking about the twice-born ritual. So, but yeah, continuing here with passage 19, it says, "The spirit of the enwrapped one returned to the body at the behest of the Lord of the twice-born, and he who had survived became a twice-born one, which led forth into the place of glorification. His face shines with an inner beauty indescribable. From that day onward, his conduct and attributes are changed, and he is at peace with all men and with himself. He needs nothing from earthly life and seeks nothing. He accepts and enjoys whatever life offers, for he has learned the answer to the riddle of life and solved the secret of the ages." So yeah, no, like these passages here, like it talks very directly, like it's like I mean, I was going to say the ultimate goal. I would say like for all humans, like I don't think every human being is expected to undergo the twice-born ritual or things like that. So like the ultimate goal of life is, that's the thing, whether like those who accomplish the twice-born ritual, their soul gets judged in the sphere of heaven. But then what's special is that they come back on earth having passed that test. But ultimately, like every human being, like it's everyone's fate. Like when we die on earth, our soul will go and undergo judgment. The main difference being that like our soul won't come back on earth. So the ultimate goal is to, make it to the light side of heaven. But in terms of those who become prophets, like that's the thing. Anyways, I guess that's like I can't describe it. I'm not a twice-born prophet or anything like this. But like I underlined back at the top here, no words of men, however learned, can ever describe the experience. But what's interesting is I find that like maybe as today, especially because of like the amount of through like art and things like all these mythologies, but like also just through like science fiction and fantasy and things like that, it seems like we've maybe developed a way through these like all these stories and like I said, fantasy and science fiction and all that, like where maybe like even though we can't describe it or know the exact experience, from reading these passages, like it just I feel like we're able to comprehend it. Like we're not, our soul isn't able to float around and do these things, but the idea that someone who would accomplish the twice-born ritual and become a genuine prophet and things like that, like the idea that, hey, maybe their soul can do these things and things like that, it's like I feel like it's more understandable today than maybe it was in more ancient times. I don't know. So it's just, so that's the thing. I would invite people to like reflect on it. And it's like, yeah, we can't really put into words what it must be for them to experience. But I feel like us today, again, like just with the level of understanding that humanity as a whole has, and like I said, in part due to like works of art and things like that, it's like, I feel like we're able to understand like, hey, it seems plausible at least, right? So I just want to point that out. Let's say passages 20 to 22 speak more of the twice-born ritual, and like I mentioned a few times, like it really implies that they endure a near-death experience. So here it says, "Your brother was one who underwent the initiation of the twice-born, and he has drawn the curtain aside a little to reveal only what is permitted. It is little enough, but sufficient for you to understand why, when kings and governors rose to position and power, they declined the ordeal. It is understandable, for the final ordeal brought earthly life as close as possible to extinction, without complete severance of the spiritual umbilical cord. Before this went more than 20 years arduous preparation." So again, like this is a reference to the 21-year process. But yeah, that's it. I think especially for us today, it's like I said, I think we're able to at least understand that this could be part of our human nature in terms of, if we are spiritual beings. Because like, anyways, this is the reference to near death where, earthly life as close as possible to extinction without complete severance of the spiritual umbilical cord. So that's saying there without complete, like when we die, that umbilical cord is severed. But when they perform the twice-born ritual, they had a way through the awful recipes and in the sarcophagus and all those things that they were able to push people to such a near death, but still able to then return back on earth, right? So, but then it continues here. "Yet long and terrible though it was, the time and austerity did not exceed the necessary limits by even one jot. In sorrow, your brother must say that it was not an ordeal required to obtain something man has never possessed. It was to regain something he had lost. It was, however hard it may seem, the lowest price payable for the secret of the ages. For long years, he who aspired to become one of the twice-born had to practice the awakening of his spirit and bring his body under complete control. The first thing to overcome was met long before any threshold was approached. It was something which lurked in the uncontrolled thoughts of men. The frightening experiences during the years of preparation had to be modified and their effect channeled off. Otherwise, the awakening spirit would have been completely overwhelmed. As the material body of man cannot come too close to a blazing fire, so cannot the spirit approach too close to the sphere of divinity. Having arisen from the womb of rebirth, the spirit is completely freed from any doubt about the immortality of man. Can a man doubt the source of sunlight when he can see the sun arising in glory before his eyes? Having joined the twice-born, each man has a choice. He can go on to higher development within the realms of light, or he can remain to help others. Your brother chose to remain. So, passage 21 here, again, is just kind of talking about, just how it really seems like it was quite the arduous journey and, 21 years of learning and really undergoing, a certain level of training to be deemed capable of successfully accomplishing the twice-born ritual. And yeah, here I underline at the bottom where it says your brother chose to remain. That's the thing. I'm not quite sure what to say about this passage where it says, having joined the twice-born, each man has a choice. He can go on to higher development within the realms of light, or he can remain to help others. Your brother chose to remain. I guess that's the thing. I'm not sure. Is this a reference to maybe some people who, when they did do the twice-born ritual, that if ever they end up not coming back on Earth? Is it a reference that maybe oh no, they were good, but they chose to serve in the realm of light, in the spiritual sphere, and they didn't come back to Earth? So yeah, I'm not quite sure what to make exactly of that part of the passage here. So passage 23 speaks of how the wisdom of the twice-born and of the hidden inner chambers has been spread to all corners of the earth, which I think is, would have been starting with Osiris and the Sons of Fire over 12,000 years ago. So actually we already read through this passage at the start, but might as well read through it again. So it says, the wisdom of the twice-born has spread to every corner of the earth, and caverns of initiation are opened everywhere. But increasingly, through the years, men have declined to undergo the austerities and trials essential to bring them into the clear light of truth. Therefore, the places of initiation decay, and their secrets are lost. Men grope in the dark and try to open a door to which they have no key. If a man has not the courage or the time, the inclination or the ability to sail to a far distant land, then if he would know about that land, he must listen to those who have made the journey. So it is with those who would know the secret of the ages. Men possess creeds of little value because they are unwilling to pay the price of something better. So passages 24 to 30 are the last passages of this chapter, and it speaks more of the experience of a twice-born undergoing the process. And it also speaks of how they are different when coming back on Earth after completing the ritual. So I will just read through these passages. But yeah, kind of spoke about that before, where there's other passages too that kind of talked about how no words can really describe what they see or experience after successfully accomplishing it. So here it says, your brother has no way of explaining his ultimate experience to others. Although he has looked upon the face of truth and now understands the purpose of life, what he has seen must remain locked within the heart. Though he no longer has to be satisfied with belief alone, he cannot extend his certainty to others. Yet, men forever seek him out hoping to share with him the wonderful knowledge which has so gloriously transformed his life. This he tries to do within the limits imposed by his own expanded enlightenment. Beyond that, he cannot go. The spirit of the twice-born can be liberated at will. How often have you seen your brother in a state of ecstasy, which he cannot describe? It is a state beginning in quiet bliss, flowing outward in bright radiance from an inner light, which can even illuminate the material darkness about him. So we talked about that before, right? In terms of, it seems as though their spirit could potentially, leave their body and go experience, other things and things like that. So yeah, there's just another reference to that. And actually there's a interesting reference here to, there's a few, I guess I think we actually read a few, for those who remember when we went through the Gospel of the Kailedy, how it talked about there were times where, especially after fasting for long periods of time, like it talked about how Moses's face glowed. Like this was in the Gospel of the Kailedy, and there was also a reference to Jesus at times where maybe his face glowed and things like that. So yeah, I don't know if you remember when we went through those particular passages. I don't have them here again, but it does mention that here as well, where it says, it is a strange beginning in quiet bliss, flowing outward in bright radiance from an inner light, which can even illuminate the material darkness about him. So that's the thing. I guess it is one of those interesting things. And ultimately, I mean, what I think of this in terms of, look, I've spent a lot of time kind of thinking and studying these texts and like, what does it all mean and things like that. And that's the thing. What I want to point out is, one thing I'm worried about is that once this truth becomes known to the world, I am worried about people who might be like considered false prophets, who might pretend as though they've like, oh yes, I had a near-death experience and I saw all these things and I went to the pool of purification and I am a prophet, listen to me. I am quite worried about that because I just want to make a note like, hi, I'm the one who like, for whatever reason, I'm the one who like found this and I seem to have been able to piece the puzzle together and see what this, the sacred writings, the long lost secret book of the prophets, like what it's detailing and stuff like that. But like, I'm not a twice-born prophet. I haven't accomplished that. And yeah, I am quite worried that there are going to be people who, anyways, Jesus and other prophets, like they weren't false prophets and things like that. So I think that the reason why this potential glowing of these twice-born prophets, like I said, it talked about Moses' face glowing and Jesus and things like that. I think the purpose behind it is almost as a way of like making sure that like, to prove that someone's a prophet, I guess, it's kind of like the one indication, right? Because I guess the way to put it is that, as it's talking about in this chapter, that like the prophets can't really put into words their experience and things like that. So, but it seems like this is maybe the one way that you can make sure that like, hey, is this person a genuine prophet? Is that somehow they're able to glow where people who aren't like a prophet might be able to see it. So anyways, I just want to point that out. Like I said, I am worried that once the truth of this comes out, that there'll be people who pretend to have, oh yes, I am a twice-born prophet. I have undergone these things, and they might just repeat a variance and make up a story that fits this description of, someone experiencing and accomplishing the twice-born ritual. So I just want to point that out. It's kind of one of those things. Like maybe that's one way that whenever, like, to be honest, I don't think there's like, I think it's just going to be in a future that humanity might have a genuine prophet again. Like I talked about before, where like once the truth is revealed, humanity will either go up or go down. And I think we need to prove ourselves, like humanity as a whole, we need to prove ourselves by kind of uniting with these sacred writings and following the knowledge and wisdom and living as we should kind of thing. And I think it'll just be in the future, once we've passed a certain test, that through whatever way someone will become an actual prophet somehow, like either on purpose or accidental. My thoughts on it is that it's going to be accidental. Like I think it'll be someone who just through an accident will undergo a near-death experience, and then get revived at a hospital or something like that. But that if they lived a good way where their soul could actually like pass the tests. Anyways, that just, like I said, I can't help but think about these things sometimes. So, but I just wanted to make a note because that's the thing. Like I said, I was actually quite worried. Like when I discovered what the Kolbrin was, and like, hey, was purposely kept secret. From the people. Like that's the thing. The Sons of Fire were quite worried about people becoming false prophets and things like that. So that's why I kind of wanted to do a little bit of a tangent here and talk about that. Is just I want to point out I guess I'll say I'm a little bit worried. I mean, with technology today, like, is someone going to have an implant of sorts which will emit a glow and they'll be like, see the glow? Anyways, I don't know. We're heading into a bit of a like actual uncharted territory here in our humanity and things like that. But yeah, anyways, what I meant to say is that like this passage here talks about a strange glow that might be emitted, and I just want to point out that it is actually also spoken of in the Gospel of the Kailedy that we went through before, where, like I said, there was a passage that talked about Moses's face glowing and Jesus's face glowing when they were containing the Holy Spirit kind of thing. So yeah, a bit of a detour, but anyways, as you can tell if you've been watching these videos, like I can't help but think about these things. Like, where's humanity going? What is this moment going to be all about? So I wanted to point this out. Just again, we really need to be worried about false prophets. Like, I am very worried of people, claiming to be, oh yes, I'm a prophet, and then a bunch of. But that's it. So it's two things. I'm worried about someone acting like a prophet, being like, oh yes, whatever. But it's not like, it's also the people, the general people. I'm quite worried that like a group of people will be like, for whatever reason, they'll get through ignorance, they're going to want to listen. No, this person's a prophet, and stuff like that. And so I am quite worried about that. So, and, I guess for those who watched like some of the previous videos where I did make reference and I showed an image of like, from the Indiana Jones movie and The Last Crusade, where there was the Keeper of the Holy Grail. That's the thing. Having found the Holy Grail, I kind of feel like a bit of a responsibility to like, I think you know what I mean here. So that's why I wanted to just take a moment to talk about this, even though it's maybe a strange side topic. It's just one of those things. So I just want to do my duty as the Keeper of the Holy Grail in the moment, I guess, if that's what this is. But yeah, no, I am worried about that. So just, just one of those things. Anyways, we'll see how things go when the light of truth is revealed to the world. But like I said, I think humanity, we're going to uncharted territory here, but we just want to do my job and, have a bit of a warning of sorts on this topic. But anyways, back to the scriptures here. So passage 25 continues on the next page here. It says, he hears the music of the sacred spheres and sees the throbbing pulsations of life heaving about him, like waves upon the great seas. He becomes aware of an inflowing of unspoken knowledge from a surrounding power. It does not come from any one point, but appears to flow out of all things and to penetrate all things. Material objects lose their density and become visible within. They become as though compounded of 10,000 whirling spheres of brightness. Colors are no longer dull and restricted. They become infinite in depth and number. The spirit becomes lost in adoration and wonder at the beauty revealed in everything. The soul is aware of something glorious within all this and knows it for the spirit outflowing from its source. There is a complete unconsciousness of others, for the greater sight transcends their material bodies. The spirits of men are seen in harmony or in a harmony of colors, and their bodies as whirling masses of power. The experiencing soul is lost in a sea of sensitivity and feeling. So interestingly enough, when we read through the chapters of the book of Lucius in video 16, like from Jesus, like Jesus also speaks a little bit about this. Like, so that's the thing we'll get to. I mean, I've already read it, but like through those videos, we'll go through how Jesus also has some passages where he speaks of a similar experience to this, where just things look different for these prophets. But yeah, so passage 26 continues here. There is a swelling surge of harmony, a sounding of glorious chords. It is the sea that washes the shores of eternity, lapping upon the nearer strand. It is an experience that no one can give to another or adequately describe to him. It is the earned reward of those who have paid the price. It is not the only reward, for throughout the life of one who is twice born, there is boundless feeling of well-being. Sickness and disease are unknown. There is an abiding love for all men, a sense of brotherhood, and over all this, the certain knowledge of the immortality of the soul and its unity with its source. The impressions received in moments of illumination are everlasting. They fill the spirit with a glorified splendor. There are flashes of inspired visions, and the future unrolls and can be read as the past. There is a form of joyous rapture experienced by those who have risen from the womb of rebirth, and when it comes, it can no more be held back than the sun can be stayed in its rising. So again, this is they're talking about their experience for those who become actual prophets who then wrote these scriptures. But that's the thing, like in the previous chapters that we read, like it does say that, faith has been replaced with certainty. So this is what it's describing. When the body of your brother lay enwrapped within the womb of rebirth, his spirit was carried out as on the wings of a seraph and became lost in a sphere beyond understanding. He knew not which way to go or what to seek. Then, like a roll of distant thunder, there was a swelling sound, and there came an over-dazzling light. It grew steadily more brilliant until your brother saw a more beautiful form of divine glory, arrayed in a splendor beyond all earthly bounds. The cumbersome words of earth cannot do justice to what your brother wishes to describe. It is like trying to sew a silk garment with rope, or to eat sweetmeats with a spade. Words are wholly inadequate symbols. The vision of glory, which had been granted, passed away, and your brother found himself in the familiar sphere of the Spirit. Once the mysterious border has been crossed, it remains open ever after and can be recrossed almost at will. You are told of these things because your brother knows that the age of the twice-born draws to its close. Because of those who have devoted their lives to the discovery of truth, there is progress in the sphere of the Spirit. Nothing has been lost, nothing has been in vain. The great gates are still closed, but they are no longer bolted. Now they will open at a knock. The road is better marked and the way more clearly indicated. Those who lit the path have departed from earth, but their service has not ended. They serve still in another place. When life on earth moves forward, life in the sphere of the Spirit does not stand still. This is the end of this chapter here. So one sentence I find is quite interesting here is where it says, you are told these things because your brother knows that the age of the twice-born draws to its close. I think this is a discussion to have later because I think, once we go through Jesus's personal books in the next few videos, like 15 and 16, and then the later ones about God, heaven, and the meaning of life and all that, I think then we could maybe have a bit of a conversation on this, but I just want to point it out, like I have my thoughts on this kind of thing, so we'll talk about that later, but maybe one thing to just point out here is to keep in mind, because again, these were written before Jesus, this is from the older text in the Egyptian text of the Kolbrin. What it might mean is that, during this time, like we read in this chapter, is that there was always several twice-born prophets alive during the 21-year process where an aspiring one, they would learn from a twice-born prophet, right? There was kind of many prophets, but then as time went on, there's, less prophets and they were just few and far between almost. That's the thing. It's just, it may be kind of a reference to how in more ancient times because it was in more ancient times where people were more primitive and things like that. it was maybe more necessary for humanity, where it's like, well, for humanity to keep going in a positive direction, there, like, we almost needed for there to always be twice-born prophets. But today, like, these secret scriptures are available. I mean, they could be available to every single human being on earth, right? They're digital now. We all have screens. We could all read through it and stuff like that. And I just want to point out, like, that's the thing. After careful study of these scriptures, for myself, I'll say again, like, I do not see all these things that they describe in here, like the lights and all those things. Like, no. But through careful study of these scriptures, it's just this whole idea that, like, we're eternal souls and that God exists and that there's a, heaven and things like that. It's just like, it becomes quite obvious. It's like that's like, I would say that, like, to some degree. I mean, anyways, just who I am. Like, I don't like saying these things. Like, I don't be like, oh yes, I have my third eye at least partially open. Anyways, if you get to know me, like, I feel very awkward about that. But I guess just for those of you who are, like, if this is your first time kind of seeing these videos and learning, like, and there's actually a passage in Annex Scroll 1. I don't have it here, but I think I went through it and kind of mentioned this too when we went through it in video 6, where, like, when it was words from Osiris, where it says, like, Osiris became a great prophet and things like that. But, like, it did mention that people could get at least some level of understanding through careful consideration and study of the scriptures. So that's the thing I just want to say. Like, I feel like I can vouch for that, where it's like, hey, if you really study these and give it a lot of thought and things like that, there is a lot of room for spiritual growth, where, even though, like I said, I don't see the lights, I don't have that certainty, but it becomes easier to have faith. It's kind of like, oh, well, like I said, it's just you especially studying Jesus's books, which we'll be going through shortly here in the next few videos, it becomes quite apparent. So anyways, I guess I just wanted to mention that because, yeah, this is an interesting statement. You're told these things because your brother knows the age of the twice-born draws to its close. And the reason I wanted to maybe just mention this here is that, like I just mentioned a little bit earlier in a tangent when going through this chapter, that, like, I am worried about people once this comes about, that they'll be like, oh yes, I had a near-death experience and whatever, Anyways, I won't go through that again. But I just want to point out, like, when you really think about just humanity, where we're at and our journey and the destined path of sorts that I think God has laid out for us, there's technically not a need for a prophet right now, because we have fresh, never before seen or available wisdom from Jesus himself. It was kept hidden when Joseph, the Holy Grail, when Joseph brought this manuscript to Britain and kept it hidden and things like that. So that's the thing. It's just, my sense is that there's no need for a prophet right now, versus during this time in the more ancient times, there was a need to have more prophets. So that's the thing. I think for humanity, I think we'll go at least through some sort of period where, like I said, there's no need for a prophet, and so there might not be a prophet of sorts. But I think maybe in the future there will be, once we continue to grow, because that's the thing. We'll see when we go through the passages from God, heaven, and things like that, and the meaning of life. It's just, I think humanity still has a long road ahead in terms of growth and different things and all that. So anyways, it's just, yeah, like I said, it's a very interesting passage here where it says, the age of the twice-born draws to its close. And this could have been written like over 3,000, maybe even 4,000 years ago in Egyptian times. So that's my thoughts on it, is that I think there was a need where there was always prophets at the time. But I just want to point out for today, I think we might be good for several generations without an actual prophet, because, like I said, Jesus is truly a special prophet. Like, he definitely stands out as a prophet who understood life, the scriptures, the meaning of life, all of that in a way, and he really has a way with words. So it's just, I kind of feel like through his books, it's almost like we have our own best of the best prophets available today, and there's a lot of room for spiritual growth just for humanity as a whole with it. And so that's the thing. I think from now on there will really just be prophets when humanity needs them, kind of thing. So anyways, that's just my thoughts on that. So it's, again, I've been doing a lot of tangents. I don't know if it's just how I am today or it's just the topic here. Like I said, it's quite the topic, and like, going through these chapters is the part where I was like, oh, should I be making videos like this? Because it was clearly meant to be kept secret for quite a while. But But yeah, so that's my thoughts on that. So we'll move on here. So yeah, those 3 chapters that we just went through, like those are the most, I would say, kind of direct chapters in terms of speaking of the twice-born ritual, in terms of helping us understand. So I mean, like you can see, there's still probably quite a bit to this video here. But instead of waiting till the end to do a bit of a summary of the twice-born ritual, I figured I'd put some passages or some slides here together where it just, I just want to kind of do a summary of what the twice-born ritual is. And yeah, I mean, I guess when we went through the passages in the previous chapters, like I did go into, some detail and had, some tangent discussions and things like that. So maybe we'll go through the first few slides here kind of quickly, but yeah, I figured before we move forward to go read through more of the sacred registers, it's a good time to do a bit of a summary, because I think those 3 chapters is enough to kind of understand the gist of what this is and how they became prophets and things like that. So yeah, the chapters we just read include some passages which help to illustrate that, someone undergoing the twice-born ritual was first kept in a sarcophagus for 3 days under a near-death condition, where their soul is tested in the sphere of heaven. So here's a passage that we read through before, but we'll just go through it again here. This is one among the lesser mysteries, the ritual of the twice-born. It is a ceremony to regain spiritual vigor and to restore spiritual power, whereby a chosen one dies and rises again. It is a grim undertaking fraught with danger. It is not for the spiritually weak or for the faint-hearted. Not all survive to walk again upon the friendly ground of earth. The anointed one entered the first cavern of initiation and was tested there in such a manner that no ordinary mortal could endure it. After 3 days, he came out saying to one who stood there, "O acceptable suffering, what has been decreed is indeed best." So here, as underlined, that's the thing. It's fairly clear that it was a 3-day process for the initial part there. Now, the number 7 is also commonly used in the stories, along with the number 3. And one of the reasons could be due to their recovery after their 3-day near-death experience. So here the passage says, after passing through the first 2 caverns of initiation, the candidate becomes an enwrapped one, and in the last small cavern of the Lord of the Twice-Born, released his spirit. The enwrapped one was then placed within the womb of rebirth, and there, within the tomb of stone, he was left 7 days. Here came complete liberation of the spirit. It floated out through the confining stones and went as it willed. No words of men, however learned, can ever describe the experience. But like we discussed before too, like the numbers 3 and 7 also represent the 3 7-year stages that one must first undergo before attempting the twice-born ritual. So here passage, again, this was from the chapter we just read before, where it says, only the older men who had completed the 3 cycles of 7 years were accepted. They had to be men with wisdom and courage, with the strength and fortitude to survive. Other essentials were absolute purity and complete self-discipline. The ability for self-sacrifice and a strict sense of duty were demanded. Only men possessing all these qualities could cross the border in consciousness and return. To be deficient in any essential quality meant death. But now there's actually another, so this is a passage of a chapter we haven't read yet, where it says, 7 years, men being chosen, waited and were called. 7 years they served, and 7 years they ministered at the feet of their masters of instruction. Right, so this is describing the 3 7-year phases. And it continues here. They were passed into bleak caverns to die and know God, and called forth with the sure knowledge of truth. Thus men were made servants of the one true God. Thus they knew the truth, which may not be written, for many read who are not with us in God. So yeah, we'll be going through this chapter in a later video. Like I said, there's just so much information in chapters in the Kolbrin. But yeah, no, this is fairly clearly talking about the 3 7-year phases. for the initiation. And here, as I underlined, they were passed into the bleak caverns to die and know God. Again, it's another reference to undergoing a near-death experience before surviving and coming back to Earth. And like I mentioned before, it really does seem as though successfully accomplishing the ritual was seen as a resurrection of sorts, where it says, his body moves without the spirit and partakes of the sour yellow bread of wide vision. The aspiring one drinks the brew of grey barley and sips long at the wine of Harish, eating the cakes of green-brown Horus. He eats the fruit of the releasing tree and drinks the brew of black fungus, which is in the smoke goblet. Thus he sleeps, and the attendants lay him down in the receptacle called the womb of rebirth. He is in the place of visions, but remains like the masthead bird. So again, we went through this passage before, but it kind of lists it also seems as though part of the way that they underwent that near-death experience, but to the point that they're able to then recover, might have been by eating and or consuming certain ingredients where, and I mean, that's us today, we know, because we have all these drugs and medicines and all that, where I think we're able to understand that hey, they may have taken, especially the brew of black fungus, they may have understood how, what ingredients and to what proportion to make it so that it would, if they took a little bit too much of these ingredients, they might actually die, but they maybe took it in a way where it's they were near death. But then, as we know, our bodies, as we digest it and it eventually leaves our system, then they would have come back to life, right? So yeah, that might be kind of just one of those clues in terms of understanding the sorts of things they consume to initiate this near-death experience. But here's the next passage again, just to kind of mention how it was really seen as a resurrection of sorts. It says, he is raised, behold, he comes forth and walks as one bemused by a vision of glory. He staggers, he cannot walk unsupported. His throat burns, and his mouth is overgrown with dryness. His head resounds with drum beats. He is given the sweet waters in the cup of forgetfulness and drinks deeply. All is well. So here, who knows, maybe when they're maybe that was a medicine of sorts where it's okay, they're back to life, but still having just undergone a poisoning of sorts, maybe from those ingredients. It's maybe they were then given something that helped cure them, kind of a medicine of sorts. But then it continues here. He is a reborn one. He is an enlightened one. He is one resurrected from the cavern of stone. So yeah, in addition to the, in the passage we just read, for the actual twice-born ritual, the 3 days and 7 days have a kind of a practical purpose where it's they actually underwent a 3-day process and then a 7-day process. So one thing I want to point out, so I have some passages here where, the 3-day near-death experience is also used as story elements, such as in the story of Hoskaya. So, I mean, it was a while back we read these in the earlier videos when we went through the chapters related to Osiris, which, some of them was under the name Hoskaya, some of them as Herthu. But that's the thing, I forget if I had mentioned them when we were going through these chapters, but it seems as though in the stories about Osiris, they kind of veiled and incorporated the significance of 3 days and even 7 days. So yeah, here it says, she and this is Isis, it's Isis here, as Athelia in this story. She came upon Hoskaya as his soul was preparing to depart, and she took him in her arms and lifting his head, gave him water. And her soul communed with his soul and bade it stay. And because the bond between them, it stayed. And she remained with him 3 days, and built a bower and ministered to him, but he lay as one already dead. Because for those, if you remember the Hoskaya story, right, he was injured and near death. So as I underlined here, in 3 days, the 3 days here, is kind of incorporated in the story during his near-death experience. But, that's the thing, I guess the reality is that when Osiris actually did the twice-born ritual, it would have been an actual 3-day thing, I guess at the behest of Thoth, I guess, who taught him. But I guess what I mean to say here is that in the stories, which like, because this is clearly a story about Osiris as Hoskaya here, they do include this 3-day, but also the 7-day, because so yeah, here passage 35, Locus, who represents Thoth, took Hoskaya and cast a spell upon him so that he fell asleep. And Locus opened his head and let out the evil which blinded him and encased his head in clay, that the demon might not resume its residence. And Hoskaya was left asleep for 6 days and 6 nights. On the 7th day, Hoskaya awoke, and behold, he was no longer blind. And he called for Athelia, but she came not unto him. Then Hoskaya cried, I see, but the woman is not here. Is this not a time for rejoicing? But lo, she stays away. But that's the thing, right? Like this, on the 7th day where, Locus, again, this is a story element in these passages, but, Locus, who's Thoth again, who taught Osiris, like, anyways, I guess what I mean to say is that, just pointing out that the 3 days and the 7 days, in terms of a near-death experience and then recovering in the womb of rebirth, these sorts of things are incorporated in the stories here to kind of keep the symbology here. So this is an example here about Osiris, but we also see the 3 and the 7 in the Hermanatar story, which is about Moses, which again, it's a story, but they incorporate the 3 days and the 7 in terms of as part of the twice-born ritual. So here as an example, here it says, for 3 days he lay in his place upon the mountain, his legs swelled up, and he thirsted, for he could not get water. He lay in a body of pain, and his spirit prepared to depart from him, right? Like he was near death. A wolf came, and his hand sought a stone, but weakness held his arm, so it could not be cast. Then lo, the wolf licked his hand and departed. And then continues, then Yaddle came, in his hand was a skin filled with fresh water, and he knelt beside Hermanatar and gave him a drink. Yaddle dressed the wounds and brought herbs to eat. And so it came to pass that Hermanatar grew strong again. So yeah, again, like this is fairly clearly where Hermanatar had lost his way. He had attacked, for those who remember the story, like he went and attacked people, but then they fought back and there was an arrow that pierced his heel, I think, or his leg. So anyways, again, the important part here is that, he was near death for 3 days, and then Yaddle came and tended to him, and Hermanatar had a recovery of sorts, right? So that's the symbology of the twice-born ritual. And now here's another passage. So this is from when Hermanatar travels to the netherworld. It says, Hermanatar saw no guardian before the doors, but he heard its voice and asked the 7 questions. He who had sat at the feet of Nintursu remembered well the replies to make, and as each was answered, a bolt slid back. 7 questions were asked and 7 answers rightly given. The great doors swung apart and Hermanatar passed through, entering the courtyard of Achamen. So again, this is in the netherworld, where this part of the story is meant to talk about his journey in the sphere of heaven, right? So, because there's similarities here to some of those passages we read about what they experience on the spiritual side, where there's tests they have to overcome. So that's the thing here. It's kind of including the symbology of 7 days, but also the fact that he had to pass certain tests. But not just that, like it was things that he had learned from Nintursu, and Nintursu, which is Hermanatar's mother, is also noted to be like the last temple maiden of a long lineage, kind of, dating back to the children of God, essentially. So that's symbolic to Nintursu. Hermanatar's mother had the ancient wisdom. So again, it's this whole thing about those who undergo the twice-born ritual, they need to first learn to know how to navigate on the other side to successfully pass the test, right? So anyways, I guess I just want to point out that within the stories of these great prophets, it's kind of veiled, like the chapters we read just earlier, they're more direct information, but it's veiled within the stories as well. So yeah, those are examples from, stories about like Osiris and Moses, but we also see it in the Gospel of the Kailedy that we, just went through in the previous videos there, where, so chapter 6 of the Gospel of the Kailedy, which summarizes Jesus' time with John the Baptist, it does make a reference to Jesus fasting for 3 days, which again is likely a reference to when Jesus accomplished the twice-born ritual. So here the passage says, John left Jesus on the mountainside where he stayed 3 days fasting and communicating with the powers above. Then he went back to the riverside. John was standing with 2 of his disciples, Jesus sitting apart, and John said to those with him, There is the one giving himself as an offering of God, the enlightener of the world and the deliverer of our people. So it's I guess for those who remember when reading chapter 6 of the Gospel of the Kailedy, it was then just in chapter 7 where Jesus is noted to then like meet Peter, and he started his kind of his journey as a prophet, kind of going across Judea or Israel and things like that. So that's the thing. It's like the chapter 6. I forget if I mentioned it when we went through it in video 10, but this seems to be meant to talk about how, John the Baptist was a prophet. So presumably, he's the one who had the sacred scriptures from Moses and things like that. So I think this part, chapter 6, is symbolic of Jesus traveling, meeting the Society of Saints, which was with John the Baptist, and he learned from him. And then this part here, where he was 3 days fasting, communicating with the powers above, that's meant to symbolize Jesus accomplishing the twice-born ritual. And one thing I want to make a note here is that just to help really show just how special, I'm not sure if that's the right word, but the thing with Jesus is that as we read, it notes that he may have been only 27 years old when he was crucified. So that's the thing with Jesus, is that it's really a reflection of just how, I guess, special. I don't know what other word to use, but he was able to successfully accomplish the twice-born ritual in a fairly short time, right? Because that's the thing. It's instead of having to go through the 21-year process, as in the more olden Egyptian times, he was able to learn relatively quickly and get himself ready and worthy to perform it. So just wanted to mention that there. Just one of those things with Jesus. But yeah, there's another reference to 3 days where, so in chapter 21 of the Kailedy, we see that Jesus' statement about rebuilding the temple in 3 days, which is in the well-known event described in the New Testament Gospel of John, passages 2:13 to 22, which is known as, Jesus cleanses the temple. So we'll read it on the next slide here, where just the whole rebuilding the temple in 3 days seems to be a reference to, performing the twice-born ritual here. So this is from chapter 21. It says, Seeing some men carrying vessels, Jesus said to them, Surely you know it is written that the temple shall not be made a thoroughfare. They turned on him, saying, Where have you been, and who are you to rebuke us? Whereupon there was an outbreak of fighting between those with Jesus and others. Jesus also overturned the tables of the money changers, saying, You are just as bad, for you turned the house of God into a marketplace. When the temple guards came to restore order, they said to Jesus, We should kill you for this. And then Jesus replied, Destroy this temple, and in 3 days it will rise again. So that's saying this part fits with the narrative that we read in the New Testament Gospels. But now the last 2 parts here that we'll read through, this is a part that we get a better understanding of, that's not reflected in the New Testament Gospels, where it says, They, not understanding, answered, The temple has stood for long and took 46 years to build. If you say it could be built in 3 days, you are a fool. But then here's the note at the end where it says, They did not know Jesus referred to a temple not made by hands. So that's the thing. It's as we went through when we read this in I guess it would have been in video 12 just before. That's the thing. It's Jesus was it's one of those moments he seems to have, he was a human after all, so he had human emotions. He was quite frustrated seeing what was happening at the temple, especially because it did note that this is a temple that it was noted that the father of John the Baptist was at, and Zucharis, which in video 10, when we went through the earlier chapters of the Gospel of the Kailedy, like it notes that John's father was killed in that temple. So like we went, I think I mentioned it when we went through chapter 21, that like this could help explain why Jesus was like actually kind of angry, and like I said, he was human after all. But anyways, the point I want to point out here is that this is one of these well-known stories of Jesus in the New Testament Gospels about, destroy this temple and in 3 days it will rise again. It seems like that 3 days is a reference to the 3-day twice-born ritual. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out here. Yeah, so I guess, just in terms of a summary of the twice-born ritual. So, I mean, I've mentioned it, quite a few times already about there's those passages that talk about some of the ingredients that they consume, like the brew of black fungus and things like that. But yeah, there's actually another example, like in the Hermanatar story. So again, this is chapter 8, which is where Hermanatar journeys to the netherworld. So these two passages that we'll read through here, like this is before he, entered the sarcophagus, essentially. I mean, again, it's a story, so it's like story elements. But, here it said, "Now Hermanatar looked about, seeking the guardian, for he knew what had to be done before he could enter the cave. Then he saw, to his right and beside the cave, a stone hut, and seated before it was a very old woman. Going up to the woman, he greeted her and said, 'I am one who would enter the dread place, the abode of death, the threshold of the other world, the door replacing the misty veil. I am one sanctified, one knowing the lesser mysteries. I am an enlightened one.'" Right, so that's like essentially saying like he's one who's ready to perform the twice-born ritual. And then the next passage here, it says, "The woman replied by asking the 3 questions," again, the symbology of 3, "which all who would span the spheres must answer. And when this was done correctly, she invited Hermanatar into the hut. Inside, she indicated a stool, and when he was seated, she spread a cord around him in a circle. Then she placed a fire pot before him, onto which she poured the contents of a small leather bag. She also gave him a pot of green water, which he drank." So again, like I said a few times, like the Hermanatar, it's a story, but it's interesting, now that we went through those more direct chapters that talk about this twice-born ritual, it seems like this sorts of information or some of these parts of the process were incorporated into the stories of, both like Osiris, Moses, but then also Jesus. And yeah, like I mentioned at the start of this video, that's the thing, like in Jesus's personal books that we'll be going through in, in videos 15 and 16 coming up, there's a lot of personal words from Jesus where he describes the experience fairly directly. So we'll go through we'll be going through the entire chapters here of the Book of the Silver Bow in video 15, like that's the passages, SVB. But we'll go through a few of them here just because it helps to understand just, what we're summarizing here about the twice-born ritual. So here it says, and again, this is from Jesus. He says, "They who awaken the sleepers charged me with the burden of a prophet, saying, 'Go forth into the highways and byways of the land, bearing the scars of one seared by nearness to the flame of truth. Be not a man of pleasure, a son of wickedness. Have no love of comfort and the flattery of fine clothes. Deceive no woman for fleeting satisfaction, nor be deceived by worldly shadows. Here you have seen with the eyes of reality and know the true nature of earthly things. Are they not shadowy forms without substance, in which no trust can be placed? All earthly things pass away, the loveliness of flowers withers and fades. The beauty of a woman's face slips away with the passing years." So like these passages in the quotes, like this is one of the spirits, right? Like they who awaken the sleepers charge me with the burden of a prophet, saying. So these are the instructing spirits. So this is very much aligned with what we read in those sacred registers, where again, here you have seen with the eyes of reality and know the the true nature of earthly things. Like all those passages that talk about how when one awakens back on earth after successfully accomplishing the twice-born ritual, they see things in a completely different light, right? So here's an example from Jesus's books, which is, very similar. So then here continues, like the voice of an instructing spirit continued. So again, this is the spirit talking to Jesus, saying, "Go forth, shaker of those who slumber in spirit. Go stir up the minds of men, crying, awake, bestir yourselves within the prisons where you are doomed to decay. Cast off the fetters of worldliness and uncover the eyes of the soul spirit. Go gather the sincere seekers and reveal to them a little light. Guide them through the bewitching fairyland of earthly illusion, so they leave it to enter the daylight of truth and not the darkness of death. Deliver them from the delusions generated in dense bodies." So again, this is very much, it's again just explaining how, when someone successfully accomplishes a twice-born ritual, they see the world and our existence for what it is, and they see the kind of the behind the veil parts of our spiritual nature. So again, it's like, the earthly illusion, like it says here. And then here, passage 2, 5, it says, so this is Jesus, like, hearing these things, I said, "Who am I to be a prophet to men? My soul spirit, having bathed in the lakes of light, can never again be happy, imprisoned within a daily decaying body." So if you remember, we went before in the sacred registers where it talked about once during the twice-born ritual, there's a description of these pools, like the pool of purification. So here's it's very consistent where this is Jesus saying, having bathed in the lakes of light. It's making that same reference of having, performed the twice-born ritual, and on the description of kind of that, the spiritual features in the sphere of heaven. So yeah, it's all very consistent, which to me personally, it helps with, because that's it. We'll see, like Jesus talks a lot, and again, we'll read in the next few videos where he says, like, the truth is the truth. Like, what was the truth in the past is the truth today and will be in the future. So it's very consistent with this description of what the twice-born undergo and see in the process on the spiritual side. So the passages continue here from the same chapter, where it says, the voice of an instructing spirit came to me and said, "Be comforted, my son, by the knowledge of truth. The world, as it is, we cannot change, for this is the task of men. Go, submit yourself to life, the harsh taskmaster and gentle savior. Your own good works are not yet sufficient to pay the cost of entry into the place of light." And then Jesus says, "I asked in sorrow, am I then a man of small righteous credit?" Because essentially here the instructing spirit told him, like, you have not sufficiently earned your way into the place of light, which is like the light side of heaven, kind of saying, like, and we'll go through the whole books and chapters and talk about it in the next videos. But I know it's quite interesting, like just Jesus' journey here. So even though he successfully accomplished the twice-born ritual, like the instructing spirit is saying, like, again, this was like at the beginning of his ministry, right? So it's kind of saying, like, hey, you still have work to do to earn your place in the light side of heaven. And then Jesus asked in sorrow, like, am I then a man of small righteous credit? And then the voice of the instructing spirit replied, "Where is the righteousness or the righteous man who is blameless? All men are prone to error, for it is the father of courage and resolution. You have been found reliable in testing and fit for the covenant of prophecy." And then the instructing spirit continues here, talking to Jesus. "Men will hear your words, but they will not penetrate to many hearts. Your hearers will say, 'We are much moved by our hearts charged with godliness.' But these are words of wind, and their hearts will still follow the ungodly inclinations of their desires." So we actually saw this reflected in the Gospel of the Kailedy, where, remember there's those passages where Jesus had his speech to the crowd of the people, and it was within that chapter that there was the reference to the multiplying of like fish and bread, but it was spiritual nourishment was the the meaning of it. But if you go back, I forget what chapter that is of the Gospel of the Kailedy. But yeah, if you go back to the end of that chapter, like Jesus was sorrowful, where he was like, oh, today he was, and I'm just paraphrasing, but he said something along the lines of like, today the people are excited to hear the words I just said, but tomorrow they'll forget and go back to their, misguided ways. So that's the thing. Like here, essentially, the instructing spirit kind of warned Jesus that would happen, right? Like, but these words of wind and their hearts will still follow the ungodly inclinations of their desires. So it's all very interesting. I mean, and that's putting it lightly, I guess. But anyways, well, like I said, we'll be going through these entire chapters in the next video. But yeah, here, just in terms of talking about the twice-born ritual, so passage 9 has Jesus say, when a man enters the great stone chambers of initiation, he receives an infusion of the divine essence. His soul spirit is awakened to conscious awareness and passes out to leave the mortal body still and silent within its tomb. He comes into the presence of beings who know the will of the Supreme Spirit. He learns awful secrets. He knows whence he came and whither he goes. He is one reborn and awakens to rediscover himself. So that's the thing. This is Jesus, like this is all very much aligned with those chapters we just went through before from the Egyptian books, like from the sacred registers, where, again, a reference to like a sarcophagus of sorts, like the great stone chambers of initiation. And it talks about his soul spirit travels to the other world and meets, beings like the spirits similar to the reciter who would, talk to the anointed, like the one undergoing the twice-born ritual. So, and again, a reference that he is one reborn. So it's all very much aligned. Now, another thing I want to point out, which is aligned with what we just read in those previous chapter, again, like those sacred registers, is, based on Jesus's description, it also seems as though humans must push themselves to the extreme in terms of overcoming materialism. So this is a passage from chapter 3 of the Book of the Silver Bow, where Jesus says, if I am in error, then all I endure is in vain. If I am wrong, then on me is the punishment. But I have the assurance of certainty, right? Like he has that certainty, right? Which we read before in terms of for those who successfully accomplished the twice-born ritual. But then he says here, what I have can be any man's if he is prepared to suffer and endure as I did. I make no claim to having received illumination as a gift or as a reward for righteousness. I have received it because I toiled and suffered for it. I paid for it in anguish and austerity. I deprived myself of worldly pleasures and comforts for spiritual knowledge. Do you expect to obtain what I paid for so dearly for nothing? To know truth, you must accept my words or follow the road I trod. You have the choice. So yeah, like, in those previous chapters we read again from the sacred registers and stuff, like it did talk about that, where again, during the 21-year process, there's like we talked about, there was like a certain element of pain and suffering, but then once they successfully accomplish a ritual, there was a quote where they said something like everything they endured was required for the process, and they understood that. So again, it's just very consistent when it talks about, like, where again these are personal words from Jesus, or I mean, at the like it's like he's clearly a prophet, in this Book of the Silver Bow. So yeah, it's very consistent. And now we see this also in the Book of Lucius. So this is passage 1 from chapter 5 of the Book of Lucius, which again, like we'll be going through, and this one will be in video 16 that we'll read through these chapters. But again, it's very much, like I said, it becomes, when you connect all the dots, it becomes quite apparent that it's Jesus. So yeah, here he says, I fell and struggled upward. My feet hardened on the stony road of experience. I drank heavily of the bitter waters of regret, and the purging fruit of remorse was gall in my mouth. Then, when I had purged and purified myself, and once more became a proper receptacle for the light, illumination was granted me. I was in communication with the Holy Spirit, and since that day, grace has never gone from me. So again, I just want to point out, like in terms of just speaking about the twice-born ritual, and here Jesus is talking about his own personal experience. it's all very consistent in terms of that's the thing. It's like Jesus had to earn it. He wasn't just given illumination, and like we talked before, like it's a very big misconception we have today from the New Testament Gospels, where, I mean, that's one of the foundational principles of Christianity, is that Jesus is God, essentially, or, this direct Son of God, and he was born through Immaculate Conception. That's completely false. It's just Jesus, like all other prophets, had to undergo the process. He had to learn. He had to cleanse himself. He had to purify himself, like he says, to become a proper receptacle for the light. And then he was able to successfully accomplish the 3-day twice-born ritual. So yeah, there's more passages in the Book of the Silver Bow and the Book of Lucius where Jesus describes his experience, and which we'll be going through. And again, I keep repeating myself, but in the next few videos, 15 and 16. But yeah, again, this is why I thought it was important to go through the chapters of the twice-born ritual before going through Jesus's personal books, because it really helps with understanding those passages where he talks about his experience. But like I said, actually, at the end of this video, we'll be going through, I think it's chapter 12 of the Book of Lucius, where that's one where he talks quite directly as well in terms of his experience. So yeah, we'll be going through that in this video as well. But yeah, and I guess another thing to point out, so there's a passage from the Bryn book, which we read just before in video 13, where Joseph of Arimathea tells those in Britain that there's a reference where he seems like Joseph also accomplished a twice-born ritual. So this is from the Bryn book. Thus spoke the master in the court of the king. So this master here, this is Joseph when he was talking to the Druids and the Celtic people, where he says, I am a man who has never shirked his duty. I have stood fast in the fray. I have struck many a mighty blow. Am I any less qualified to speak on things of the spirit because I was what I was? I have stood at the gateway of the grave, and I have slept the sleep of inspiration. So the underline here, that's the thing, it's kind of hidden, where I'm sure most people reading the Bryn book wouldn't catch on to this, but once you understand, what the twice-born ritual is, and how, here, I have stood at the gateway of the grave, near-death experience, and I have slept the sleep of inspiration. Again, it's just, to me, I think this is a fairly apparent reference to the twice-born ritual. And it continues here, as my arm weakens, my spirit strengthens. I am no longer a man of war, but a man of peace. But let no man say before me that I am a shirker at the manly test. I am no lesser a man now. Hear my words and let your heart judge. So yeah, that's the thing. I guess, if ever once you know what the twice-born ritual is, that's where it becomes possible to go through, we just went through other texts from the Kolbrin in terms of, in the stories about Osiris, where there's references to 3 and 7. And that's in part why the Osiris resurrection myth is so important in terms of his story of having a near-death experience and having a resurrection of sorts. But also with Moses, as we read through the Hermanatar story, both references to 3 and 7 and his journey into the netherworld after consuming substances and things like that. And, also references in the Gospel of the Kailedy for Jesus, and here in the Bryn book for Joseph. Again, that's the thing. Once you know what the twice-born ritual is, it's possible to identify those. So that's the thing in terms of the Bible for the Old Testament and the New Testament, and I would say also for in the Quran or in Hindu texts or in Buddhist texts and things like that. I would imagine that, if you go through those, it's probably possible to find other references that's these seem to be, meant to infer or veil, at least partially, the grand secret, how these human beings became prophets. So, and yeah, I guess I'll admit, I've been kind of wanting to do a deep dive into the Bible, the Old Testament and the New Testament. But I've been kind of saying on a few of the tangents in this video, it's just, sometimes I have a hard time even just focusing. Sometimes, I don't know, it's kind of a bit of an interesting weight on my shoulders, seeing what's happening outside in the world. And anyways, you know what I mean by that, I guess. But there is an example where, so as I've been kind of going down the rabbit hole, so even before, so yeah, I guess this was almost 5 years ago now when I first found or started reading the Kolbrin. But I had read through the Gospel of Thomas before finding the Kailedy, or the Kolbrin and the Kailedy. But I had also, I forget if I had read the Gospel of Mary. So the thing, I guess, for those who don't know, there is what's known as the Gospel of Mary, and in this, it's Mary Magdalene, which was discovered in 1896 in a 5th century papyrus. So it's an old text, but it was just found, fairly recently, relatively speaking. And interestingly, there are passages in here where I think is actually describing Jesus talking about his experience undergoing the twice-born ritual. So there are passages. So the passages in chapter 8 appears to be a description of someone undergoing the twice-born ritual. And in passage 1 of chapter 9 of the Gospel of Mary, we see that the passages in chapter 8 could be Mary describing to the other disciples what Jesus, who's referred to as the Savior in the Gospel of Mary, told her about his journey. Because that's the thing, I think most academics, like most people today, think that the vision spoken of in chapter 8 is a vision that Mary had. And I think that's why sometimes there's maybe a little bit of confusion with it. Because ultimately, in the Gospel of Mary, there are a lot of chapters and passages missing. So it kind of abruptly starts in chapter 8, where even the first few passages of chapter 8 are missing. But we'll go through those here where, that's again, once you know what the twice-born ritual is, I'm quite sure this is Jesus. I'm quite sure this is Mary recounting what Jesus told her about his experience. So it starts with passage 10, which we'll start reading down here. But I think that the passages that are missing are presumably the beginning of his journey into the netherworld, where it seems similar to the description of being guided by a reciter of sorts and having to answer questions in the netherworld, as we've read in those in the sacred registers. So yeah, we'll start here. So this is passage 10 from chapter 8 of the Gospel of Mary. It says, "And Desire said, I did not see you descending, but now I see you ascending. Why do you lie, since you belong to me?" And then the soul answered and said, "I saw you. You did not see me nor recognize me. I served you as a garment, and you did not know me." When it said this, it, the soul, went away rejoicing greatly. Again, it came to the third power, which is called ignorance. The power questioned the soul, saying, "Where are you going? In wickedness are you bound, but you are bound. Do not judge." And the soul said, "Why do you judge me, although I have not judged? I was bound, though I have not bound. I was not recognized, but I have recognized that the all is being dissolved, both the earthly things and the heavenly." When the soul had overcome the third power, it went upwards and saw the fourth power, which took 7 forms. So here's, especially in the Hermanatar story, when he journeyed to the netherworld, there's a lot of references to 7 questions, 7 things like that. So yeah, here's another reference to 7. So here it talks about for the 7 forms. So passage 19 says, "The first form is darkness, the second desire, the third ignorance, the fourth is the excitement of death, the fifth is the kingdom of the flesh, the sixth is the foolish wisdom of flesh, the seventh is the wrathful wisdom. These are the 7 powers of wrath." Then it continues, "They asked the soul, 'Whence do you come, slayer of men? Or where are you going, conqueror of space?' The soul answered and said, 'What binds me has been slain, and what turns me about has been overcome. And my desire has been ended, and ignorance has died. In an aeon I was released from a world, and in a type from a type, and from the fetter of oblivion, which is transient. From this time on will I attain to the rest of the time, of the season, of the aeon, in silence.'" So, I mean, again, like that's the thing, this was from a 5th century papyrus. And this would have been like Mary Magdalene, who, like was not a prophet. But this was her, like I'll be going through, like, it seems like this was her recounting what Jesus would have told her. Cause yeah, like that's the thing. It's just, I think it's a little bit odd, just the idea that this would be like Mary, why did she have these, like, what did these visions mean? What does it say? And things like that. But just the whole thing, here, like passage 22, and my desire has been ended and ignorance has died. In an aeon I was released. Like, again, like we read, is that once they complete the twice-born ritual, they see things differently. Ignorance is removed from them and all that. So that's what this seems to be describing. And, in terms of like, they asked the soul, where do you come, slayer of men? And like, that's the thing. This could have been Jesus, because like it was his soul that traversed and goes into the spirit realm and things like that. So yeah, that's the thing. Like I said, I think most people believe that like the vision spoken of in chapter 8 of the Gospel of Mary is Mary recounting one of her visions. But once you know what the twice-born ritual is, it's like this seems to be kind of a, secondhand knowledge in terms of, like Jesus would have explained it to Mary, and then Mary wrote this down later after the day of Jesus's crucifixion. So what, like, you have to understand that there would have been some limitations in her own understanding. So then how she wrote what, Jesus told her and things like that. But it does fit. That's the thing. I really think that this is speaking of, like, this is Jesus's experience here. And yeah, so in terms of, I also think it fits based off of what we read in the Gospel of the Kailedy, in terms of, because one of the questions would be like, oh, why did Jesus tell Mary about his experience, but maybe he didn't tell some of the other apostles? Like, why is visions like that not spoken of in the New Testament Gospels? And I think it actually makes sense, right? Because yeah, in chapter 23 of the Kailedy, it describes Jesus and Mary on the night before Jesus was apprehended by the temple guards in Jerusalem. And I think that this is the same time and setting as the Gospel of Mary. So from these passages, it is possible that Jesus told Mary of his experience. So we'll read here, like this is from chapter 23 of the Kailedy. It says, after they had eaten and were talking together, a woman came from a house nearby. She was veiled and carried an alabaster jar. Now, this was Mary of Magdala, whose father had been a merchant, but he disowned her, for she had lived with a centurion serving in the army of Rome. When he returned to his lawful wife, Mary had kept herself by singing in the taverns of Galilee. The woman unsealed the jar and poured a sweet-scented oil over the head of Jesus, seeing which some of those present were indignant, saying, "What a waste, when this could have been sold for a lot of money, which would have benefited the poor." And then Jesus said, "Leave her alone. There is little point in being angry with her when all she has done is to honor me. You can help the poor whenever you like, but I will not be here much longer." Turning to Mary of Magdala, he said, "Why do you pay me this honor? For the cost to you must have been great." And then someone said, "The price was easily obtained." And then Mary said to Jesus, "Sire, I am she whom you saw in Paneas. For when women reviled me, I came to you and said, 'Forgive my sins.' When you asked wherein I had sinned, I said, 'By loving while unwed.' Thereupon you said, 'That of itself is no wrongdoing, and demonstrates greater love than that of many who say, the price of my love is marriage.'" Yeah, we'll continue through the passages here, because I think this is a very important lesson in terms of understanding just the main reason for marriage and love and things like that. So it continues here. "You said I gave the greatest form of love any woman can give, for, being virgin, I went to my love without the security of marriage, seeking in no way to bind the man." And then Jesus said, "With this man you did no wrong, and though your love was unblessed in the eyes of men, providing you loved truly, it was pure and sanctified in the sight of God. The man, however, is not without sin in this manner, and will surely be called to a proper accounting. And though since leaving him you have done wrong, he bears his portion of the guilt. You chose freely not to be a woman reserved for marriage, a choice you could rightly make. Only should you now seek marriage, saying, though I love you too, now I have my price, would you be doing wrong, this being committed against God, love, and your husband. And then Mary said, Sire, I have been a sinner, but have not sinned this last year, nor shall I again. Should I love once more, I will not now claim the rights of marriage which I once repudiated. And then Jesus said, Love is a blending of spirits and not a union of flesh. Woe to those whose love compounds discord in the place where love is fulfilled. If these things confound you, read the books of wisdom. So again, like I said, didn't necessarily have to go through all these passages, but this is the interaction between Jesus and Mary of Magdalene. So in terms of, for the Gospel of Mary and why it is that I'm proposing that like chapter 8 of the Gospel of Mary is where Jesus would have told Mary about his experience. It's just, from these passages here in chapter 23 of the Kailedy, keeping in mind that like Jesus understood, he, like we discussed in video 12 about, the day of Jesus' crucifixion and things like that. Like Jesus knew that it was part of his plan, right? To get apprehended and then to be judged and crucified. And the whole thing with Joseph of Arimathea and the centurion in charge of the crucifixion and those sneaky tricks that occurred that day. But anyways, I guess it's, I really do think that from this interaction in the Gospel of the Kailedy, it really seems as though like Jesus, he was a human being, right? And there's a whole thing where Mary honored him with the sweet scented oils and stuff like that. Like it just, hey, he probably had a bit of a moment where they had a fairly intimate talk. And like by intimate, I don't mean like, sexual or things like that, but like intimate in terms of, he knew, hey, he's gonna undergo a very tough ordeal the next day and things like that. So, and it seems like he was maybe quite happy to have this encounter with Mary, because like overall he seems to judge her to be like quite a good woman, and she did good, although he knows like she has sinned a little bit, but she's kind of repented for it and things like that. So it's just human beings being human beings. It's just I kind of think that like, hey, Jesus probably did have a bit of a chat with her, and I mean, look, it's not worth. I don't know if we should be doing too much conjecturing or stuff like that, but I can't help but wonder if, because like I said, in the Gospel of Mary, there are pages that are ripped out and things like that, or like there's a lot of passages missing. So that's the thing. I don't know. Like, was it just something that happened naturally where the papyrus got broken, or things like that? Like, is that why there's passages of the Gospel of Mary missing? Or I can't help but think that, like, let's say if there were people working in the background who did have access to the sacred writings, because that's the thing, like in the Britain book, in the later, like we went through in the previous video, there are some chapters that were written like many centuries after Joseph of Arimathea. There's like one that seems to be written by a knight of Britain. It talks about when Britain was Saxonized and things like that. So anyways, if the Gospel of Mary originated in the 5th century, or if that's the one that was found, I can't help but think that maybe like, because I mean, to be honest, like let's say if putting myself in the mindset of those who were keeping these sacred writings, like if ever I found like the Gospel of Mary and things like that, and it's like, oh Jesus, like, oh, it's talking about the twice-born ritual and what Jesus experienced, and that's the no, like that's the sort of information that's supposed to be kept secret, right? Like, like, and that's the thing, when Jesus told her of the experience, he might not have known that she was going to write it down, right? So I can't help but think, like, is that why the Gospel of Mary has a bunch of stuff missing? Because someone who may have had the authority to do so was like, no, that is not the sort of information that should be made public. And, what survived made it seem as though, like I said, people today think it's, oh, this is a vision from Mary. Like, people don't know, it might be talking about Jesus's experience under the twice-born ritual. So anyways, it's just one of those things I can't help but think about. Just like, whoops, like, I wonder. um, but yeah, like again, I think this is very plausible because, like we discussed when going through those latter chapters of the Gospel of the Kailedy, it seemed like Jesus might have been quite disappointed in some of his apostles, like Peter and things like that, right? Just like they seem to have had a bit of a sour mood, and or like some of them were even, I think there's a passage where Jesus caught them debating like who's the greatest after after Jesus, and it's like, why are you having those sorts of discussions? And what's interesting is that's actually reflected in the Gospel of Mary too. So we're going to read through here the passages of chapter 9 of the Gospel of Mary, which also describes Peter in a similar way as in the Gospel of the Kailedy, in terms of he may not have been the best of characters, right? So these are the passages from chapter 9 of the Gospel of Mary. So it's like, when Mary had said this, she fell silent, since it was to this point that the Savior had spoken with her. And that's the thing, like from this passage, I think that, because like the Savior, like, it's saying like, when Mary had said this, so this is the next passage after chapter 8, which described that vision of sorts. She fell silent, since it was to this point that the Savior had spoken with her, right? Like, so this is kind of like inferring that like this is what the Savior, Jesus, had told her. So to be honest, I'm not quite sure why it is that people believe that the vision was Mary's and not potentially Jesus. Like, to be honest, I kind of find that a little bit strange, but anyways, I mean, we are living in the dark night of ignorance. Anyways, but yeah, so it continues here with passage 2, where it says, "But Andrew answered and said to the brethren, 'Say what you wish to say about what she has said. I at least do not believe that the Savior said this. For certainly these teachings are strange ideas.' And then Peter answered and spoke concerning these same things. He questioned them about the Savior. 'Did he really speak privately with a woman and not openly to us? Are we to turn about and all listen to her? Did he prefer her to us?' And then Mary wept and said to Peter, 'My brother Peter, what do you think? Do you think that I have thought this up myself in my heart, or that I am lying about the Savior?'" Like, this is really showing again, maybe this is like to add for people who may have trouble with believing what we discussed in video 12, where it's like, because that might be quite shocking, right? That like, oh really, Peter, the Saint Peter, who has a big, at the Vatican, it's kind of almost like a temple built for Peter, like, St. Peter's Basilica and all that. Like, really, how could this be? And from this, like, it really seems like Peter had a really bad attitude, like at the end, like this. And so that's the thing, like, this is after Jesus was crucified, right? And it was after he had failed his test and all that. And then it continues here. "Levi answered and said to Peter, 'Peter, you have always been hot-tempered. Now I see you contending against a woman like the adversaries. But if the Savior made her worthy, who are you indeed to reject her? Surely the Savior knows her very well. That is why he loved her more than us. Rather, let us be ashamed and put on the perfect man, and separate as he commanded us, and preach the gospel, not laying down any other rule or other law beyond what the Savior said.' And when they heard this, they began to go forth to proclaim and to preach." So yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, I think the Gospel of Mary here kind of corroborates, like it's in alignment with what we discussed, like I said in video 12, where it's like, as shocking as it might be to people, so it's not even just in the Kolbrin. Like, this is a known manuscript, which is dated back to the 5th century. So like it is part of like the more ancient texts related to Jesus and Christianity and the and things like that. So even though it's not in the New Testament, if anything, I can't help but wonder, like, why did it get lost over the years, right? Like, because there was the Vatican that existed, and, Rome had converted to Christianity. So it's a little bit strange that if there was a 5th century papyrus, why was it not more well known? Why was it not like copied and distributed and taught by the Vatican? Well, maybe it's because of how it's criticizing Peter here, right? So anyways, I'm not, like, my goal from this isn't to be confrontational in terms of with the Vatican and stuff. Hey, look, things happen as they happen, and these were decisions made by people centuries and centuries ago. Like those living today, including the current Pope and things like that. Like they're not the ones who put these things into action and things like that. But no. So my main intention of talking about the Gospel of Mary here is to, well, two things: to show that, like, hey, even in the Gospel of Mary, there seems to be a description of Jesus speaking about the twice-born ritual in terms of his soul traveling to the other sphere and having to answer or overcome those 7 things and whatever. And it's like, after being successful, then ignorance was removed from him and he saw things differently. So, but at the same time, it also helps to, like I said, it seems to help. It's in alignment with what we read in the Gospel of the Kailedy in terms of how it's like, hey, Peter was not the best of people, especially at the end, and things like that. So, anyways, it's just something I wanted to discuss here during this video series here. But yeah, so now we're going to go back to passages from the Kolbrin here. So there's a chapter called The Voice of God. So this is chapter 15 of the Book of Gleanings. And so we'll be reading it in video 20, because that's the video where we're going to be going. It'll be part 1 of the chapters talking about the meaning of life. So this one will be focused on chapters talking about God and the Holy Spirit. And that's the thing. I think I may have mentioned this in earlier videos, but that's saying, like, even though in today's video we've gone through chapters that describe like the twice-born ritual, which is how humans become prophets. And like I mentioned, in the next videos, we'll be going through secret books written by Jesus. But now, if there's one chapter that I would say is even more important than those written by Jesus himself, I think it would be this chapter, because it's, as we'll see when we read it through in video 20, it's quite profound. And the thing is, like, it's written in a way where it's as though God is speaking to us, right? So, I mean, that's quite profound, right? Like, to have a message written by these twice-born prophets that was meant to be a reflection of God speaking to us, that's quite something. So like I said, we'll go through the whole chapter in video 20, but we'll go through a few passages here where, again, these are words from God, or meant to be as though words from God for us to read. And it does seem to, infer or speak of the twice-born ritual. So starting here with passage 60, it says, "Yet there is a vision possible to man, which pierces the universal veil, a vision free from all obscurity, a vision uncontaminated by the dark shadows of base desires or fear, by unstable emotions or unworthy motives. It is the vision seen when man develops a new faculty, a new sense. It is an inward vision of splendor. A wave of spiritual light will engulf him. A mysterious power, indescribable in mere words, sweeps like a shooting star over the expanse of his spirit, giving a sudden illuminating flash which floods his whole inner being, his soul, with a glorious light. In its brilliance, he is granted, for a brief moment in time, a glimpse of the vision splendid. He is then united with the living heart of the universe by a bond reaching out to infinity. Nothing known to man, no symbols of his conception, can express the joyness which floods his whole being. It can be experienced in quiet tranquility of spirit. It can burst all the bounds of restraint, expressing itself in an all-embracing, overwhelming feeling of love." So again, here it's talking like a mysterious power, indescribable in mere words. That's similar to some of the passages we read before, where it says, like, those who, after successfully accomplishing the twice-born ritual, they have trouble putting into words what the experience is, right? And then, it continues here. "Lost in an unfathomable sea of silent contemplation, the body will shine with a radiance from the inner light, and all about will be bathed in a luminous spiritual glow." So we spoke about that a little bit earlier, right? Where, like I said, there seems to be some references to how these prophets, after receiving this vision and things like that, might actually display a certain glow at times. So And then, so it continues here. Having once been in divine communication, these awakened spirits know a joy supreme, and never again do they walk through the veil of mortal sorrows. The truly awakened soul is beyond carnal lust and mortal grief. His love is alike for all my creation, and thus he shows supreme love for me. By this love alone he knows me in truth, who and what I am, and knowing me in truth, he participates in my whole being. Those who seek union with me must first prepare a dwelling place for me in their hearts. But those who are not pure, those who do not fight for me, those who have not suffered under the discipline of love, and those without wisdom cannot attain union no matter how much they strive. I am the God of illumination. I am the God of enlightenment. So this part here where it talks about how, again, when we read through those previous chapters talking about the twice-born ritual, it speaks of how part of the reason they have to undergo a lot of work and even some level of suffering is they need to purify themselves, because unless they purify themselves and become truly worthy, they can't receive this vision, right? They can't successfully accomplish the twice-born ritual. So even in this chapter, which, like I said, we'll be going through it in video 20, which I think is, again, like I said, I think it's probably the most important chapter in the Kolbrin. It seems all in alignment with what we've been talking about in terms of the twice-born ritual. So actually, I include one more passage from this chapter. So again, these are words from God. So he says, "Would you know the ultimate state of man when he has finally reached his goal, when he has entered into his inheritance of divinity? It is a state of glory transcending anything conceivable by him during an earthbound existence. His consciousness expands to embrace everything, all that ever was or will be. He sees all, he knows all, he is in all, and he contains all. These things come to him through infinite powers of perception, yet he is above all such powers. He is beyond all, yet within all. He is beyond the realm of matter, freed from all restrictions. Yet he is not denied its joys and may, if he so desires, manifest again in matter. His thoughts have the power of creation. He is one with the light of lights, the light transcending vision. He is the partaker of my substance, my son in eternity, the inheritor of everlasting life. I am your God, the Father of man." We'll read through this whole chapter in video 20. So now I guess just other examples in terms of, just kind of summarizing the twice-born ritual. So there are other passages from Moses' generation. So this is from chapter 1 from the book of Sons of Fire, where it's describing the land that Moses and the enlightened ones traveled to after the exodus from Egypt. Because it was in this chapter where there's that reference to the 7 spices of Israel when describing the new land. So just read through these 2 passages here. It says, "What cause have we for sorrow? We are in a bountiful land. We have hope for the future and an unshakable faith. Better by far than all else, we have with us the key to the ancient portal of communication." So the underlined here is just, I think this is a reference to, they have the key of the knowledge and wisdom of how to perform the twice-born ritual. Like, I think that's what's meant by the portal of, the key of the ancient portal of communication. It's the knowledge and wisdom of how to accomplish the twice-born ritual. And then it continues here, "Our memories must replace the books and decrees of former times. Let us therefore be thankful for our blessings and diligently preserve the flame from which the lamps of truth will one day be relit." So I think the second part of passage 5 is also very important in terms of, it says, "Our memories must replace the books and decrees of former times." So like I discussed, I think, during those videos about Moses' generation, where I was saying how it's like, it seems as though Osiris is reflected in both the story of Noah, in the book of Genesis, because it's Osiris who clearly survived the flood and rekindled the flame and helped spread the truth and things like that. But also Abraham. I forget if I think I had mentioned that too, but that's the thing. So it's just, that's why, like, I know that might seem a little bit strange, like, oh, Osiris, like these ancient Egyptian gods, but written as the prophets in the book of Genesis. I think that this part, our memories must replace the books and decrees of former times. Like they wrote new books, they wrote new stories to reflect who these prophets were. And I guess they understood that, like, those who became the Israelites would not have wanted to believe in these ancient Egyptian gods, right? Because they had lived under a corrupt Egyptian rule and things like that. But the other part that I underlined here, where it says, and diligently preserve the flame from which the lamps of truth will one day be relit. So again, they understood, like, hey, they must diligently preserve the flame, which is this truth that's maintained in the sacred writings, from which the lamps of truth will one day be relit. Again, they understood that, hey, there will come a time when the flame of truth will be lit again. It kind of, another way of thinking about it is, humanity once were living in a fabled garden where all was well, but then they became corrupt and got expelled from the garden. But hey, there will come a day again when humanity will again, well, hopefully, adopt the truth again and live as we should, and recreate, where humanity lives in a fabled garden of sorts, at least, metaphorically. And the other passage I wanted to highlight here is passage 14 from this chapter, where it says, of all desirable things attained by man, or attainable by man, the assurance of his immortality, clear insight into the purpose behind his creation, and the true knowledge of the road towards the fulfillment of his destiny are the greatest. Those were the things so closely guarded, and just that as they are the most desirable things on earth, so are they the most highly priced and difficult to attain. Religion records the efforts of men. Its doctrines and inspiration are the measure of its success or failure. So again, two things, like, this is where it says, those were the things so closely guarded. It helps understand why it is that, like, why was this truth kept hidden from people? We've talked about this, like, it shows up a lot in the text of the Kolbrin, where it's quite clear that the Sons of Fire purposely kept this truth unveiled, hidden from the people. And as I underlined here, so are they the most highly priced and difficult to attain, like obtaining the truth. That's the thing, to even become worthy of attempting the twice-born ritual and things like that. Like, it's an incredibly difficult journey, especially during Moses' time, where people had to undergo a 21-year process, essentially, to prepare themselves to even just attempt the twice-born ritual. So another thing I wanted to point out while kind of, summarizing the twice-born ritual here is that, so that's saying, like, I'm not an expert in terms of, like, ancient civilizations and what their spiritual or religious ceremonies were and things like that. But I can't help but think that the description of the twice-born ritual that we read here in the Kolbrin may also help us to understand the Eleusinian mysteries. So the Eleusinian mysteries, I guess you could look it up if you want a longer, summary of what it is. But it's kind of known as the most famous secret religious rites of the ancient, during ancient Greece times, that was held just outside of Athens, I believe, where, again, like I said, it's like a secret religious rite, right? So there's kind of mysteries to it. So yeah, like, I can't help but think that, what's known as its greater mysteries could be related to the twice-born ritual, because it's said to last 10 days, which is the same as adding 3 days and 7 days, right? Like we said, the 3 days and the 7 days is a description of the twice-born ritual. So the fact that the greater mysteries of the Eleusinian mysteries is 10 days, I can't help but think, like, oh, is that in part why it's known to be 10 days? It's kind of either symbolic, or maybe there's a practical reason why it lasted 10 days. And I just have a note here. So yeah, those were, like, for the greater mysteries of the Eleusinian mysteries, but there's also what's known as the lesser mysteries. And I can't help but think that like maybe the lesser mysteries, it's possibly related to how the initiates had to prove that they had mastered temptation, in terms of master their carnal or beastly desires. And the reason I want to mention that is, so this is described a bit more literally in what's known as the Mithraic mysteries, where I believe the Mithraic mysteries was kind of another religious set of rites, but more during Roman times. So here there's a couple of images. So these images are, like I noted here, iconic scenes of Mithras slaying bulls, right? It's kind of slaying the beast. Again, the whole Book of Revelation, mark of the beast. So that's the thing. In video 15, in the next one, we'll understand that a little bit better. Like it's quite clear, and I've spoken of it a few times in these videos already, where like that's the thing. We humans are dual beings. We're part divine spirit and part animal or beast with carnal desires. So to me, I think that the symbology here of having a human slay a beast here, it's meant to be symbolic of humans working towards slaying our carnal desires and becoming, because that's essentially like the first step in terms of becoming more of a spiritually awakened human being. So anyways, I just wanted to throw that in there. It's like I said, I'm not an expert by any means in terms of these ancient civilizations, but I can't help but think that like this knowledge and wisdom of the twice-born ritual may help us understanding a little bit better what these ancient religious and in some cases secretive rites were all about. So yeah, I guess kind of on that note, like for us today, whether accomplishing the twice-born ritual or when even just striving to partially awake our slumbering souls in another, less direct manner, what is clear is that it is up to us to labor towards achieving it. So these are passages from a chapter that we're going to read through in video 19. So video 19, we're going to go through the stories of creation, creation of the heavens and earth, but we'll also there's some chapters in the Kolbrin that talk about like the first humans and things like that. So we'll go through those in video 19. But yeah, so here we'll just read through the passages here where it says, "Man slept, but God opened the great eye within him, and man saw a vision of unsurpassed glory. He heard the voice of God saying, 'O man, in your hand is now placed the tablet of your inheritance, and my seal is upon it. Know that all you desire within your heart may be yours, but first it is necessary that you be taught its value. Behold, the earth is filled with things of usefulness. They are prepared to your hand for a purpose, but the task is upon you to seek them out and learn their use. This is the tuition for the management of your inheritance. What you know to be good, seek for it, and it shall be found. You may plumb the seas and pluck the stars. You may live in everlasting glory and savor eternal delights. Above and below, and all about, there is nothing beyond your reach. All, with one exception, is yours to attain.' Then God laid his hand upon man, saying, 'Now you are even as I, except you sleep there enclosed in matter, in the kingdom of illusion, while I dwell here in the freedom of reality and truth. It is not for me to come down to you, but for you to reach out to me.'" So that's the thing. The reason I wanted to go through this is that, like I said just before, like I said, I really don't think we today of this generation are meant to try and attempt the twice-born ritual or things like that. But when it comes to awakening our spirit, and that's the thing, I think this will become more clear when we go through the chapters about the meaning of life and things like that during and the nature of our souls in videos 20 to 22. But I just want to make a note that, similar to what we read about the twice-born ritual, how it's like it takes these prophets really put in a lot of work and dedication to make themselves worthy of this awakening. So that's saying, like, for us today, I just want to make a note, like it doesn't just happen. Like we really, like God says, it is not for me to come down to you, but for you to reach out to me. So for us today, who get to inherit the sacred writings, like the truth unveiled, that's finally available to us today. And I mean, it's more than that. We also get like, the secret books written by Jesus that was never before available to humanity as a whole. That's the thing, we really got to work towards it to awaken our soul. Like it doesn't just happen automatically. But yeah, because that's the thing, I like this part where God says, now you are even as I, except you sleep there enclosed in matter in the kingdom of illusion, which is where we are, like Earth, right? So yeah, this is what I put together as a summary of the twice born ritual. And so yeah, there's actually there's, like you can see in the video, like there's still probably a few more hours to go here. So I will make a note. That's the thing. I think I've maybe spent a bit more time describing it, so far in the first few chapters that we read about the twice born ritual and in the summary. So that's the thing. Like, I know these videos are getting a little bit long. So I would say, like, for the rest of this video, the most important one is the last chapter that we'll be covering, which is chapter 12 of the book of Lucius, called The Bodiless Body. So that's saying, I mean, as you can see, like, there's chapter bookmarks here in this YouTube video that you can skip ahead. Because I also put slides together to go through the rest of the sacred registers. Like I mentioned at the start of the video, there's 12 chapters. Some are fairly small, where it's only like 4 or 5 slides. But they all seem to be speaking, or most of them, it's kind of speaking about like those undergoing the twice born ritual, or like observations of the spiritual realm. So yeah, I am going to go through those. Like I said, these videos end up being quite long, but the thing, I mean, you could hit pause, you can continue watching it the next day, or things like that. But yeah, I just want to make a note. So we'll move on now, where we're going to read through 10 more chapters, because yeah, so far we've only gone through part 7 and part 9 of the sacred registers. But I figured this is a good video to go through all of them. So we'll read through them, but yeah, like I said, just because these videos are quite long, technically speaking, I would say, like, you could just skip ahead to the last one, chapter 12 of the book of Lucius, because that's the main important one. But I mean, at the same time, I would say, like, hey, like, every chapter of the Kolbrin's important. Like, it's all important. We should be reading and studying all of them. And not just once. Like, this should be part of your regular study and reading and things like that. So but anyways, I just want to make a note, just I did kind of consider, like, should I go through the rest of those sacred registers, or just make a note that recommend that you read it. But no, we'll go through them before then going through, like I said, one of the chapters personally written by Jesus. So okay, so now we're going to read through chapter 1 of the Book of Scrolls, which is the Sacred Registers, part 1. So the first 4 passages are an introduction to the Sacred Registers, so I think these are meant to apply to all 12 parts. So they are words spoken by a twice-born prophet to help us better understand some truths of our existence, in particular what lies behind the veil. So it says, "Herein are recorded sacred things, which should never be written, but the memory of man is like a storehouse made of straw, or like a store pit dug in sand. Even less enduring is his body, for it is a frail thing of fleeting substance, which passes away like the dew in the morning. And what of the mortal chain, which links the generations in knowledge? Behold, it is a thing prone to distortion, a transmuter of tradition and truth. Therefore, when the command went forth from the Great One, illuminated with wisdom, and came to your servant, he saw fit to quell the doubts engendered by fear, and undertook to do the thing which had not been done before, placing his trust fully in the protecting wings which are spread by the words issuing from the royal residence. These are the words spoken by the great interpreter, who, through the powers inherited by him from above, and by the powers now in his keeping, all freely bestowed upon him by the grateful hearts of his people below, will lead us into the fields of everlasting glory. So here essentially it's saying, these are words spoken by the great interpreter, and like another word used for prophets in the Kolbrin is sometimes like the chief of interpreters, because that's the thing, like ultimately they're meant to be interpreters of, what lies beyond the veil, and they bring the wisdom here for us today on earth. So yeah, passages 5 to 25 consists of words spoken of a soul deemed good on their judgment day. So they lived a good life on earth, and in doing so, they shaped their soul to be bright and radiant. There are also references to the dark ones, who are spirits trapped in the dark side of heaven. So that's one thing to keep in mind as we read through the rest of the sacred registers here, is that some of the chapters speak of someone undergoing the twice-born ritual, but some of them are also just talking about a soul in general. Because that's the thing, ultimately, every single human being, our soul, will go on the other side and undergo a judgment of sorts. Like I said earlier, the one difference is that those who undergo the twice-born ritual, the umbilical cord hasn't been quite severed, right? It's a near-death experience. They get judged. And now that's the thing, like I'm sure their judgment, because obviously the sphere of heaven understands that they're performing the twice-born ritual as opposed to someone who has like actually died on earth. But yeah, that's just something to keep in mind. So they're all talking about what lies beyond the veil. But yeah, in some cases it's talking about just like someone who has died on earth and is undergoing judgment. And other ones are talking about someone undergoing the twice-born ritual. Okay, so starting with passage 5 here, it says, "O exalted one, intermediate between gods and men, what we now do for you, do you for us. Let your deeds and your words become our words. Thus it ever was, and thus it ever will be, while mortal beings make pilgrimage through this valley of tears. Speak thus in your hour. The highborn one has not blasphemed the divine powers, nor has he paid undue homage to earthly desires. He has not been loudmouthed in the sacred places, nor laughed when he should have been grave. His tongue is pure, for when fed with the words of men, he absorbs truth and excretes falsehood. His mouth has never spewed forth words of malice or envy. Words of oppression or injustice never passed his lips. Look now at the great dark water mirror and see what is reflected there from the mists swirling along the corridor of time. Seeing your place, make ready so that when the summons comes from the dark ones, you are not caught unprepared. These are the words to be spoken to those who peer from beyond the dark portal. His arm was ever ready to help those who did good for others, and he lent his power to those who ordered what was good. He stood for those who could no longer stand, and commanded for those who could no longer command. He carried the weary and succored the helpless. He never oppressed the weak, nor did he permit injustices to go unpunished and unrectified. He stood by the side of the great potter, and because of his plea, the clay was shaped to a more pleasing form. He erased disfiguring faults and smoothed the roughness. He added stiffness to the mixture. He has done no evil. His words have always been true. He stands unashamed and fearless before the twin shrines. Even as it was in the land of the great rivers, so let it be here. Let him not be cut off by distance. So overall, like these passages, and it continues with the next passages. But just as a note, like essentially, it's kind of giving an analogy of, and describing like how it is that someone should live on earth to fashion their soul. Because that's kind of the symbology of, he stood by the side of the great potter, and because of his plea, the clay was shaped to a more pleasing form. That's one thing to just keep in mind as we go through these passages. Like they're kind of talking about, like up here, it's talking about some of the things that like you should be doing while living on earth. And the symbology is, you're fashioning your soul so that it's a work of art on the other side and then worthy of the light side of heaven. So it continues here. Let not his power be cut off, for he stands between the worlds. Let it flow out like living waters onto the living, and be as shining rays to the radiant ones. For here we see the power darkly, while beyond the horizon it shines brightly. He is everlastingly faithful in heart, for he has admitted no other who would defile him. He has remained loyal to the sacred words and has diligently pursued the great writings. He has navigated the shallows of the winding waters. Now he draws near. He has left his kingdom of trial. He has overcome the challenges of life. He has done all things written on the tablets of truth, and he has sojourned in the chamber of profound silence. He has done all things which are proper and been reassured that he has followed the right path. He does not fear judgment. Because this is important. That's one thing, especially when you read through like Jesus in the Gospel of the Kailedy, but also in his personal books. That's the thing. It's for those of us on earth, there is a certain level of assurance, like even though there will always be doubt, like we can't get actual assurances unless you successfully undergo the twice-born ritual. But just one thing to keep in mind in terms of just while living on earth is that, as long as you're living a good life as, prescribed by these prophets, then we really shouldn't be fearful about death on earth and undergoing judgment. It's just something to keep in mind. So it continues here with passage 14. Let him reunite with the Supreme One who sent him forth, so that he will not be separated from the waters of life. Let the holy heat enwrap him when he passes through the place of coldness. Let his nostrils inhale the breath of nourishment, that he may live, and that we may partake of his existence. Do not repudiate him, but make him welcome. Do you not recognize the one you endowed with power? Has he become too radiant? Is his form too glorious? Read what is written in the books of his heart. You set him in darkness, and he saw. You set him in silence, and he heard. You set him in emptiness, and he felt. You established him in nothingness, and he gathered substance. Therefore, he returns with manifold powers. He is well fitted to be presented to those who stand before the Supreme One. When the bright sun shines with splendor in the day skies above, the gentle morning star hides her face in modesty and becomes unseen. All the great company of the radiant night lights withdraw before the majesty of the greater light. Yet, when darkness eats the shining disk, we know again the comforting presence of the eternal stars. So let it be with your servant. The dark ones who dwell in their compatible gloom cannot claim him as one of their own. He cannot be numbered among their dreadful company. His heart is pure. His deeds were good. No creature spawned in murkiness has gained control of his thoughts. His desires have not been generated by denizens of the darkness. He who was afflicted here is not afflicted forever. He is made whole. He is freed from pain. His sickness has departed. He rejoices in the light. Therefore, let him be drawn towards the greater light where you are. Let him not see the place of darkness. Let him not behold the hideous ones fashioned by wickedness, the dwellers in the dark recesses, who shrink before the light, or the twisted ones molded by lewd desires. He brings with him a lamp lit from the flame of truth. He bears the rod of righteousness, which rewards those who have overcome tribulations. O let him pass to the right side of the dividing flame. He has left us. He is coming to you. He approaches. He throws off the earthly wrappings. He stands free. He stands glorious. Does he not glow with splendor? Behold him, your worthy companion in brightness. Is he not wholly compatible with those of your company? See, he is a shining one, a hero of the horizon. Is he not one destined to abide everlastingly? Take him, lead him to the realm of glory. Show him his place in the spheres of splendor. So yeah, here at the first part of passage 19 where it says, he brings with him the lamp lit from the flame of truth. He bears the rod of righteousness, which rewards those who have overcome tribulations. And that's the thing, overcoming tribulations, like that's part of the meaning of life, as we'll be discussing in later videos. But I guess the part that I wanted to highlight here is, it was this part I wanted to highlight. So like, let him pass to the right side of the dividing flame. So I forget if it was in the Sacred Register 7 or 9 that we read earlier, but there are these references to, the left side and the right side where, there's a dividing flame. So essentially one way to look at it is that you enter the sphere of heaven, you undergo judgment at the dividing flame, and you're either escorted to the light side or the dark side, right? So continuing here with passage 20. The eyes that were deceived on earth now see clearly. Again, like there's references to earth being like a kingdom of illusion, right? So yeah, there's a lot of this symbology in these passages. Continuing here. Oh, what splendors are revealed. The music unheard by earthly ears now sounds sweet melodious music. Oh, what joyous rapture it brings. The nostrils inhale perfumes too delicate for the earthly nose. Oh, how the heart sings. All drabness, all dullness, and all sordidness, which are of the earth, are left behind. Turn him from the place where these can regather about him. The unmoving, empty body remains here before our eyes. It is nothing. It sees not. It hears not. It speaks not. It smells not. Its breath is stilled. It begins to fall apart. There is no life, and the overseer has departed. Nothing remains here with us but this unresponsive thing. So here it's talking about essentially like back on earth, right? So it's like, when someone dies on earth, that body that was once that human full of life that could smell, hear, see, and all those things, all of a sudden it can't do that anymore, right? So continuing here. The greatness, the feeling, the sensitivity have departed from the body and are now beyond our ken. These are with the real surviving being. O receive him into the life of splendor. We who are here stand blinded behind the veil of flesh. We cannot see beyond ourselves. We hope, we believe, and we trust. Thus it has ever been with men, where they pass their lives behind a wall of limitations. There is a barrier shutting them in. They are imprisoned within a mortal body. O grant us fulfillment, grant us that which is the ultimate desire and aspiration of men. We speak for this man. He is one who came with us from afar. He is one who has traveled a long, weary road. No taint of meanness stained the purity of his spirit. No corruption of deceit discolored the garments of his soul self. He has gone over shining in radiant splendor, so even the doomed in their darkness can hope when they sight his distant glow. May it shed some small warmth into their grim coldness. O great welcomer, who greets the newcomers, help our departed one. He served well in this place of trial and tribulation. Let him not go unrewarded. He is the Son of Hope. Like us, like those who went before, he hoped as men have always hoped, for this is not a place of certainties. If it were, our heritage of glory would be badly earned. He lives because it is ordained that he live. He lives, for all men live everlastingly. They die not, they perish not, they endure through ages. His kohar awaits him and needs hide no awful aspect in shame. Let his face shine in greeting, welcome home the wanderer. This tombed structure is not a place of finality. The grave is not the goal of earthly life, any more than the soil is the goal of the seed. Does seed die within the ground? Is it planted intending that it be mingled with the soil and lost? Um, so yeah, no, it's a very interesting set of passages here where, ultimately it's talking about just, symbolically how human beings, like our soul is our true self. It lives everlastingly. And the earlier passages were, like I said before, it talks about some of the qualities that a soul should have, so that it's fashioned as a great work of art, so that it's worthy of the light side of heaven. Otherwise, it might end up in the dark side of heaven, captured by the dark ones, as it says. Okay, so passages 26 to 31 is a prayer to the recently departed Kohar, which, like we discussed earlier, appears to be a reference to a soul's spiritual body that our soul enters in heaven. Again, it's similar to our body, flesh housing our soul in this sphere of matter. So it reads, O great welcomer, let your face shine with gladness when you greet the homecoming wanderer. Let him or lead him to the Kohar, which is his inheritance, that he may enter into it and enjoy its embrace. Let him find completion and fulfillment by absorption into his Kohar. Our departed one was the whole part which came forth from the whole, and he returns to the whole. Nothing is lost, nothing is gone. He lives over there, lives more fully than he ever lived. He lives in splendor, he lives in beauty, he lives in knowledge and in the waters of life. He is everlasting. O departed one risen to glory, you are now a released spirit united with your spirit whole, the companionable Kohar, the everlasting one. Arise alive in the land beyond the horizon, and journey to the land of dawning. The stars accompanying you will sing for joy, while the heavenly signs voice hymns of praise and gladness. You are not far removed from us. It is as if we were in one room divided by a curtain. Therefore we are not sorrowful. If we weep, it is because we cannot share your joys and because we no longer know your touch. O everlasting Kohar, take this man of goodness into your eternal embrace. Let your life become his life, and your breath his breath. He is your own. He is the drop returning to the filled pitcher, the leaf returning to the tree. You are the repository of his incarnations. As you grew there, so he grew here. You are everlastingly whole, and he lives in you. If he is not even as you in face, let him enter, hide his faults, for they are not many. For this you were fashioned, for this you came into being. You are the overbody awaiting the returning spirit, and the spirit now comes. You are that which will clothe the newly arrived spirit in heavenly flesh. You are that in which our departed one will express himself. O Kohar, hear us. Here is your vitalizing essence. Before you were incomplete. Now you are whole. Draw your own, your compatible one, to you and observe the many likenesses. We send fragrances that they may spread around you. Now take the eye which will perfect your face. It is the perfecting eye, the eye which sees things as they are. See the fluctuating wraith. Is it not beautiful? Does it not come with an aura of fragrance, sweetness filling the air? It has been purged of all impurities. All about it is fragrant. Therefore, grant it your substance, that it may become solid and firm. O Kohar, long have you awaited the day of fulfillment, the day of your destiny. That day is here. It is now. Therefore, take the spirit, which is your own, and enfold it with your wings. Each to his own, and to his own each goes. You and he are bound together with unseverable bonds. Each without the other is nothing. Now bear him up, for in that place you are greater than he, for you are the generator. While he rested in the womb, you were active. As he grew, you grew before him. If he has done wrong, and who among men is guiltless, then in you let the wrong be adjusted. You are his hope, you are his shield, and you are his refuge. So next passages 32 and 33 continue with the prayer for the recently departed. So the people here are praying and saying that the soul has enough light to overcome the darkness. Because again, there's an understanding that, and I mean, Jesus also mentions that like no human being will ever be perfect, especially while on earth. So there's an understanding that, generally humans and souls have committed some level of wrongs. So yeah, we'll read here with passage 32. This we say to the brilliant one, the guardian of goodness. The departed one has not walked with ignorance. He has not been slothful in carrying the burden of his duty. He has not been swayed by passions of the body. He has not despoiled the house of another. He has not caused undue sorrow, nor has he maltreated a child for pleasure. He has succored the poor and weak. He has done all that is good. Therefore, let none of those who lurk in darkness seize him. His radiant light is strong. Those who would seize him are repulsed by the light and slink away. He lives forever. He has lived worthily. He has been purified by the fires of earthly life. He has been refined in the furnace of tribulation. He has overcome all earthly temptations. He has lived the life which enhances goodness. He has prepared himself for life in the light. Receive him, O brilliant one. So next passages 34 to 37 finish the prayer to the departed soul's Kohar, which says, O Kohar, absorb into yourself the life force. It was meant for you. It is yours. It is the enlivening spirit which spans the two worlds. He, the departed one, was you, and even more so were you he. Come to him as the beauteous one came to Lucius, a great king, and gathered him in compassion and love. Come that he may awaken to new life in your arms. This man, the departed one, who in unity with you becomes the glorious one, was born of a god and is the child of two gods, after the nature of greater men. Now you are impregnated with the living spirit of he who was prepared by trial on earth for you. Behold, in unity your twain are now throbbing with life, and your brightness bedazzles the eyes. You are now a star of life, a living star, and to a star you shall ascend to rule its life. The departed one is now freed. He is loosed from the bonds of illusion. He is saved from the dark waters of unreality and is one with the eternal light. These things we declare, so let them be. Our thoughts mold a new reality beyond the present real, and this becomes the reality of tomorrow. O great substantial Kohar, protect this departed one, your own, from the accusations of false-fronted beings, remembering the faithful heart ever prevailing before the balances of our forefathers from far away. Put into his mouth those words which open doors. Let the goodness in him prevail, but you, yourself, stand up and bear witness for him. He suffered from the frailties of men. He was wrathful when provoked and surly when enduring great burdens. His temper flashed quickly when his words were not accepted or his ways followed, and at times he lacked consideration. So here at the end, it's kind of, mentioning that, like, yes, there are times where this human being may have, acted not in the best way. So it's just an acknowledgement of that. But it continues here saying, however, these are small things, inseparable from the frailties of mortal men, and in all greater things he was good. Let not the false-fronted one disguised in his brother's form possess him. Guard him from the beings lurking in the shadows this side of the darkness. So next passages 38 to 43 are a description of what the twice-born prophet sees of the process in terms of like death on earth and then the soul ascending to heaven. And we see in these passages that our kohar would also follow us to the dark side of heaven if our soul is deemed to be bad or evil following our judgment day after death on earth. Because that's the thing, again, like it's our spiritual body. So it does seem as though regardless your soul enters the kohar, like that's it's symbolic of our spiritual body in the sphere of heaven. So it reads, I see this, my brothers. Behold, the departed one goes to meet his own image. It is his own self reflected in his image. It is his own self that comes to greet him. It is his kohar which embraces him. It welcomes him as though he were one ransomed from captivity. I see them blend, and he becomes a new seed in the heart of his kohar. I hear the kohar speak. It names itself Navakohar. It says, O man of pure thoughts, of kindly words, of quiet speech, of good deeds, come to me. I am your being, yet I am not you. As you have loved and cherished me, so I now love and cherish you. I am your reward, as I would have been your affliction. So it's the underlying part here where I think it's meant to symbolize that, I am your reward in terms of because this soul was deemed good and goes to the light side of heaven. But at the same time, the kohar would have been his affliction if he ended up in the dark side of heaven. So it continues here. They are now united, and this is the place of the first threshold, from whence the completed beings depart. The departed one now stands in his own form and likeness. He becomes the great ship-borne voyager and passes over the waters to the place of reeds. But his weaknesses do not bear him down, and he goes through. Great ones, lift him up. Let him not fall into the fetid waters of decay. He is a worthy son of Luth. Then the lesser is carried by the greater, while dark ones gaze up from their misery and wait silently to see if he is borne up. The glorious one goes past in peace, for he is not compatible with their dark company. He remains unmolested, for flame confounds the hands of slime. An unloosened dark one comes up, saying it will take this man, but is repulsed by brightness. It is a thing of maimed rottenness, for on earth it was clothed in lust-saturated flesh, though contained in a form of beauty. The heart of this man is not faint. See him now, is he not sure of his welcome among beings of glory? He is as the wild bull, the prince of herds. He is a great one among the everlasting spirits. He reached the firm ground where a bright being welcomes him, and he is named the newcomer. He has landed on the shore and climbed the steps of splendor. He is in the company of shining spirits, and his earth-like companions greet him. They welcome him, saying, All this beauty and splendor is yours to enjoy. They bring garments of beauty, bright clothes of radiance. He has passed through the hall of judgment. The twin truths have heard his plea, and those who bore witness have departed. He has crossed the waters and ascended the steps. Now he has attained the threshold of immortality and stands in rapture. He has passed by the regions of darkness and gloom and is with glory. He comes to everlasting life in a true form of splendor, to dwell evermore as a living spirit within his kohar. How wonderful it is to be united and one with the kohar. So overall, these passages where it talks about, the human being while on earth and then their kohar, which is waiting for them in heaven. That's the thing. Like ultimately, I think this helps to understand some of the, biblical or spiritual sayings in terms of as above, so below, um, or so below as above. Like that's the thing. There's kind of that dynamic, interaction in a way where it's like how we live our life on earth. It helps to fashion our kohar, and our kohar includes kind of the good qualities that we practice while on earth as well as the bad. So that's the thing. It's kind of, I think that helps with understanding that saying, as above so below, or consequently, as below so above. And if anything, maybe that's the better way of thinking it. Instead of as above so below, it's maybe just think more as below so above, like how we live in this, at the bottom, like the sphere of matter will affect how we are above, which is where we're going to go after death on earth. So anyways, so passages 44 to 47 end this chapter by speaking of the newcomer who becomes a new completed being, which is, as we read, when the soul who once lived in a human body enters its spiritual body. And from these last few passages, it also seems to infer that a spirit in the light side of heaven may be able to help a spirit that it had a connection with on earth who's in the dark side of heaven. Here it says, the newcomer looks back across the waters to the place of decision. Then he turns and ascends the steps to the threshold of immortality. He is in his true form, yet he is a spirit within his kohar. He speaks, but it is not the speech of men, and all understand him. His hearing is all-embracing. He sees both the powers of light and the powers of darkness, but the powers of darkness no longer affect him. The newcomer has reached his compatible abode. He has fought the battle, which is mortal life, and risen supreme to victory. He has not been vanquished by the raging ones, which are the bodily passions. At each step forward, he has left a lifeless form. At each step, he has fought a shadow. At each step, he has won the clash of arms. So we'll be going through quite a few chapters in videos 20 to 22 that talk about the meaning of life, where it really spells it out how it's true to look at our life on earth as a test of sorts. It's a training ground. That's saying like he has fought the battle, which is mortal life here on earth. And then the last passage is here. It says, the newcomer has sought out and discovered the one hidden behind the two and the three, which stand before them. He knows the secrets of the nine, which veil the others from the eyes of men. He has unraveled the skeins of life's mysteries, even as those enlightened ones yet living on earth must do. There is no suffering or pain in the newcomer. He cannot feel hurt, neither can he be sorrowful. If a companion of his earth journey be numbered among the dark ones, then his heart is soothed with forgetfulness. But later, he will remember, and because of his efforts, the dark one will be returned to the crucible. So this is a part where, like I said, this passage seems to infer that someone who's in the light side of heaven, if ever there's someone that they knew and maybe even loved who's happens to be in the dark side of heaven, unfortunately, they might be able to help the dark one be returned to the crucible. And actually, that's saying there's a passage in the Book of the Silver Bow from Jesus that we'll be reading in the next video where he really helps to explain that. Like, that's the thing. Ultimately, life in the dark side of heaven isn't eternal, where the idea is that the soul is, like, during the process, the punishment, if you will, is that it has to get shed and purify itself of all the dark energy, essentially, and go back to neutral. But then once it goes back to neutral, then essentially that kind of like erases everything about the previous person's life. Like, that's where you could say that they're like dead in a sense, like and that soul then becomes like a neutral potential to then like, because is that the thing? Like, souls are ultimately internal, but once it's purified in the dark side of heaven, it's back to like a blank slate, and we'll have another opportunity to live again. But then it's like it's a different being, right? Because everything's been erased in a way. So, anyways, like I said, there's a chapter in the Book of the Silver Bow that we'll be reading in the next video that where Jesus helps to explain that. Okay, so now we're going to read through chapter 2 of the Book of Scrolls, which is the Sacred Registers Part 2. So yeah, this one, similar to some of the other sacred registers, it is a little bit maybe difficult to read and to understand, although it provides an interesting analogy to explain what happens to our soul after death on earth. It describes how our souls are taken to the land of dawning, which stands between the land of light and the land of darkness within the sphere of heaven. So the first passage speaks of this chapter's author and how these sacred registers were written. Ultimately, it comes from enlightened human beings who were part of the ancient Sons of Fire. So it says, the writings of Garmi were brought by the hands of Nadaeth, the Enlightener, of the twin cities whence come the Sons of Fire, when he fled the wrath of kings. He spread out before the learned ones beauteous things of many colors, and spoke to them after this fashion. And I, Lavos, recorded it in the tongue of the Sons of Fire. So I guess one thing to note is that even though this is part of the Egyptian text, I think that, here, because it's making more references to the Sons of Fire, like these, I think, and maybe like all of the sacred registers might be quite like more ancient than ancient Egypt, because usually when it talks about Egypt, it doesn't necessarily call it the land of the Sons of Fire. So who knows? I mean, this could be either from 12,000 years ago during Osiris's and Thoth's generation, or it could be sometime in between their generation and ancient Egypt. So passages 2 to 6 set the stage where the aspiring one is someone recently deceased. And the fact that the welcomers are present indicates that it's likely a recently deceased and not someone journeying to become a twice-born. So here, starting with passage 2, it says, behold this, it is the land of the dawning. It stands between the land of light, ever splendid, and the land of darkness, ever gloomy. They are the lands beyond the veil. Before the veil is the land of the living. The aspiring one has embarked on the waters of illusion. His craft is afloat, but it has not yet reached the shores where the promise of new life is fulfilled. Now he is guided by two beings, one a lovely maiden, and the other an ill-visaged man. These two strive one with the other, each grasping one side of the craft. Now it overturns. The maiden seeks to drag the aspiring one down, while the ill-favored man seeks to keep him afloat. But the aspiring one struggles against him. So actually one thing to note here, right? Like it's talking about there's two beings, a lovely maiden and also an ill-visaged man. So like, kind of an ugly man. So these two strive one with the other, each grasping one side of the craft, and then it overturns. But now it mentions, the maiden seeks to drag the aspiring one down, while the ill-favored man seeks to keep him afloat. But the aspiring one struggles against him, like the ill-favored man. So I think what this is meant to say is that, things aren't as they seem, where the aspiring one is drawn to the maiden, but the maiden is actually the one trying to drag him down, but versus the ill-visaged man is trying to help him, but the aspiring one fights against him. So that's the thing, right? Like, I guess the idea is things aren't as they seem, and so someone who is sees clearly on the other side would recognize that just because someone looks beautiful like the maiden does not necessarily mean, like, if anything, it might be a bit of a trap, right? Versus then the aspiring one is repulsed by the ill-visaged man, but that man is trying to help him, right? So that's one of those things, right? It's kind of things aren't as they seem, and yeah, we'll keep reading through the passages here. But that's the thing. I guess it's worth kind of meditating on how, like, when we die on Earth and you're on the other side, there's almost maybe a bit of a, like, that thing. I don't know if it's necessarily meant as a test, because ultimately at the end of the day, like, the idea is we fashion our soul while on Earth, and then on the other side we can't change it, right? Like, it's kind of like our soul is set firm. But again, I guess the idea is that if our kohar has learned well and is knowledgeable, it might be able to distinguish between, understanding that, oh, like, the maiden's actually the one we need to avoid, and the ugly man is trying to help us. But if your soul hasn't learned and is ignorant on the other side, then it might fall down. But ultimately, like, these are all just kind of like metaphors or a description that, when we read through the passages from Jesus, it's you get drawn to the light side or the dark side based off of which side your soul has an affinity with. So it continues here. They come to the sands of the shining shore, where the light of truth turns the maiden into a vile-faced hag and the man into a handsome youth, right? So that's the thing, right? Like, again, like we just talked about on the craft, like, things aren't as they seem, but then once they arrive on the shore, then the soul sees what was the truth. So it continues here. The aspiring one lies on the sands of Shodu as one dead, for he had fought against the man who sought to save him. So essentially that aspiring one ended up on the dark side of heaven. And then passage 4. The beauteous one comes attended by handmaidens, and with them are the companions of the aspiring one's earthly life. There, too, is his soul self, awaiting his embrace. The aspiring one lies as dead, for he did not know his Savior. They who stand about, who are the welcomers, wait in uncertainty. The beauteous one bends over the prostrate man and says, "Revive, this is not a place where death rules." He moves, and she says, "Raise yourself and cast away the residue of your mortality." The aspiring one opens his eyes, he sits up. He shields his eyes before the vision of beauty. He is blinded by it, and she gives him his heart. The handmaidens weep, and their tears are the blood of the aspiring one's life. The beauteous one says, "I have come that you who were dead might live, that you who were blinded might see, that you who were deceived might know truth." The soul self says, "I have come to embrace you, I have come to protect you, I have come to shield you, I am your refuge." That which is the kohar says, "I have come to brighten up your face, I am you, as you are me. I have waited for you, I have wept for you and rejoiced when you rejoiced. I have never forgotten you while we have been apart. I have heard every word spoken, and these are recorded for you. I have recorded every sight. I have recorded every sound. I have recorded every smell and every taste. Every memory is secure for you. Here I give you form and substantiality." So again, this is another description of your kohar where there are other passages that talk about how, like, everything is recorded, everything you experience, everything you see, or even everything you think. Like, that's the thing. It's not just our deeds. Like, ultimately our deeds are probably a little bit more important. But at the same time, it also records all your thoughts. So if you have bad thoughts and things like that, it does get recorded by your kohar. So passages 7 to 9 briefly speak of other characters like the herald and the adjuster who stand between the recently deceased soul self and its kohar. So as we'll read, the soul self undergoes some sort of judgment to see if it is worthy to enter its kohar. So here it says, "This is the herald. He stands between this man and his kohar, and they, together with the adjuster and the welcomers, go to the hall of judgment and stand before the Lord of life, the master of destinies." Now come the lords of eternity, who are the lesser gods, and they enter the gates of splendor. The balancer comes from his secret place. The greeter to darkness stands at his door, and the greeter to splendor stands at his door. They face each other. The welcomers, compatible companion of this man's earthly life, stand about. They are there in the hall of judgment. So I mean, I find these quite fascinating because it's giving names to all these different like spirits on the other side that play a certain role on during your judgment. But one thing to note is that the welcomers here, like it does seem as though those who knew you, or maybe in particular your loved ones, when you were alive on earth, they can come and might become part of your judgment. Now, but at the same time, it's like they're hoping to welcome you on the light side, but they might also see if you get judged and go to the dark side of heaven. It continues here. The balancer causes two fluid-like fluctuating columns, which stand on either side of the kohar, and one takes the form of the aspiring one, but it is horribly malformed because it mirrors all his wickedness and weaknesses. The other shines brightly, for it mirrors all his goodness and spiritual qualities. Then the two columns merge back into the kohar, and the adjuster adjusts with justice and mercy. Then the aspiring one stands forth in his kohar, and in his true likeness, which is a blending together of all his incarnational likenesses. So passage 8 here, I mean, I think, part of it is quite understandable for us today, where essentially, there's two columns, one that reflects all of the, the wickedness reflected in this individual soul, and then in the other column, there's all the good qualities, and then they get blended together to see like, okay, overall, how is this soul going to be judged? And the nice thing is here, it says, and the adjuster adjusts with justice and mercy. So, I mean, obviously that's a good thing. It's good that they, have some level of justice and mercy to maybe help, like, even though, because that's the thing, like I said before, there's an expectation that all human beings, to some degree, like we all perform some sort of wickedness during our lives on earth. But no, that's not necessarily to excuse our bad behavior. If anything, I would say that this is maybe a little bit more reflective of, look, if individuals grow in poverty and things like that, and they have a difficult life, or, there's all sorts of, or maybe because they were abused by people, it's kind of like, I think that's maybe a little bit more where the justice and mercy comes to play, where it's like, because, if someone's traumatized and things like that, and they end up going down a bit of a bad road, like, there's an understanding that, like, okay, well, part of the reason why this soul ended up being wicked is because of the wickedness that was caused by other people onto this soul, right? So that's, I don't want to like excuse our bad behavior. We should really strive as much as we can to live good lives on earth, so that the column of good greatly outweighs the bad kind of thing. But the other part here is at the bottom where it says a blending together of all his incarnational likenesses. So because it mentions incarnation here, like that's the thing, we'll see that in Jesus's books, he does seem to infer that like we're eternal souls, and it does seem as though we live more than one life, right? Because it's we'll see that more, I think, in the videos 20 to 22, where that's the thing, like after your judgment day, instead of either going to the light side of heaven or the dark side, you may be judged to be like, okay, well, you've learned, during this life, but you still have a lot more learning to go. So then you'll reincarnate and have another life. So this might be what this is inferring to here, because it does mention, incarnational likenesses. So I continue with passage 9 here. It says, the aspiring one is drawn towards the right-hand door. He passes through and sets foot on the rainbow road. He is accompanied by the welcomers, the companions of his earthly life, who are now revealed to him in their true likeness. They sing, they dance, they rejoice, and there is much gladness in the reunion. The word of truth is established, it is fulfilled. The ancient promises are fulfilled. He who departs shall return. He who sleeps shall awaken. He who dies shall live. The aspiring one has passed into the regions of glory. Um, so yeah, I guess I think I mentioned with the earlier passages of this chapter where there was, the aspiring one was on the craft, and there was that beautiful maiden who he was drawn to, even though that maiden was trying to drag him down, versus the ugly man that he was fighting against, even though that ugly man was trying to help him. So I mentioned there where it's like, where it was like, oh, the aspiring one may have then been drawn to the dark side of heaven. But here we see that once both columns have been put together, they were deemed worthy of the light side of heaven. Again, this is where, the adjuster adjusts with justice and mercy. But I do want to make a note, like I think the main takeaway from this too is how when it talks about our kohar, how our kohar sees everything, records everything, like everything that we experience on earth, all of our deeds, but also like everything we think about gets recorded. Just as I think a lesson here is that we would be well served to study these sacred writings, to strive to understand it. So that's the thing, like, for those watching these videos, and if this is the first time that you're going through these texts, like, I really want to stress that this is something like these sacred scriptures are something to study diligently. So read them periodically. We'll see Jesus even recommends in his books that we'll be, again, reading through in the next few videos that like study these scriptures regularly. But the reason I want to mention it here is that, again, like just the idea is that if your kohar absorbs everything, like the more you learn, the more you study, the more you understand it, it should benefit you on the other side, right? Because if your kohar absorbs it and it's through your kohar that you navigate yourself on the other side. So the more you, like, that's the thing, I guess, having studied these, if you really absorb the wisdom, you might understand, wait, things aren't as they seem. If you're on that craft with that beautiful maiden and the ugly man, you might notice like, hey, pay attention to who seems to be wanting to help me instead of judging them just purely with how they look, right? So just wanted to make that note there. So next passages 10 and 11 take us back to earth. So it says, now, behold the body vacated by the vehicle of life. It slumbers in its death wrappings, for the enlivening spirit has flown. The earthly body alone stays and cannot hold itself together. It prepares to fall apart and decay. The companions of the dead take it into their company. It will be made incorruptible and become a communicating door. It is given to things which rightly belong to the dead. Those who remain on earth fear the life shadow of the one who has gone on before them. The body is bandaged in its death wrappings. It is purified. It is made clean. It is provided with the necessities. Thus, the life shadow shall dwell at peace within the empty body. It believes it to be its abode. It shall not wander. O shadow, do not wander. Remain within the tomb. Seize any who come to steal. Seize any who would break the body. Seize any who would open that which is closed. Seize and haunt. Seize and haunt. There's a few things I want to point out here. So that's the thing, where it says like the earthly body stays and cannot hold itself together. It prepares to fall apart and decay. So, I mean, that's the thing. Like us today, we have a higher degree of scientific and medical knowledge and things like that. But it is quite, I like to think of it that way, where it is quite interesting, right? How like when someone's alive from the day they're born as a baby, and I mean, even within the womb, it's quite fascinating how life works, how it's like what is that thing inside of us that makes it so that our body is just alive and thriving and it regenerates, like our skin and things like that. And but then the moment we die, things fall apart. So I kind of like to think of it in that spiritual way where it's like it's quite fascinating where once we die, it's like maybe there is a lot of power in our soul where it gives us life, but then when that soul is severed from the body just decays and it falls apart, right? So yeah, that's one thing. Now, one thing I want to mention too is passage 11 here, it's a little bit maybe a little bit difficult to see exactly what it's talking about, but here it talks about, the body is bandaged in its death wrappings, it is purified, it is made clean, it is provided with the necessities. Like I mentioned at the start of this chapter, where who knows, like this may have been written over 12,000 years ago, or at least the essence of it. But at the same time, like overall, it does seem like it's even more ancient than ancient Egypt. So it's quite ancient. That's the thing. There are, and like when we talked about in earlier videos about like, especially during Moses, like it just, there are certain understandings, things that led to circumcision and things like that. It's just, there has been advancements and things like that. So I forget where there are some passages, I forget what chapters it's in, but it kind of makes a note, like there are sometimes corrections and that are made where it's like in some of the chapters of the Kolbrin, which are newer, I guess, it shows that the understanding of things has grown over time where, there may have been a time that these ancient humans, including the prophets, thought that like what those on earth do to a human body after death might have an impact on the soul. But then there's corrections made where it's like, oh, but now we understand that that's not the case. Like, so I just want to make a note of that. Like, even though it mentions things like here where, the body is bandaged after its death wrappings. Yeah, I forget what chapter it's from in the Kolbrin, but there's one where it helps to indicate that like in much later generations, they recognize that like, oh, actually like what we do to a human body after death technically has no impact on their soul, which I think to us today, like that's okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, why would the fate of our soul depend on what people do to its physical body after death on earth, right? So I just wanted to make that note. So next passages 12 to 18 have the those who are referred to as the companions of the dead, speaking words of encouragement to those still on earth. So here it says, the companions of the dead speak thus. The life shadow of this man who was is never restless. It never wanders. It is ever protecting. It is ever watchful. It remains, for it is bound to the empty corpse by the restraining thongs. They say, the spirit of this man has awakened in the land of immortality. He rejoices in the land beyond the horizon. He is a hero of the horizon. Offend him not by thinking that he is dead. He cannot die, for he is with the ever-living. He has not gone away to die. He has departed to live elsewhere. Let the moisture of his body return to the waters of the earth from whence it came. Let the things of hardness in his body return to the dust from whence they came. Let his bones rejoin the stones which once they were. Essentially talking about like let the body decompose, and because that's the thing, right? Like our bodies are made of the materials of the earth, and after we die, it returns back and decomposes to the materials of the earth. Continues here. Weep not, for your tears and lamentations restrain his eager spirit. Sing the death dirge, that its echoes may sound the Toscan in the region of light, and the splendid ones and the welcomers come to a place of appointment. It is unfitting to force gladness on a sorrowful heart, but be sad only for a temporary parting. Let not the earthly body of this man who was become destitute. Surround it with care and affection, so that it may transmit the substance of life. Sustain it so the life shadow remain within. What see you now? Gaze upon it. The frail mortal remains enwrapped and silent, unresponsive. Ponder. This you see with the eyes of the body, which cannot perceive things of the spirit. Were the eyes of your spirit opened but a brief moment, you would perceive something entirely different. And then you would know that his shining immortal spirit walks in the company of those risen to glory. So again, this is similar. So even though this isn't talking about like the twice-born prophets, when we read those chapters earlier about the twice-born, where it's like when someone becomes an official twice-born, they see things differently. So yeah, this is, again, it just says like, if we could only see things of how they actually are, beyond this kingdom of illusion, as this our earthly existence is referred to, like we would see something entirely different. And then it says here, and these are the last passages, it says, "It is the time for parting, the time for farewell, for the closing of the door. O departed one risen to glory, who has left us to sorrow, as we have helped you and surrounded you with the protection of our love and our offerings, so now help us in the days of life left to us on earth." So that's the thing, as in earlier passages of this chapter talked about the welcomers, who were people who knew the soul during their earthly life. So it does talk about how there's potentially a connection between those of us still on earth and our loved ones. Especially if they made it to the light side of heaven, then who knows, they might actually be around with us and things like that. So, and there was another passage that says like it's just a temporary parting, where so it's kind of a nice, so the main lessons is about like what happens after death on earth, where we undergo judgment to see what side of heaven we end up in, or if we get reincarnated. But it is a nice thought to think that for our loved ones, if they did make it to the light side of heaven, that they might still be around with us. We just can't see them, but they might be around. They might help us in some ways. So yeah, that's the end of the chapter here. Okay, so now we're going to go through chapter 3, which is the Sacred Registers, part 3. So this is a fairly short chapter, and it might be a prayer directed to a recently deceased human who made it to the light side of heaven. Although, like we'll see in the last passage, it has a reference to Cavern of Stone. So it could be a prayer directed towards one who accomplished the twice-born ritual. So it says, "Behold, one comes wearing white sandals and clad in fine linen. Arise, stand up to greet him. He bears the staff of righteousness. He brings a pearl of priceless value. Take it and become perfect. Others come, fair women and young children. His father's heir has come, and the 4 great ones who bear sweet waters, who spread the feast and rejoice under the strong arm of their protector. He who is gone is not forgotten, but this is the day of the living. He who has inherited ceases from weeping and begins to smile. The protecting one comes in peace. The heart in the sky is no longer small. It expands. It grows large. Thus it is also with the heart of he who lives. His days of lamentations are over, and his heart swells and grows large. The good son never ceases from faithful service on behalf of the absent one who has escaped from the confinement of the body. The dutiful son now calls upon the absent one for protection from wandering shadows and from the molestations of life shadows. O bountiful, ever considerate one, hear the words of your faithful and dutiful son, as they ascend with the blue, penetrating smoke of fragrant incense. Let no shadow wander from your safe abode to haunt our habitations, for they who dwell therein have done you no dishonor. Safeguard the dark doorway, that things in vile forms come not near us to pollute our bodies with sickness and disease. You left, and before the waters rose again, the man of Shodu, he who dealt harshly with the widow dwelling beside the channel of black stones, departed for his judgment. Is it not he whom you judged? And did you not deal rightly with him when the scales went down against him? Therefore, might he not return from the region of darkness with others of his kind, and cause misfortune to fall upon us? You he cannot harm. You are now in the place of glory, in the land beyond the western waters. Therefore, send us guardians from among the glorious company, that they may spread protecting wings over our habitations. Many come bearing cakes of fine meal and barley cakes, large fat-bodied fish and meats of many kinds, honey wine in jars and fruits in plenty. He who is absent from the feast is joyful, his arm is strong, and he issues his commands to the guardians. Cast off all gloom and be joyful, for this is not the time of sorrow. The tears have no place in your eyes. If there be benevolent life shadows beyond the protective pale, they may enter. Join with us in our rejoicing. Let us all enjoy what we have and what we share, for life is irrepressible. And then the last passage here. These are things from a foreign place, said for our brother Guelm, according to the rites of the sons of fire. And thus it shall be for those who enter the chambers of stone. So like I said at the beginning, overall these passages, it's a bit of a prayer, hoping that, dark spirits don't negatively impact people and things like that. And yeah, whether it's overall talking about someone who's deceased, or like I said, here at the last passage says, and thus it shall be for those who enter the chambers of stone, like the chambers of stone. I think it's, because when it talks about the twice-born ritual, it's talking about the cavern of stone and things like that. But who knows? I mean, maybe it's just I guess sarcophaguses were also used sometimes for people after they passed away. But anyways, yeah, so this is just a short chapter here. Okay, so now we're going to go through chapter 4 of the Book of Scrolls, which is the Sacred Registers, part 4. So this chapter includes a set of passages which speak of a recently departed soul self's journey to its kohar in heaven. Now, what's interesting about these passages is it references a lot of landmarks, such as the Lake of Beauty and the Fountain of Life. And again, that's the thing, it's quite fascinating because, just all these sacred registers, it's talking about things on the other side, right? Either designated spirits or landmarks and things like that. So even though some of these might be a little bit confusing and some of them are just more of a prayer, that's the part I just want to highlight. It's quite fascinating that it's talking about these things beyond the veil. So yeah, we'll read through the passages here. It says, "No longer can the man who was speak with men on earth, for he now lives in splendor among the eternal ones. He was weighed before the assessors, and though his faults were not few, he was not outweighed in goodness. He has become a shining one, and journeys on into the spaces of heavenland, accompanied only by his compatible companions. He has ascended into the place of glory, the place of fulfillment. The years have fallen off his shoulders like a cast-off cloak, and he is young again. He is vigorous, he lives. Time cannot touch him with change, nor sorrow enter his heart. He rests, awaiting a new call to duty. He has passed through the wide hall and through the narrow portal. He has entered the land of a new dawning, and he is welcomed. His earth companions greet him. He lives. He is beyond harm. He sees the sublime visions which fulfill his yearnings. He who has served is now served. As he has sown and husbanded, so now he reaps. He continues past the place of waiting souls and sees the awaiting kohars who will unite with the ascending spirits of men. He bears in his hand the book of life and glides over the pure pastures past the bright dividing flame. He turns the face of compassion towards the darkness, but sees naught but fleeting shadows against the red glare. The lost ones shrink back in shame, and the man who was past the entrance to their foul abode. So yeah, again, one thing that seems quite consistent, like we talked about earlier, is it really does seem as though everyone, either when accomplishing the twice-born ritual or just after death on earth, it seems as though ultimately spirits do pass through the dark side of heaven. But the idea is that if your soul is shining brightly because it's reflecting light, it kind of dispels the shadow, so the dark ones aren't able to uh, drag you down, I guess. And maybe that's why there's a lot of like visuals when it comes to, our like art and stuff, when it comes to like heaven and hell, is, there's these dark spirits maybe trying to drag you down and things like that. But as long as your soul is bright and shining, you should be okay. Or I should say you will be okay, because what these prophets say is the truth, and that's what they say essentially. So anyways, we'll continue here. So keeps going here. Those who are left to mourn for the glorious one have dried their tears, for all is well with him. He delights in the good life in a place of glory. He is safe in the embrace of his Kohar. He is the adoring one, whose eyes are opened to splendor. He sees the sublime visions. The man who was seeks the illuminator who will direct him in his duties. He cleanses himself in the lake of beauty and refreshes himself at the fountain of life. He sees spirits of the twilight who are purged of all their wickedness and lusts, yet they remain captive to the lords of destinies, for they are still unproven. The Lord of Life will direct their passage back for trial and testing. For these, there is always hope. So a few things here in passage 6 where it says, the man who was seeks the illuminator who will direct him in his duties. So that's the thing. It's, sometimes our idea of heaven, and I guess it depends on the religion, and there's all sorts of different beliefs when it comes to things like that. But sometimes I think we have an idea. It's like, oh, you go to heaven and everything is just like pleasure and the good life. But from this passage and from other ones that we'll be going through in later videos, it does seem as though, even in the light side of heaven, you don't just sit idly or experience pleasures. I mean, obviously, like, things are good. It's great. Like, that's where we all want to go after death. But it says direct him in his duties, because that's the thing. One thing to keep in mind is that we're meant to provide a life of service, and that seems to also be the case in the light side of heaven. Like, you're given some duties, and I mean, what that is and what it entails, we can't tell, here behind the veil, I guess. But that's just one thing I want to point out here. The other part I want to highlight here is where it says, he sees spirits of the twilight who are purged of all their wickedness and lusts, yet they remain captive to the lords of destinies, for they are still unproven. I mentioned that a little bit earlier, and again, I think I mentioned that, in the next video in the Book of the Silver Bow, when we read, there's one chapter from Jesus where, that's the thing, like, again, the idea is that, like, ultimately our souls, even if we go to the dark side of heaven, like, our souls are eternal, it never gets destroyed, but that the dark side of heaven isn't eternal. So this seems to be aligned with that where it says, they're purged of all their wickedness and lusts, yet they remain captive to the Lord of Destinies, for they are still unproven. So again, like I mentioned before, is that after getting purified in the dark side of heaven, the soul goes back to neutral, but they're still unproven, right? So that's the thing. They still need to then come back to the physical world to live a life, to learn and grow, and hopefully eventually become worthy of the light side of heaven. So it continues here. The man who has navigated the winding waters of life and crossed the dark waters of death, and he is now strengthened in wisdom. He takes a seat on high, that he may become an instructor and guide on the path. He becomes a brazier in the distance, a homing light to guide those who seek truth. He is purified and comes forth wearing the white mantle of greatness. Behold the splendor of his raiment, and the purity of his adornments as he sits awaiting calls from those in the heavy kingdom, who seek his counsel. The seers in dark waters will amaze the people with the clarity of their visions and revelations, for the power goes forth from the man who was, with manifold strength. A great being has joined the splendid company in the land of dawnlight. Over there they will say, Earth is worthily fulfilling its purpose when it produces men such as this. So essentially saying like the other spirits in the light side of heaven who once this newly, I guess, individual or soul that makes its way there. It's kind of meant as a compliment, right? Like, Earth is worthily fulfilling its purpose when it produces men such as this, like, this new soul who entered the light side of heaven. So quite the compliment there. And yeah, these are the last two passages of the chapter, which says, "You may wonder what are the occupations of the man who was. Does he illuminate the dark waters alone? May he not be among those who seek to enter the hearts of those who close the doors of their spirit to the instructors of wisdom? Alas, they who are heavily enshrouded in earthly wrappings are ever set of face before the instructors of wisdom. They say, 'What have we to do with this babble?' Yet they, most of all, require enlightenment, for they are men of small minds. May he not have become a pathfinder in the night, a guide through the darkness, the star illuminating the night at its darkest hour as the herald of the great illuminator? May he not have become a director of rays that dance on the waters, or a controller of the winds, which caress the cheek? Suffice that he rejoices in a life of splendor, so let it remain with him and his Kohar until the day when all is known, the day of full knowing." So yeah, that's the end of this chapter. Okay, so now we're going to read through part 5 of the Sacred Registers, which is another fairly short chapter. Now, this one consists of interactions between someone who's called the Newcomer and also the Ferryman in the Netherworld, so like in, the spiritual side in heaven. So the Ferryman seems to be so there's in Greek mythology, there's a kind of an iconic ferryman called like Charon from Greek mythology who is there to help the newcomer travel the tortuous channel of purification. So they're kind of like on a river on the other side. And yeah, from these passages, I would say that this newcomer is likely someone attempting to become a twice-born, because the journey of this soul seems a little bit different compared to someone who is, has died on earth and is undergoing judgment. So we'll start with passage 1 here. It says, "These are the instructions for those who journey the outer track of the twin way, for those who have been laid in the chambered tombs, who followed the ways of Kemwelith. The words are those from the distant past, first spoken in a far land beyond the rolling billows." So here, it mentioned that who had been laid in the chambered tombs. So again, I mean, that could be a reference to the sarcophaguses that, it seems like those who undergo the twice-born ritual are placed in. But again, it could also be just kind of, after someone's died. But like I said, I think from the passages, it's probably speaking of someone accomplishing the twice-born ritual. And yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think these chapters from the Sacred Registers are quite old. So that's the thing. Like, this could predate, Greek mythology. And that's the thing, just as an overall, like, I would imagine that most religious beliefs of like all ancient civilizations, that's the thing, like we talked about when going through those earlier videos about Osiris and after the flood, like I think it's fair to say that pretty much like all ancient civilizations, like the root of all those beliefs come from the seeds that were planted so long ago. But yeah, so we'll continue here with passage 2. "The risen one has become the newcomer, and having passed through the clearinghouse, his departure is not delayed. No toll is required on the ferry, for the newcomer has with him the words of entrance, which have become known to him according to his deeds. He has not deviated from the path, and all is well. The ferryman comes to the place of waiting. He is of the winding river, which is the tortuous channel of purification. The newcomer stands at the mooring place and proclaims, 'O ferryman, away to the region of the blessed ones. I am purified, purged of polluting evils. Make haste, do not delay. I am a wanderer, anxious to reach my destination. So this is one of those passages where that's why I think this is someone undergoing the twice-born ritual, because it seems like they were trained and they know what to expect, and they know what to say to, they've been purified and all that stuff, and things like that. So yeah, this is one of the passages where I think it's someone undergoing the twice-born ritual. And then the ferryman responds by saying, "From whence come you?" And then the newcomer says, "I am from Resta and am weary. Take me to my compatible place of abode. Let us not delay. I wish to join those united with their soul selves. Let us not dally. Do not tarry, for I am anxious to depart from this somber shore. Have no fear, cautious one, for no evil dogs my footsteps. Come, let us away. Bear me over the waters of the appointed place. Carry me swiftly to where spirits are regenerated and made young again. Carry me to the foot of the great stairway that ascends to the place of immortals, courtyard of the great God." The ferryman hesitates. He says, "Show me your token, that I may know you have truly passed the tests, that I may know your true destination. For it is the way with men that they think one thing, but truth lies elsewhere." And then the newcomer says, "My token is the brightness which, if you be no impostor, you may see shining above my head. And my introduction is the writing concerning me, written in the book of sacred mysteries. Come, bear me over the waters so that I may tread the field of peace. See, have I not 4 attendants, 2 on either side? Let them speak for me, for they are witnesses walking in the light of truth." So like I underlined here where it's like, you may see shining above my head. The brightness, again, this could be part of the reason why there's the symbology of like a halo, for angels and things like that. And again, it really does seem as though this newcomer knows what to expect on the spiritual side. So again, this is where I think it's someone who was taught and learned the ways of the twice-born. And passage 6 says, "The ferryman says, 'Who stands to the pole?' And the risen one answers, 'I will stand to the pole with my attendants, 2 on either side. You stand by to bear at the steering oar, so that our course remains straight.' And then the ferryman says, 'It is well, for the current is sullen and changeful.' And then the newcomer says, 'O ferryman of the boatless ones, I am truly a man justified before all on both sides of the horizon, before heaven and earth. I have passed the tests of the examiners and am free to proceed. I am one who can claim passage by virtue of my deeds. Have not men spoken well of me after I departed from their midst? Is this not enough? It is the way with earth that if men speak of the goodness of an absent one, then he is good indeed. Truly I am a bright one.' And then the ferryman says, 'Draw aside your mantle, that I may see your likeness, for this is a good boat which may not be polluted. The path henceforth is hard for those who cannot be faced without revulsion. O great one, draw your mantle over again, for you are indeed among the brightest of those who pass this way. Great will be the rejoicing when you appear among your own kind, the pure of heart.'" And then this is the last passage where it says, "Delay no longer, ferryman. Quickly over the waters of the other to the other side. If you delay further, I will name the names of gods to men, that their unreality be exposed. I am not one to be trifled with. I am one who can dispel the clouds of illusion. I am a man of no mean qualities. Therefore, tarry no more. Let us depart." So yeah, like I said, this is a pretty interesting chapter here where, like I said, it's got that kind of Greek mythology character in terms of the ferryman and things like that. But yeah, I think, like I said, I think this really is someone who's undergoing the Twiceborn ritual, at least in this chapter, because the newcomer is very well versed in terms of it's almost like they know what to expect on this side. But yeah, and maybe, like I said during previous chapters too, where it seems as though in all cases, like whether it's a soul of someone who's like died on Earth or undergoing the Twiceborn ritual, they have to pass through the dark side of heaven first. So this is maybe similar to where it's almost like the ferryman in some of the passages is asking like, are you sure you're okay to go through here? And there's those references to how like the newcomer saying they are a bright one, they have that halo shining above their head. So again, it's that they're capable of surviving going through the river, through the, path, like through the dark side of heaven at first, because the light will dispel all the dark spirits and things like that. So yeah, this is the end of the chapter. Okay, so now we're going to read through chapter 6 of the Book of Scrolls, which is the Sacred Registers, part 6. So this one is another short chapter with a set of passages which speak of someone who's called the Pilgrim and their journey to its kohar in heaven after death on earth. So we'll see how, after being weighed on the scales of judgment, the grim guardian says pass. The pilgrim then reaches what's called the ladder of life, which is said to be the test of deeds long since done, where evil bears down heavily. So overall, the passages describe how if the soul is strong enough as a result of the good life lived on earth, the pilgrim's kohar will help it ascend into the region of light, in the light side of heaven. So we'll read through these passages. It says, "The man who was becomes the pilgrim. He has crossed the waters. He has passed the grim guardian. He waits without the place of union and stands firmly. He is not afraid and stands resolute. The cool, gracious one approaches with 3 jars of water and refreshes him." The pilgrim says, "Behold, O watcher at the gate, I have laid up treasure enough in the storehouse of love, therefore allow me to pass. The love of those who have gone before, see, is it not a large quantity and sufficient to draw me upward? See the love of those who remain behind, is it not a large quantity and sufficient to draw me upward?" The watcher hears his words. Then the grim guardian counts and weighs and says, pass. So again, like the weighs, that could be like those 2 columns put together. And then, there's enough good so that the grim guardian says pass. So then it continues here. Then this man passes and goes beyond the lake of wisdom, past the winding channel of experiences, over the flooded field of reeds, to the eastern side of the region of light, where he will be renewed in birth into the higher spheres. The pilgrim now stands before the womb of heaven, where those who enter as pure seed are brought forth into union with God. This man passes by to where the attendants help him to assume the robe of glory. They welcome him. Behold, they say, his kohar has brought this man powers to make him complete. The powers he gave into the keeping of his kohar during the prayer times on earth have returned greatly magnified. This man has joined the joyful company. He has left his old, discarded body in the region of heaviness, to assume another more glorified one in the region of light. The kohar greets the pilgrim and says, I welcome you, my own. The kohar says to those about, This is my own. He has washed in the lake of wisdom and passed by the caverns of distrust and doubt. Let us, therefore, enter in peace when the great door is opened for the united being in the east, the door leading to the place of the one true God above all gods, whose manifestations are secret mysteries. Before going further, they pass by a side entrance to the region of darkness, where vile and sorrowful things lurk, the lost ones, those who served in the ranks of evil on earth. So again, another reference to how they end up passing by the dark side of heaven during this process before entering the light side of heaven. So it continues here. O great Kohar, stop the ears of your own, that he may not hear the mournful wailings of the doomed ones left behind. They who are the companions of the pilgrim cry out, O Kohar, guide your own right, guide him up the ladder of life, which he must traverse again. Strengthen its rungs, support him, so he bears lightly upon them. Let not the rungs break beneath his weight. This is the test of deeds long since done, where evil bears down heavily. O Kohar, your own is weak and falters, yet your arms are strong. Therefore, lift them to support him, that he may surmount to the heights above. Do this, that he may sit with those who have understanding and perception, that his feet may be welcomed in the fields of peace, and that he may take his place among the glorious ones. Blessed is the Kohar who safeguards all memories, storing them as men store corn, who retains these for the use of the reborn ones, who can recall all that men forget, and can draw forth a memory, as men draw water from a well. The Kohar is the eternal recorder. Pilgrims become risen ones, and enter their Kohars as a soul enters a body, and in unity they become glorious ones. I'll just make a note here where it says here for passage 10, blessed is the Kohar who safeguards all memories, storing them as men store corn. Now, I mean, like, I know that corn has been used, as food for many ancient civilizations. But it's during in the chapters that talk about Osiris, that's where there's a lot of references to corn, where it seems like that was a staple of the, for the early agriculture, potentially going back over 12,000 years ago. So, like I mentioned a few times, I think that these sacred registers could date back to like a very ancient time. So like that's the thing, I think it's quite clear. Like I know corn, I mean, I guess maybe I'd have to double check. I would imagine corn was also, used by the ancient Egyptians. So, but anyways, it might be one of those clues to help us, at least consider that like, hey, these could be like incredibly ancient writings where, now, I mean, with the caveat that, like we've discussed in previous videos, like, these have been rewritten over the years, but the original writings for these chapters, like the sacred writings or the sacred registers, could be from, for all we know, it could be from close to Osiris's time. So, but anyways, so this is the end of the chapter here. Okay, so now we're going to go through chapter 8 of the Book of Scrolls, which is the Sacred Registers, part 8. So again, this is a fairly short chapter, and it's a poetic set of passages which speaks to a woman being the newcomer who is going through the process of reaching her Kohar and ascending into the land beyond the veil. And one note here, so the first passage states that these writings are from Ilkeb and makes reference to the first of the scarlet-robed ones. And so that's like I just mentioned before at the end of part 7 that we just went through. The reference to, being the first of the scarlet-robed ones, like this could be a reference to Osiris. Because I think there's a passage when it's talking about Osiris that we went through in either videos like 4 through 6 where it makes a reference to the scarlet-robed ones. So if he's the first of the scarlet-robed ones, like this could be, again, dating back to over 12,000 years ago. And I guess it might make sense too, where it's like, I guess in the sense of this could be a bit of a summary where, again, Thoth was the, it seems like he was the high priest of the people before the flood of the civilization that was destroyed, and he taught this to Osiris. So, like, this could be very, very old wisdom about, and that's where it's fascinating, just their potential, like, understanding of what lies beyond the veil, where, like, again, I'll mention again, it's quite fascinating the way it talks about all these landmarks and specific spirits. Now, at the end of the day, like what we should be doing, I think, when studying these is instead of getting a little bit too I don't know what's the word, but like instead of focusing too much on like, oh, there's this spirit and these landmarks, overall, I think these are meant to help us understand the process and what's expected of us, where that's the thing, at the end of the day, it could really just be summarized in terms of, after we die on earth, our soul goes to the sphere of heaven, where we undergo a judgment. And again, there's this whole thing where, again, like even Jesus talks about how we're threefold beings: soul, spirit, and matter. So our soul is what fills our earthly body while on earth, and then our soul then enters a spiritual body in the sphere of heaven, which is our kohar. So again, that's the thing. It's just I don't want people to get like too caught up in the specifics of these, like that's saying the Grim Guardian, the Adjuster, the Reciter, all these things. Like, I think the intent is it's to help us understand the process and what's expected of us. Where, as you could imagine, I think in very ancient times, it would be like incredibly difficult to understand these things because, I mean, that's the thing. I think I mentioned it earlier in this video, where one thing to keep in mind that I think really helps us today with understanding this better is, well, two things. I mean, just the vast amounts of mythology and stories and things like that have been accumulated over our history. But also just, even, like I said, even just things like movies and books and things like that, where just like even, I would say like even like, fantasy and even science fiction, where it's just, there's all these like elements of the truth that I think are contained in like art, which again, like movies and books and things like that are art as well. And it just, I think because of that, when we read these sorts of chapters, I think it's easier for us to understand versus if you put yourself in the shoes of very ancient human beings who did not grow up with an education. And, it was very primitive times. These sorts of things would have been very difficult for them to understand, I think, at least to some degree. Now, that's the thing. I would say that's where, and I guess this is what I kind of want to point out with this discussion here, is that ultimately the way that these sacred registers are written, for us today might seem a little bit, like I said, you could kind of simplify it maybe to some degree in terms of, our soul goes to the spirit side and undergoes judgment and things like that. But I'm sure that these were genuinely beneficial for like the priests and the twiceborn at the time, where when they would try and teach the common people of the time, like to talk in this way, right? Because this was before there was all these like I said, the vast amounts of mythology and things like that. So anyways, yeah, I just wanted to mention that here. Okay, so yeah, we'll read through the passages here, starting with passage 1. These are the supplications of Ilkeb, the stranger, who came from the land of rising waters, and was known to us as the opener of the ways. He came under the wings of the firehawk. He was the first of the scarlet-robed ones, the right hand of Glenvanus. This was in the time of our fathers' fathers, and the tongue of the seafarers is no longer in the mouth of men. So like I had mentioned before doing that little tangent discussion, I guess, like, with the reference to the scarlet robed ones. But yeah, even here where it says like he came under the wings of the firehawk, which could be a reference to the sons of fire, and the land of the rising waters. This could be a reference to the land that got flooded when the waters rose up, right? And here also this was in the time of our fathers. That's the thing. I guess just again, I just want to point out these could be, at least originally, were from incredibly ancient times and things like that. So yeah, and he was just pointing that out again. So here with passage 2, it says, "O great being of beauty, brilliant one who greets the newcomers arriving in the place beyond the western horizon. This woman is your daughter. Your daughter is she. See, she is pure in spirit and clean in heart. She is modest and womanlike, so let her pass to live in the pastures of life, in the land of new dawning, where all is wholesome. Let her be purified by the maidens of Orshafa. Let them purify her. Let her be washed and dried by the attendants at the clean, sweet waters of life. Let the 9 delicate ones minister to her. Let her be clothed in garments of decency, for she is a womanly woman. O great and glorious one, give this woman your hand. Clasp her hand with womanly tenderness. Spread out your falcon wings over her. Spread protecting wings around her. She has followed the tedious ways of womankind and has glorified life with her presence. She has endured affliction with patience and made her home hearth a place of peace and content. Let her roam the pastures of the blessed ones and penetrate into the farthest regions of light. I raise my hands in supplication. The flame is lit. It burns brightly. Fragrant incense is placed in the bowl and it becomes a glow. Its sweet perfume rises into the recesses above. O happy risen one, O beautiful being glowing with womanly goodness, treasure of all the virtues, purify yourself for admittance into the higher regions. The incense we offer here is your indrawn breath of renewed life. It fills your lungs. You breathe, and because you breathe, you live. This is the best incense from the land of Gwemi, differing not from that which our fathers knew when they traveled the water road. O beautified one, my heart lingers at the place where you rest. My heart is with you, entwined with yours. How sweet your breath, how pleasant your perfume, how gentle your whispers, how delicate the rustle of your attire. O newly become beauteous one, you are not alone. Rise, blue perfumed smoke, rise, cleaning fragrance, rise, sweet wholesome offerings, rise like fluttering birds on wings of purified air to the glorious regions of light, which lie away beyond our poor perception. Accept our sweet fragrance, O beautified one. Inhale our sweet smoke, O ever delicate one. May you enjoy the due reward of your labors and privations, of your selfless sacrifices. Be ever contented and peaceful, O dutiful wife and loving mother. Hear our words, as they rise to you in the softly smoldering incense which comes shipborne to these shores. Hear the voices of the waiting welcomers greeting the beauteous one, who now joins them. They say, cast off the old worn garment and array yourself in garments of radiant light, in the clothes of splendor which have awaited you. Bedeck yourself in the well-earned jewels of spiritual reward. Henceforth, you shall dwell here, walking about freely, to be honored and loved. Here you will be renewed, be alert, vigorous, and far-reaching. The power of your spirit shall stretch out to every place. You take thought and fly on hawk's wings. Your desire becomes a chariot with wings of light. Beyond the place of your first destination is the kingdom of the Lord of the distant sky. There he will permit manifestations in glory. There henceforth you shall walk in strength and beauty, being ever filled with life and power, garmented in loveliness for all eternity. There the floodwaters of a glorious fluid light unknown here rise and fall in moderation, and therein you may bathe daily and taste the revitalizing rests. Here your thirst may be slackened at the well of divine essence, and your appetite appeased by the strange bread of everlasting life. This is your destiny in the land beyond the veil. Therefore, lift up your face in joy. Rise, lovely liveliness. You are one destined to be numbered among the shining ones, and are warmly welcomed into the company of the fragrant ones. O happy one who enhanced earthly life with your presence, this is your reward. Many have done mighty things, but you have served with constancy and diligence, adding the small grains of goodness to the pile of merits until it exceeded in weight the great things done by others. We hail you, O victorious one. The welcomers say among themselves, how fair and bright the face of this newcomer. How fine must have been her life in the region of heaviness. Behold, here she is, renewed and made young again, but with a loveliness unknown in the life left behind. When she goes forward from here, she is within her kohar. They are one. Her vision is through the kohar. Her smell is through the kohar. All she senses is through the kohar. All she does and knows is through the kohar. Behold, she is among the chosen. Henceforth she becomes an opener of the way for those of her blood. Glorious is she and blessed are they. Those are the supplications made for Milvin, daughter of Malon, son of Market the stranger, according to the rites of the sons of fire. Ardwith kept it, and it was done into this form at the place called Coronamba. So yeah, that's the end of the chapter. So I just want to make another note here. While the Kolbrin speaks a lot more about men, this chapter helps to confirm that women have an important role, and they are also destined to join all souls in heaven. Ultimately, every human can become a radiant spirit. And that's the thing. I think we had discussed it in video 9 when we went through the Hermanatar stories, where there is in one of the chapters where Hermanatar is addressing the people. That's the thing. It really also seems that there are periods in time where the people were misguided and misunderstood I think we had talked about it in previous videos, where we do need to recognize that in ancient times, nations and communities really depended on men because of their strength for physical labor. That's the thing. It was the reality of life on Earth, where before we had machines and all those things, we really had to take advantage of men's strength to, for agriculture, for all these things. And unfortunately, that seems to have caused some, which are clearly misconceptions, where, again, that thing I think is in one of the chapters of the Hermanatar story, where some of the misguided people made some sort of claim of, that's the one that it was, when it was, the topic seemed a little bit tied to abortion, where the people went to bury a baby because it was a woman, and they made I don't have it here, but they made a comment about kind of saying that women don't have souls, sort of thing. So anyways, it's just, again, it's just one of those ignorant misconceptions that happen. But this chapter here makes it very clear that, and that's thing, I don't think it's something that really needs to be argued in detail today. I think we all understand today that's okay, all humans, we all have souls, we're all the same. There's no spiritual distinction between men and women in terms of whether or not we have a soul and things like that. But again, I guess I just want to point out, thankfully there's this chapter here that really helps to confirm that women have, like I said, they have souls, and they're destined to become radiant ones in the light side of heaven as well. So, so this is the end of the chapter. Okay, so now we're going to read through chapter 10, which is the Sacred Registers, part 10. So this chapter appears to be from someone who is completing the twice-born ritual. So here's the first few passages, which says, My God and Father, my Creator and Governor, Supreme and Immortal Spirit, I come to you as a wayward son comes to his father. I come as the world-weary wanderer comes home. I come as the victorious battle-bludgeoned warrior comes to the place of his rest. I am one who has passed the trials. I am one who has survived the challenges. I have returned full of wisdom and knowledge, the fruits of long years in your earthly place of instruction. There I was diligent. I was not a waster of time. I was not a man of idleness. I am proved worthy. I, your son, have come home. The virtues I developed on earth are the messengers that sped before me. My qualities hastened to announce my coming. They sped on invisible wings, so that only those sensitive to that which emanated from me knew of their coming. They came as perfume carried on the wind. They announced me, they heralded me. They gave salutations to the spirits in the bright abodes. Yet I have not forgotten the dwellers in terror, and a small dark spirit of the twilight has gone forth to make known to them my departure from earth. This, that should any there know of me, they may be made aware that I am not of their dismal company. Will there be weeping there in the dank, dreary darkness? So like I mentioned at the start of this chapter, the narrator might be someone journeying to be a twice-born, or these might be passages spoken as though from a recently deceased who is praying or proclaiming to have been a worthy soul. I don't think it's terribly important. Because we'll go through the next few chapters here. I surmounted the trials of existence in heaviness. Now my spirit can speed like the lightning flash. I am one who has accomplished what had to be done. I have governed my affairs, not wholly by earthly standards, but by the greater ordinances of heaven. I have carefully read the books of instruction and listened to the interpreting words of the wise. He who tests hearts and reads thoughts has weighed me, and I was not found wanting in the balances. I am a cool one, for my thoughts rest in peace. I am not numbered among the hot ones, whose thoughts consume them as fire consumes wood. I have passed the nameless ones, to come into the presence of the Great One, whom no man names, whose name is not knowable to men. I have reached the destination of ages. I have achieved the ultimate goal. I have put on the mantle of immortality and the robe of light, which the heavenly weavers prepared for me. I think I believe it's in some of the books from Jesus where there's some passages where Jesus says that, how we have this idea, at least in some religions, but I mean, I guess like not just, the Abrahamic faiths, but also like in Greek mythology and things like that, where there's this idea of like hell or the underworld where there's like all these flames and things like that. There's passages, like I said, I think from Jesus that we'll be going through in the next few videos where he does say like hell is not like, there's no like demons and it's not like it's a fiery place. Now the reason I mentioned that is, like we discussed, the sacred registers could be incredibly old. So I can't help but think that maybe like passage 5 here where it says, I am a cool one, for my thoughts rest in peace. I am not numbered among the hot ones, whose thoughts consume them as fire consumes wood. For all we know, maybe it's from notions like this passage here that may have led to like I said, religions or things like that, where there's this idea of hell being a fiery place. Because I don't know, like here, but that's not what this one is necessarily saying. It's whose thoughts consume them as fire consumes wood. Anyways, I just wanted to point that out. I just find this interesting. So next passage 7 here says, I am a little one who comes in littleness and not greatness. I am a humble one, and come not in pomp and grandeur, for these are things of the four-quartered earth, having no place here. I have done things which have been wrong, but these were done in ignorance and not willfully or with malice. So the last passage, which we'll read here, alludes to the one speaking being a soul who, while in the netherworld, is hoping to return to the realm of heaviness to fulfill their destiny. So that's why I said at the beginning that I think ultimately this chapter is someone who's undergoing the twice-born ritual, because that's the main difference. Is someone, like, overall it seems like the journey, there's a lot of similarities where their soul goes to the spirit of heaven and gets judged and things like that. But the main difference is that someone undergoing the twice-born ritual, they're hoping to pass the test and then come back on Earth to serve as a prophet, as opposed to after death on Earth. It's just the idea is you hope to make it to the light side of heaven. Or maybe it's meant to talk about reincarnation, where it's like maybe they hope to return to Earth to continue to learn on their way, on their journey to one day make it to the light side of heaven. So again, like I said, it's not terribly important. But yeah, so the last passage reads here: O watchers, announce to the lords of light and to the lords of darkness that I am one who has penetrated the mystic veil, but is destined to return to the realm of heaviness. O watchers, announce that I am now a self-knowing, everlasting spirit. O Father of the gods, who is above all, issue the decrees of fate which ensure that henceforth I live a life of service, that I may live purposefully when I return to fulfill my destiny. Okay, so now we're going to go through chapter 11, which is part 11 of the Sacred Registers. So this one appears to be a prayer directed towards, someone praying towards their kohar. And this chapter's passages are mostly proclamations of "I have done" and "I have never done." So essentially, it kind of helps to highlight, what are good things to do and what are bad things to do, in terms of when molding your soul and your kohar. So it reads: "My heart, my spirit, my kohar, guardian of my memories, cast not your words in the balances against me. My faults and failings are not few, for no mortal man is perfect, yet they weigh lightly against my qualities and good deeds. Say not that I have wrought evil to any man willfully or with malice. Say not that I am a man of wickedness. Let me not suffer sorrowful remorse in the gloom and darkness, but let me live forever within the region of light. I have done deeds of goodness and led a goodly life. I have overcome the wiles of wickedness and avoided the snares of temptation. I have lived in peace with my neighbors. I have dealt justly and fairly with them, and have not uttered words of malice to stir up strife. I have not gossiped about my neighbors, nor engaged in idle chatter concerning their affairs. These things are not easy, and as no man is perfect, I have at times been bad-tempered under provocation. Therefore, speak words that will weigh in the balances against my failings. I have not slandered any man, nor have I willfully caused pain and suffering. I have not caused the widow to weep, nor the child to cry without cause. I have dealt justly with my servants and with the servants of others, and I have been loyal to my masters. I have not slain unlawfully, nor wounded any man willfully. Yet no man is perfect, and when my burdens have weighed heavily upon me, I have spoken harshly. Therefore, speak words that will weigh in the balances against my failings. I have never oppressed a poor man or taken from him what is his by virtue of my position. I have never oppressed the weak or cheated in the substance of metals. I have never said to a hungry woman, "Lay with me and you shall eat," for this is a vile thing. I have not lain with the wife of another man or seduced a child, for these are abominations. Yet no man is perfect, and few are commanders of their thoughts. Therefore, speak words that will lighten these things in the balances. I have not turned the water of another so that he is deprived of his full measure. I have not stopped flowing waters in their course. I have not kept fodder from cattle, nor allowed the pastures to be neglected. I have not caused any child to know fear without reason, nor have I beaten one in bad temper. I have not transgressed the statutes of the king. Yet no man is perfect, and sometimes that which is right in its day becomes wrong in another. Therefore, speak words that will weigh in the balances against my wrongdoings. I have not stolen, neither have I taken the possessions of any man by deceit. I have not divided the household of any man, nor separated him from his wife or children. I have not quarreled with any man because of ignorance. I have not turned from my duties or failed in my obligations. I have not hidden my errors or buried my failings. Yet no man is perfect. Therefore, speak words that will weigh in the balances for me. I have never behaved boisterously in a sacred place, nor have I ever defiled one. My hand has not been demanding because of my office, nor have I dealt haughtily with those who came to me with a plea. I have not increased my position by false words or writings. Yet my burden has been increased because of the perversity and willfulness of men, and no man is perfect. Therefore, speak words that will weigh in the balances against my weaknesses. I have not permitted envy to eat my heart, nor malice to corrupt it. I have not been loud of mouth, nor spoken words of boastfulness. I have never slandered another or uttered words of falsehood. My tongue has never escaped from the control of my heart. I have never derided the words of another because they passed my understanding, nor have I stopped my ears to words of enlightenment. I have never hidden myself to observe others, nor have I ever disclosed the secret designs or doings of others, unless they be of evil intent. Yet no man is perfect. Therefore, speak words that will weigh in the balances for me. When I have done wrong, I have adjusted the scales that weighed down heavily against me. I have not hidden my weaknesses and failings in dark places, but washed them clean in the sunlight of honest compensation. So this part that I underlined here, I think this is, I mean, all these passages are important in terms of helping us understand what we should not be doing while living on earth. But where it says, when I have done wrong, I have adjusted the scales that weighed down heavily against me. So we'll see this in the chapters that talk about the meaning of life and those from Jesus, where that's the thing, that's an important thing, where it's like, if you recognize that you did wrong, like if you've stolen from people or things like that, it's good to try and fix that wrong while on earth so that it doesn't weigh against you in the spiritual world. Because that's the thing, in Jesus's books, he always talks about there will always be an accounting, again, the weighing of the scales. So it's very important where just if you notice you've done wrong, it is much, much, much better to work and strive to make it right while on earth. Because the last thing you want to do is to, when you're undergoing your judgment on the other side, like in the sphere of heaven, is just, you really want to do as much as you can to pass the accounting, right? When the scales are weighed. So yeah, that's why I highlighted that here. Okay, and these are the last passages where it says, I have not succumbed to the lures of lewdness, nor has my tongue spoken slyly of things which should be kept private. I have not peeped at nakedness or pried into another's privacy. I have respected the modesty of womankind and the innocent delicacy of childhood. Yet men are as they are and imperfect, while thoughts stray willfully and are not easily restrained. Therefore, Speak words that will weigh in the balances for me. O Great One, protect me. O Kohar, save me. Hear the words of my heart. I was one who was ever mindful of what was right and what was wrong. I did what I thought was right and shunned that which I thought was wrong. I listened to those who were wiser than I and helped those who were less privileged. Can man do more? This is the end of the chapter here. Okay, so now we're going to read through chapter 12 of the Book of Scrolls, which is the Sacred Registers, part 12. So this is the last chapter of the Sacred Registers, and it's a fairly short chapter, and it reads as though they are proclamations from a twice-born, although they might also be, written as though a message from a spirit or like from this individual's soul. So it says, "Know me and understand my ways. I am one who sees the past and the future. I look into hidden places. I am one who wanders freely. I am one who can be reborn. I am one who knows the speech of the released. I am an uplifter. The climbers come to me and I support them. I lift them up. I strengthen. Therefore, bring me the sustenance of smoke. I hear and I hear not, for what I hear is heard by others. I speak and I speak not, for what I speak is in the mouths of others. I weep and I weep not, for my weeping is the weeping of others. I am an uplifter. The climbers come to me and I console them. I enlighten them with words of hidden wisdom. Thus they find the way. I am one who comes forth when the circle is formed, when the twin lamps have been lit and the incantations made. I come forth from the consecrated place and bear the staff of power. I know the secrets of the dark waters and the secrets of blood. I am a wanderer in strange places. I am one who does not fear to tread the forbidden paths. I am an uplifter. The climbers come to me, and I reveal the way. I am the opener of tombs. I am the dweller in the stone caverns. I am the one who precedes the herald of the companions. I am the swimmer in the waters of wisdom. I am the discoverer of hidden places. I am the one who hovers above the still waters. I am the wanderer with the winds. I am an uplifter. The climbers come to me and are comforted. They thirst and I refresh them. They hunger and I fill them with food. I am the sitter beneath the sycamore. I am the eater of the rowan. I am the heart within the heat of the fire and the eye within the candle flame. I am the uprising hawk and the contented dove. I am one who has tamed the serpent and drawn forth its secrets. I am one who has many eyes and sees what is written in the night skies, whose ears hear the whisperers at the edge of the great waters. I am one whose right foot rests on the earth and whose left foot rests on the firmament. I am one who faces all spirits alike and knows their true nature. I am an uplifter. The climbers come to me and I give them peace. I am one who gazes into the deep dark pool, reading the things hidden therein. I am the caller forth of the deformed ones and the tongue of the bright ones. I am he of the everlasting form. I am he who provides stability to faltering forms and the interpreter who spans the veil. I am an uplifter. The climbers come to me and I provide their guide and their guardian. Know me and understand my ways. Invoke me through the rite of smoke and wine. Call me forth into the circle of stone. But beware, For lest you hold the 7 keys and understand the nature of the three rays, you are lost. So yeah, this is the end of the chapter and the end of the sacred registers. And like I said, I have a feeling, and again, I don't think it necessarily matters. But like from these passages, I think it is speaking as though it's a twice-born because, it says there's a reference here to the 7 keys and the nature of the 3 rays. So again, like there's similarities to the sacred registers 7 and 9, which were the chapters we read earlier in this video, which spoke more directly about those undergoing the twice-born ritual, where there were, again, the 3 and the 7, but there's also passages that talked about like the keys and the 3 rays and things like that. And I'll just go back here. Like I like these, it's kind of very poetic, where it repeats here, I am an uplifter. The climbers come to me and I give them peace. So, here where it says like, I am an uplifter, and then the climbers, like, I think the idea and why I think it's a twice-born is that the prophets understood that they were meant to teach the people, where the general people, and we should consider ourselves like that as the climbers, because while on earth you want to learn and grow so that you can, again, kind of the idea that like the higher spheres, you want to make it to the higher spheres. So you won't become a climber, similar to like the pilgrim and things like that. Or it could be a reference to like our soul, because again, like it's when we're born ignorant and unaware of our slumbering soul. So the idea is that as part of our spiritual journey, you want to wake up and awaken your soul and become aware of it. So it could be that as well. So, but anyways, yeah, I like overall these sacred registers. I mean, again, like I said a few times, like it's quite interesting how most of them speak of things on the spiritual side. But yeah, this one's quite poetic and uplifting, right? So, but yeah, so yeah, this passage here was the last passage of this chapter. Okay, so now we're going to go through chapter 12 of the book of Lucius, which is called The Bodiless Body. So like I mentioned a few times at the beginning of this video, I figured we'd end with a chapter from one of Jesus's secretive books. And yeah, in part is just, this one does seem to have Jesus talk about his own experience when undergoing the twice-born ritual, and just some of those things that he saw, as a prophet, where I guess, the kind of those latter sacred registers that we went through, it spoke more of just, I shouldn't say just, but, like of the things in the spiritual world. But in the first 3 chapters that we read as part of this video, where it spoke more directly of those who accomplished the twice-born ritual, it spoke of how once completing the twice-born ritual, how they saw things differently, even on earth. So, yeah, we'll go through this chapter here. So, this chapter begins with Jesus describing the soul spirit. He also states an interesting perspective on those who accomplish the twice-born ritual, where it is as though they are uplifted into the very arms of God, the Supreme Spirit. So here it starts. My friends, I see myself as one who has been granted a divine vision, a gift of insight beyond that of most men. These things coming to me through the grace of the Holy Spirit. This I know beyond any doubt. I have broken through the closed ring of mortality about me and taken possession of a deathless body. I am now an awakened soul, clothed in spirit, and, having drunk the waters of life in the sphere above, am more than mortal. Would that I could explain this better to your understanding, but the things which can be easily taught are of this world only, and higher things can be learned only by direct experience of the sphere of the Holy Spirit. So yeah, just a few things here where this is very much aligned with those early chapters we read about the twice-born ritual, where he has drunk the waters of life in the sphere above, where, in some of those earlier chapters, it speaks of like the pool of purification and things like that. And also in the last part of the first passage here, Jesus admits that like it's hard to put into words the experience, where you could really only truly understand if you've undergone the experience yourself, where that was part of those earlier chapters about the twice-born ritual, where it specifically says that, people like the prophets, they struggle to put into words the experience. Like there's no words to really describe it to us mere mortals who have not undergone the experience. So but yeah, so even though it is difficult to put into words, that's the thing. And I just want to point out, as we continue going through this chapter here, just and especially in the book of Lucius, Jesus really has a way with words. So he, even though like he said it's difficult to put into words, he does try to explain it to us. So we'll continue here with passage 2, which says, "The soul spirit is like a bodiless eye, seeing as men see visions or recall scenes from the past without the sight of the eyes. Yet, this is no more than a poor representation of truth, for there are no means known to men whereby these things can be explained. To understand fully, each man must go out from the body to the sphere above, where only the soul spirit can go, and only then can the vision of beauty and reality be seen. It seems to me that this is not achieved even by the powers of the soul spirit, great as they are, but rather that, in such cases, man is uplifted by the very arms of the Supreme Spirit." So again, like the Supreme Spirit is a reference to God, like God our Father. So it continues here. "There appears to be two subspheres cojoined. One, the lower, where form and color still manifest, and above this, another, where these have their origin, and this is a place of quiet, restful serenity. It is a place of unchanging stability." So next, Jesus speaks more about the higher visions experienced during the twice-born ritual, and he mentions that he had his own master or teacher, which, it's like all twice-born. And so in this case, like I do think he's talking about John the Baptist. So Jesus also lists a way that we can verify if someone is an illuminated one, which is similar to having a halo over their head. And we had discussed that earlier, where some of the other chapters talking about the twice-born ritual talks about that glow of sorts. And the one where there was the ferryman, the newcomer mentioned that about the, what appeared to be almost like a halo at the top of their head. So here's passage 3. It says, "You ask me about the higher vision. Again, it is difficult to express myself in words. It comes as a brilliant light, but not like the blazing glare of the sun, before which men are forced to close their eyes. It is a spiritual form of light, shining only to an extent within the ability of the one granted the vision to receive it. Those who, like my own master, can drink deeply at the well of visions are lulled into a sound spiritual sleep outside the mortal body, and can remain long in the place where visions reflect reality more clearly. Such men are true illuminated ones, and they are not many. By far, the greater number are deceived by the upward reflections of illusion, but because these appear as glorious visions, they accept them as reflections of truth. This is always the great danger, but there are tests to guard against deception. Sometimes, when an illuminated one speaks of the sphere of the Holy Spirit, its power will flow down into him to such an extent that his mortal senses will become blocked out. He will then appear to lose the trend of his own speech, and, instead, his mouth will become an outlet for the flooding channel of inspiration. Sometimes, in such cases, it is difficult for the listener to grasp what the illuminated one is saying, unless he, too, is in equal harmony with the sphere above. The words race ahead of his understanding. If sitting in darkness or gloom, it will be noticed that, at such times, a light or radiance surrounds the illuminated one, and it is this which establishes the reality of his spiritual elevation. So I spoke earlier about, we already had a discussion there where I mentioned how in the Gospel of the Kailedy, it also has passages that talk about how Moses' face glowed after fasting for prolonged periods of time, and Jesus as well. So, and that's the thing, part of that discussion I was having there in this video was to say that, like, it's, if ever we are to have a twice-born prophet sometime in the future, then that's kind of one of those ways, like Jesus is saying here, it's a way to establish whether this person is a true prophet or not. So next, Jesus speaks of how difficult it is to reach the level required to be a man god. And so man god is a term used in the book of Lucius, which is similar to like in the Egyptian text when it talks about gods with a lowercase g. And he also reveals a central secret of all time. So here with passage 6, it says, "Spiritual things are far more difficult to understand than earthly things, and their study requires much greater effort and self-discipline. That is why there are so few spiritual people. The lower mortal mind can gain only a faint insight into them through spoken words, and then only by a supreme effort of understanding. This proves too much for most people, and so spirituality goes into a decline. If the effort directed towards destructive or purposeless worldly things has been directed towards spiritual ends, the race of man would now be a race of man-gods. There are some among you who do not understand the mystery of rebirth. It means rebirth into spiritual consciousness, and this is the central secret of all time, the knowledge of which will change men into man-gods." So I think this is two things. I think it's talking about the twice-born ritual. Like that's kind of one of the central secrets of all time. Because again, like that's like we discussed earlier, where those who successfully accomplish the twice-born ritual, it's seen as a resurrection of sorts. But it could also be talking about, that's the whole purpose of life, is that life on earth, this kingdom of illusion, is meant for us eternal souls to learn and grow. And so, like we read in the previous chapters of the Sacred Registers, that talks about, not just those accomplishing the twice-born ritual, but just also those after death on earth. That's essentially the main purpose of life, and the main thing we should be focused on is, when we undergo judgment after death on earth, we want to make sure that through our kohar, we're able to make it into the light side of heaven. This passage continues on the next page, and from this part here, like it could be speaking more specifically of those who accomplish the twice-born ritual, because it says, "The reborn man can bid his soul spirit go into any place he chooses, and it will be there quick as a thought. It will pass over the seas or penetrate through the denseness of the forests, not as a thing moving swiftly, but as a thing already there. The soul spirit, once freed, can rise above all denser material things, though it cannot penetrate into the upper subspheres of creation in the sphere of the Holy Spirit." Because we had discussed this before, where there are passages from those that talk about the twice-born ritual where it does speak as though, those who are twice-born prophets, while still alive on earth, can have their soul go other places and things like that. So this could be what Jesus is speaking of here. And one thing I just want to mention here as we go through, we'll be going through all the chapters of the book of Lucius in video 16. But that's the thing. It's the way that Jesus talks in his book here is he gives some very interesting detail here where, it says like the soul spirit once freed can rise above all denser material things, though it cannot penetrate into the upper subspheres of creation in the sphere of the Holy Spirit. So anyways, we're not going to go through it in detail here, but just, when studying these passages, it's like I said a few times, it's quite clear that no human being has seen things as clearly as Jesus has, or at least maybe not since the before times. And so he gives some very specific details where I think it's almost worth kind of doing studying it almost. I mean, I don't want to say it like in a scientific way or anything like that, but it's just, here it's talking about the upper subspheres of creation in the sphere of the Holy Spirit, and the sphere of the Holy Spirit is a reference to the sphere of heaven. So it just, it's interesting, in the same way as the sacred registers that talks about like landmarks and things like that. Jesus gives some specific details, and I think it's worth really studying them in terms of so that we could grow our understanding on earth of these sorts of details. So anyways, I just want to highlight that as we go through this chapter, but also in the next few videos. So next, Jesus speaks to those who have had spiritual or out-of-body experiences, and he seems to suggest that we all get to experience the sphere above in our dreams. So passage 8 reads here, "Now, those of you who have experienced the power and speed of the soul spirit and examined, by careful study, the reality of the experience, can surely understand the nature of the Supreme Spirit. If you can do these things, how much more capable will He be of doing them? Therefore, expand yourself to the utmost limit, break out of your confinement, slip away from the mortal body, and escape the shackles of space and time. Behind and beyond this, you will see the gateway at the path leading to the door of the Supreme Spirit." And again, the Supreme Spirit is God. And here, passage 9. "If, however, you prefer to imprison the soul spirit within the body and treat it with contempt, saying, 'I know nothing and fear to reach out into the unknown. I fear the limitless spaces, the unfathomable depths, and the boundless heights. I am afraid to seek too deeply in order to discover what I am, or what I can do, or what I will become.' If you are numbered among those who tremble in fear, then you are not fully alive. You are already more than half dead. You can understand nothing of the truly beautiful. You cannot perceive glory, and if you love the mere mortal body so much, then you cannot really know good and are easily inclined towards the bad." So this is one thing that Jesus does quite a bit in his books, and in particular in the Book of the Silver Bow, which we'll be reading in the next video, for video 15, where that's saying you have to be a little bit careful when reading through these passages, where sometimes he'll kind of, to help explain, he'll essentially put words in someone else's mouth in the sense of for trying to teach you. Because like this passage here that I kind of added with the indent here, it's like, he's saying like, "If, however, you prefer to imprison the soul spirit within the body and to treat it with contempt, saying," so it's talking about like someone who's fearful of expanding their mind and their knowledge and things like that. So yeah, that's one thing. Like, he does a lot of arguments like this in the Book of the Silver Bow. So that's just something to keep in mind when going through his books. But yeah, essentially here he's saying like, and that's the thing. I mean, look, we're humanity as a whole. The idea is like, we're all suffering from a dark night of ignorance, and but so the thing is, Jesus wrote these books for us today, but also for humanity for generations and generations to come. So that's the thing. We have a lot to learn when it comes to like the reality of our spiritual existence and all that. But that's the thing. Jesus is saying like, we're not supposed to be fearful. Like, ultimately everyone should push themselves to some degree, at least within their capabilities of, like I said, expanding their mind and maybe working towards having an out-of-body experience, so that we could at least get some sort of glimpse of what lies beyond the veil. So yeah, I think that's what he's saying in these passages here. So Jesus continues here in passage 10, saying, "Even the slumbering soul spirit can know through its dreams the joy originating from its affinity with the sphere above. It is experienced when the restlessness of the thinking mind is stilled, in the joyous lit of the heart filled with melody, in the glory of a sunset, in the warm smile of love, in the confidence of a child, in the sweet scents of a garden, or in the cool caress of the wind. The cumbersome words of earth cannot describe its glory or reveal to mortal mind the majestic picture of truth. These words of mine do no more than reflect a pale shadow of the splendors of reality. Once again, I repeat, the true knowledge of the higher sphere can be gained only from personal experience through self-awakening. So Jesus then speaks of the boundless nature of our soul spirits with passage 11 here. The soul spirit is potentially beyond spatial limitations and exists outside earthly time. It knows that everything is everlasting. Yesterday remains where it was. It is man who has moved on and left it behind, out of sight. Life is a steady advance. It flows on like the waters of this stream and cannot turn back on itself. The same stream passed this way 100 years ago. It remains the same, though moment by moment, every drop passing by is new. So it is that we cannot return upstream through the waters of life to yesterday. However, when cast upon the bank by death, no longer swept onward by the flowing stream, yesterday becomes approachable. These are vital truths known to all illuminated ones. The childish mind of the worldly man sees things in unreality. The partially awakened, while in trance of ecstasy, sees reality as though through a veil. They realize that the mortal eyes see only the unreal and deceptive, but they are between two spheres, seeing neither clearly, and so do not see reality either. The illuminated one alone sees clearly, and so knows for certainty that he is an immortal being. The discipline of the mortal teachings, when fully practiced and lived, is the first essential step towards illumination. It is only by completely eliminating his own self-centeredness that man can become aware of the communicating point within himself, whereby he can contact the reality above. By this means alone, he escapes from a world of shadows and illusions. When the greater self awakens within, the peace and joy of spiritual consciousness fills life with splendor. But first, the childish struggle for worthless, unreliable things must cease. The spirit of man is like a caged beast, ever restless, ever seeking to escape to a greater sphere. But too often, the restlessness is stilled by drugs of worldliness. If you remember from when we went through the Gospel of the Kailedy, we spoke about how Jesus makes a clear distinction between worldliness and things of our spiritual nature, and where he's a teacher of our of spiritual things and not of worldly things. But yeah, ultimately here Jesus is explaining how similar to those who from the earlier chapters who before undergoing the twice-born ritual, that 21-year process, at least from more ancient times, it's a consistent message where we humans really need to purify ourselves of all the worldly temptations and lusts and all these things it's a requirement. It's the first step. We need to discipline ourselves, and it's only once disciplined and purified that we might start to awaken our soul and be able to commune with it, and maybe even that's saying, I'm not the one to teach about this. I'm just all I know is that what Jesus teaches is true. I myself am, like I said, I'm not a prophet or anything like that. But from what he's saying here, it's that like, yeah, it's if you purify yourself, if you uh, remove your worldly desires or your beastly ways and things like that, then who knows? Like, and again, the other thing too is it's by communicating within. Like it talks about how our soul is our inner being. So, and it's in silence and in meditation and things like that, which we might start to get insight and begin the process. So again, like Jesus said in the earlier chapters, is that we really should, like, we're meant to push ourselves for that, and I mean, like, I'm guilty for that too. Where just to be honest, sometimes I feel quite embarrassed. Where it's like, why haven't I put more effort in this? Again, like I was saying earlier in this video and in other videos too, it's just I'll admit I'm struggling a little bit with the seeing what's happening in the world and stuff like that. And just all I know is, hey, this is the truth. This is what this is. This is the long lost secret book. And like this, the book of Lucius is personal teachings from Jesus himself that were meant to be hidden, by Joseph of Arimathea, where he brought it to Britain, but it was meant to be revealed to humanity at a later time. So, no, I'll admit, like, that's the thing. Sometimes when I read through these passages, I feel a little bit embarrassed. It's kind of like, why haven't I worked more myself to purify myself and maybe begin to have, like, communication with my own soul and maybe, through the spheres above. So I just want to mention that because that's the thing. It's just like, even for me who's discovered this and somehow is able to like understand what these sacred writings are saying and that it's Jesus in this book and things like that, it's meant to be hard. So I guess that's the thing. I just want to say that. And yeah, I mean, the other part is just, it's knowing what this is and knowing that I feel like my task is to try and bring awareness to other people of what this is. For, like I said, for whatever reason, I seem to have been able to piece the puzzle together and understand what this is. But that's the thing. It just, I guess the reason I want to say this is because, and I guess the main part I want to say is, I feel like there's a lot of people, like there are a lot of, people who are considered today as like spiritual gurus and things like that. And hey, like, I'm not here to judge their own experiences and, their knowledge and whether through their own meditation they've been able to commune with their soul and stuff like that. But what I want to be very clear about is that, like, from what Jesus is saying in here, it's just, some people, I think it was in the previous page here. So I just went to the previous slide here where at the end of here of passage 12, it says, or Jesus says, the partially awakened while in trance or ecstasy sees reality as though through a veil. So I guess what I meant to say here is, like I said, I don't want to be judging people who consider themselves spiritually awakened or even as gurus and things like that. Hey, we're all on our journey here. I'm not here to judge. But what I want to point out is, and I'm saying this for the benefit of people like that, like, hey, look, this is new information. Finally we have access to probably the best teacher that has ever existed on earth, Jesus here. So, there's a lot of people today where their understanding of like, oh, they're spiritually awakened, and that might be true. But I would say for those people, consider yourselves partially awakened, where it's true that you see reality better than other human beings who have their soul still slumbering and are, don't see or have trouble understanding some of the spiritual truth. But I would say for your own benefit, like, don't become, I guess cocky might be the word. It's just, like I said, this is new wisdom. Jesus is the best teacher who has ever lived on earth when it comes to these things, I would say. Like, so in the spirit of like Jesus is saying to really push yourselves, I would say, here's new information, study it, and maybe you can push yourself even further. So that's it. I'm not saying this to judge or anything like that. Like I said, I feel a little bit embarrassed myself that I haven't put as much effort as I should be in terms of purifying myself and trying to commune with my soul and things like that. And yeah, I'm sure some of you through things like meditation and things like that have maybe had some real experiences. But I would say for your own benefit, maybe consider yourself just as partially awakened. It's just there's a whole other world out there, and that I'm sure people and humanity that we're meant to realize or to grow towards now that this holy grail is available for humanity as a whole. So yeah, that's just kind of what I wanted to mention here. So yeah, we'll continue here, and yeah, we read through these passages here. So in the next passages, Jesus speaks more of unawakened humans. So starting with passage 14 here, he says, "The unenlightened man is unaware of anything beyond his limiting mortal wall, or outside the scope of his own ideas and interpretations. Yet, his ideas are clouds of preconceived prejudices, and his interpretations deceptive illusions. He is dead to reality, entombed within himself. The man who sees a tree stump in the night and mistakes it for a man is deluded. Yet, the tree stump is real enough. It is the misinterpretation by the man that makes it what it is not. Likewise, with the earth and material things, they too have a reality of their own, but man misinterprets, making them something they are not. His mortal body is also real, but this, too, he has misinterpreted to make it something different. The earth, material things, and his body are not what man mistakes them to be. He is deluded in the night mists of agnosia." So agnosia is a term that Jesus uses a few times in the book of Lucius, where it seems to be similar to like a fog of sorts that prevents us from seeing the truth, right? Like it's kind of, if you're consumed by agnosia, it's just you don't see the reality of the spiritual, our spiritual nature and things like that. But yeah, so essentially what Jesus is saying here about unawakened humans is that, this is one of those difficult concepts to try and wrap your head around, or your mind around, I should maybe say, is that, because, sometimes I think where people get confused if we say like, oh, this world and earth and the material is like, this is the kingdom of illusion. It's all an illusion. And for us, it's like, well, no, this is true. Like we're experiencing this, or our body, like, how is this an illusion? But it's because, and I think this is easier to understand now that we've gone through those sacred registers where it talks very clearly about how, our body is mortal, but inside, like our soul, our true self is an eternal soul. So that's the thing, is that, we are experiencing life in the material currently, but there will come a day that, we all die, like every single human being that's been born has died. And after death on earth, our soul then travels to the spiritual world, and undergoes judgment. And the hope is that, when the scales are balanced, that we're deemed worthy of either reincarnation, in terms of, you still have much to learn, but you're worthy of another experience in the material to keep learning, because that's the thing ultimately, and we'll see when we read through the passages about, or the chapters about God, heaven, our soul, and the meaning of life. It's just earth is meant to be a nursery of sorts. So that's why, like, Jesus is saying in these passages where it's just these things have a reality of their own, like, yes, this material world, our human body, but we also saw it in the Gospel of the Kailedy, where Jesus, we saw that people had, like even his apostles had trouble with understanding that Jesus is a spiritual teacher. He's not a teacher of worldly things. So yeah, that's essentially what he's talking about here. And that's the thing, like I said, I think it'll become more clear when we read through other, like the rest of the book of Lucius, in video 16, but also in videos 20 to 22 about like our souls and the meaning of life. It just, so that's essentially the gist of it, where just we are experiencing life in the material. It's a real experience, but it's not the true reality. The real reality lies beyond, in the sphere of heaven, and that we're not mortal beings, we're eternal beings. But like, me as Sean, it's just, this is temporary. There will come a day where I die, but then my soul, my true self, just as yours, whoever you are, it's eternal. It'll keep keep living. And like I said, it's like our true being is eternal to the point where even those who go to the dark side of heaven after purification, it'll keep living. Like it just our soul stuff. I think we went through a chapter. I forget in which video, but there's a in one of the passages it mentions soul stuff. It's just this soul stuff. It's eternal. It'll keep going and going and going. So anyway, so I think that's one of the more difficult parts for people to understand is how is this an illusion? It's like, well, it's because we misinterpret what this is, and we're meant to experience life as humans, and things like that. But it's almost like it's a nursery, or even we can think of it as a sandbox where like everything, all these materials, all these things, like that's what it is. We're meant to work together, right? Because like that's the thing, you're not supposed to harm people, you're supposed to live in harmony. Like Jesus says, be nice to your neighbors. That's part of the test is, and that's why to some degree why life is difficult and why there's pain and suffering. It gives us opportunities to rise above this worldly existence, and that helps to temper our soul. And kind of in the sacred registers there was I think a reference to like a potter making a pottery out of clay. It's just where all of this that's a misinterpretation. We make this world out to be something else, where we think, oh, we're supposed to be successful and gain riches and experience luxury and pleasure and things like that. And it's like, no, when you really look at the root of what this experience is meant to be, we're meant to learn and grow, and we're meant to overcome difficult situations. We're supposed to make sacrifices and labor to help our neighbors and things like that. And it's through those sorts of things that we mold our soul to be worthy of the light side of heaven. So anyways, we'll continue here. So in the next passages, Jesus speaks of the liberation experienced by awakened soul spirits, and he also further explains what is meant by how things on earth are not reality. Like we just kind of discussed a little bit here. So with passage 16, Jesus says, "The soul spirit is truly awakened when it has a personal experience proving the reality of the sphere of the Holy Spirit, and this is a far from easy accomplishment. There may be brief glimpses in a half-wakened state, but these are not enough, nor are they satisfactory. The higher sphere can be known and experienced. It is not something completely cut off from the knowledge of man. There, the answer is to be found. There, the secret of the opposites is revealed. There, truth shines with greater clarity. There you will discover that the soul spirit is a fragment of the Supreme Spirit containing the essence of his creative power." So this is an important concept here where, like I mentioned before, that, Jesus talks about how we're threefold beings: soul, spirit, and matter. And this really just goes to show how important our soul is, and how, that's the thing. There's passages that we'll be going through in later videos where it talks about how we contain a fragment of God, but we are not God. And this is what Jesus is saying here. Like the soul spirit, our soul, is a fragment of God, the Supreme Spirit. And that's why it's eternal and will continue to live on and on. Now, I mean, when it comes to that, like there's a lot to consider and think about when it comes to this, but again, we'll go through those in video 20 to 22. And again, I just want to say again, where we talked about how for even people who consider themselves, maybe even spiritual gurus today, it just, here Jesus said, there may be brief glimpses in a half-wakened state, but these are not enough, nor are they satisfactory. Like anyways, I just mean to say that, like, I don't want people to think that, oh, I have achieved spiritual enlightenment. And it's like, well, no, if you really focus on what Jesus is saying here, there is so much more that you could accomplish. Again, Jesus being the best teacher there is. So anyways, yeah. So Jesus continues here saying, "Thought combined with the power of the Holy Spirit can create whatever it desires. Whatever it wills to come into being will do so. The originating creative thought has been modified on earth by the thought activities of many soul spirits, and so there is much that cannot be directly attributed to the Supreme Spirit. Meditate on this, for it explains much. Man remains generally completely unaware of his own powers, his limitations being in fact no more than the result of his own lack of knowledge and awareness, his lack of insight and preference for walking in the comforting calm of agnosia. Again, agnosia being consumed by ignorance. The soul spirit can be whatever it wills itself to be. It is the fashioner of its own form and destiny. It can, if it wishes, see all things as they are in reality by sweeping aside the clouds of illusion and removing the veils of deception. So yeah, I think there's probably a lot to discuss and consider from these passages in terms of up here, thought combined with the power of the Holy Spirit can create whatever it desires, whatever it wills to come into being will do so. Now, I think just from this in itself, in terms of like humanity moving forward, there's a lot to ponder and meditate on this. Like Jesus says, meditate on this, for it explains much. So we won't go too much into it. I think maybe this will be more of a discussion for in the later videos when we talk about what does this all mean for us today and moving forward now that this truth of our spiritual existence is available for us today. But yeah, so Jesus continues here. Do not misunderstand me when I talk of the real and the unreal. Earth, earthly experience, and material things are not unreal, for the unreal would have no existence. The things so often called unreal do exist and have a reality of their own. It is man's interpretation of that reality that is wrong. The things are not what man thinks them to be. They are false, deceptive, elusive. Even the words real and unreal are themselves deceptive and lead to error. So we talked about this a little bit before, and like I said, it's just there's a lot of there's a lot of like deeper discussions to have on this. And I mean, I myself, I don't have all the answers to it. But like I said before, it's one of those difficult things to comprehend. Like, what, this isn't real. This is a kingdom of illusion. But yeah, here I think, and that's the thing, Jesus really has a way with words. Maybe sometimes I shouldn't be going on my little tangents and stuff like that, because like here Jesus explains it much better than I did just a few minutes ago talking about it, where because it's interesting, he even says like the things are not what man thinks them to be. They are false, deceptive, elusive. Even the words real and unreal are themselves deceptive and lead to errors. So it just this world, I tell you, it really is something. Or I mean, this world in terms of like this material world, this kingdom of illusion we're in. It's just what? Even the words real and unreal are themselves deceptive and lead into error. Yeah, life's meant to be difficult. But yeah, well, there's quite a few chapters that talk about the nature of our souls and the meaning of life, which we'll be going through in later videos. And I mean, really, just a whole book of Lucius. Jesus has a lot of very deep discussions like this chapter here. Like, this is just one chapter of the book of Lucius. So but yeah, so it continues here where Jesus speaks more of the difficult road to spirituality and how it lies within our inner selves. So with passage 19 here, Jesus says, "This higher knowledge has been gained by those who have built up their spiritual powers so that they could enter into direct communication with the sphere above. By their sacrifices and self-discipline, they so refined and strengthened their soul spirits that they could penetrate to the place where the light of truth shines clearly. That they were not misled is easily provable." So here again, this is again talking about, what we read earlier about the twice-born ritual, where in more ancient times, they went through 21 years of rigorous preparations in terms of, sacrifices and self-discipline to strengthen their soul spirits. But this part, the last sentence here, like that they were not misled is easily provable. I mean, there's maybe more to this, but part of it is like we talked about, that maybe they had some sort of spiritual glow and things like that. And we'll continue here with passage 20, where Jesus says, "The means of freeing the soul spirit are available to all men who first seek to discover their true nature. This is the beginning of the only direct road. The others lead to illusionary heavens. Each man is his own ruler and the director of his own destiny. Whatever advance he makes, even though it come through the teachings of others, will result from his own individual effort. The road to spirituality lies within himself, but too often it is blocked by barriers erected through his own ignorance and mortal weaknesses. The pain and suffering, against which he so often protests, are only attempts at goading him into clearing away the barriers. Study of the good books provides directions for traversing the road, but such study is worthless unless the teachings are put into practice. That is the secret, not knowledge, but practice." So I underlined this because I think that's a very important thing to keep in mind is, and Jesus mentions this like in other chapters of his books as well, where it's just, that's the thing. Like, again, the idea is we're emerging now from a night of ignorance. This is the first time that these sacred writings are available to humanity as a whole. So one thing to keep in mind is that, Jesus wrote these for us today, like the generation first receiving these to help begin the process of elevating humanity outside of this night of ignorance so that we can work towards, once again, being as though we're living in a fabled garden of sorts. But at the same time, he also wrote this this is for generations and generations and generations to come. So it's just, that's the thing. It might be quite overwhelming for us today in terms of like what we're all supposed, because Jesus says at the beginning here of passage 20, like the means of freeing the soul spirit are available to all men. And again, just like usual, when it's meant to say like all humans, who first seek to discover their true nature. This is the beginning of the only direct road. The others lead to illusionary heavens. So it's just, I guess I just want to say, like, I think for us today, it's going to be quite overwhelming to like, what? Like every human being is supposed to awaken their spirits and, have experiences of communicating with the other side and things like that. So that's why I want to say, like, it's probably going to be quite overwhelming for us today. So I think it's going to be a step-by-step. Like, I think it's going to be a multi-generational process of humanity realigning ourselves with, so that we're once again walking with God and things like that. So, but yeah, as I underline at the bottom here, it's just like Jesus says, study of the good books provides directions for traversing the road. So, and the good books here he's talking about these sacred writings. So just like we really need to study these diligently because it provides the directions. However, study is worthless unless the teachings are put into practice. That is the secret, not knowledge, but practice. So, we first need to obtain the directions. We do need to study the books, but studying isn't enough. We need to, through actions, put them into practice. So it continues here with passage 22. There are teachings which declare that man will become lost in a sea of oblivion, but this is incorrect. It comes from a misunderstanding of the all. Man will not become lost in the eternal all, but this will become a part of man, of each individual soul spirit. Were this not so, there would be no need for the continual conflict, the continual testing by affliction, and the continual presentation of new problems to overcome. However, it is useless speculating on the truth of other teachings unless the truth of your own is established. One thing you now know for certain is that man is more than he thinks himself to be, far more than the mortal expanse of unawakened potential. This you know, for you have experienced the rapture of the illuminated. What you have done, others can do, for it is within the scope of anyone prepared to accept the necessary austerities and self-discipline. So like I just mentioned in the previous slide, it's just, this was written for well, I guess it was written for I should say for three groups of people. So at the bottom here, at where it says like this, for you have experienced the rapture of the illuminated. What you have done, others can do. So one thing to keep in mind is that this book was initially written when Jesus was still alive, and he was teaching some of his secretive disciples, which could include people like Aristobulus and Joseph of Arimathea. So, and like we discussed earlier in this video, like Joseph does seem to have completed the twice-born ritual himself and was a genuine prophet. So yeah, that's the thing. This book was written for three people or three generations, like when Jesus was alive on Earth. So I think this is what like this last part of passage 23 says. But the reason I want to say that is, like I said in the previous slide, it's also written for us today, like the first generation inheriting these sacred writings, but also for humanity in the generations to come in the far out future. So it's just, again, I think that some of these passages might be a little bit difficult for us to really understand today, but it's important because like as humanity grows over the generations, the idea is that we learn from these, and then humanity as a whole keeps growing, and we gain intelligence of our spiritual wisdom, and to the point where like maybe there is a point where all humans, like it might become a almost like in those sacred registers where it talked about there was always, like in more ancient times, there was a lot of twice-born prophets, right? There was more than just one alive at a time. But it even talked about, I don't know if you remember, I don't have it here, but in one of the sacred registers, and I think it was a passage I included in those, at the start of the video with those passages with the music, where, it said that like there was a time where all like officials, priests, and leaders would have potentially all, performed the twice-born ritual and spiritually awakened. So that's the thing. I think the idea is that there might come a time in future generations where under like learning from these sacred writings will occur, like even for children and things like that, to the point where, who knows, maybe through some method, maybe not like, anyways, that's a discussion for later. Like, is it going to be through near-death experiences in a tomb of stone, or maybe through things like psychedelics and things like that? Maybe that's another avenue of experiencing the other side to at least awaken ourselves. Like I said, it's a discussion for later, but yeah, I just want to say that, like, again, some of these passages, where it says, like, I'll just read it again. There are teachings which declare that man will become lost in the sea of oblivion, but this is incorrect. It comes from a misunderstanding of the all. Man will not become lost in the eternal all, but this will become a part of man, of each individual soul spirit. Were this not so, there would be no need for the continual conflict. Again, like that's the thing. There's a reason why on Earth there's always like conflict, testing, affliction, and new problems to be overcome. But yeah, no, I just want to point out, like that's the thing. It just, from this, it does seem as though Jesus understood that there'll be a time where humanity were meant to maybe all awaken ourselves to like, a high degree where we all have the ability to experience these great powers. And, there was earlier passages of this chapter that talked about like, actually, I'll just go back here where was it? Like here, thought combined with the power of the Holy Spirit can create whatever it desires, whatever it wills to come into being will do so. So yeah, I guess maybe it's a little bit confusing what I'm saying, and maybe it's meant to be confusing to us today in this dark night of ignorance, but that's the thing. It's just something to keep in mind, is that some of this might be a little bit like very difficult for us, including myself, to believe or to understand what exactly Jesus is explaining here. But that's where I guess ultimately what I'm trying to say here is that for us today, emerging from the dark night of ignorance, there's a lot through this that we're meant to learn and grow, but I really think it's going to be a multi-generational process to get to the point of where Jesus is talking about some of these things. So I guess that's what I wanted to say, is that like, yeah, there's a lot to this. It's like I said, there's a whole new world what does he mean by, through the powers of the Holy Spirit, we can create what we will and things like that. So, but I mean, ultimately, the one part that's the truth, that will always be the truth. And maybe that's in part what Jesus is saying here, is that it's through the creative powers granted to us by our eternal soul that we're able to, again, when he talks about creating, maybe it's not in this material world, is that we can fashion our soul to be whatever it wills to be in heaven, right? So, anyways, apologies if this is a little bit confusing, and maybe I should not go on these tangents here when going through the book of Lucius here, like Jesus' personal writings. But yeah, I guess I just wanted to add as a caveat, and maybe I'll go through less tangents like that. It's just there's a lot to consider. Like, it's just ultimately it's not something you just read once, and it's just there's a lot in here, and it's a lot for us, for humanity as a whole, to consider as we move forward and emerge again, like I said, from this dark night of ignorance. Okay, so actually, this is the last slide. So these are the last passages of this chapter, where Jesus continues saying, "Not many will reach the goal of complete illumination, but all can obtain a momentary glimpse through the veil separating this sphere from the one above. All can awaken their soul spirit to consciousness, and only those who have done so can realize its glorious wonder. They become completely freed from every material limitation. They know themselves to be truly immortal, and to them, birth and death are now no more than the millstones along the road. They lose their significance in the great impouring of consciousness, the invigorating surge of new life. All the awareness most persons encompass at any moment in time is just a minute part of the whole being. Some portions just on the fringe of the mortal are tapped from time to time, and these, such as memory, play a large part in life. However, out in the vast expanse beyond, comprising the undeveloped part of man, lie the latent powers which he is incapable of utilizing. Within the reach of each man is an infinite spiritual treasure, if only he would expand the necessary effort to grasp it." So like I said, these are the last passages of the chapter. But again, like at the very last sentence here where it says, if only he would extend the necessary effort to grasp it, it's just something to really keep in mind. Like, it just, as Jesus says, it takes a lot of effort. Like, you don't just sit back, or even, even just studying these scriptures isn't enough. We really need to put into action through self-discipline and things like that. So, but yeah, this is the part where I guess I just want to really make it clear, is that, for us today receiving these, it might be quite difficult to understand. Here Jesus is saying, like, however, out in the vast expanse beyond, comprising the undeveloped part of man, like, lie the latent powers which he is incapable of utilizing. So that's the thing that I think for us it's very strange, and I don't think, well, I shouldn't say this, maybe it's a bit of a cowardly attitude to say, like, oh no, us today we're not meant to rise up to this level where we develop our latent powers. So I guess I want to say that too, like, maybe it's a bit of a self-defeating attitude. I'm kind of saying this, but it's just I anticipate that for everyone today it's going to be especially in the moment that this becomes available for everyone to read and study. It's just, like I said, I really think it's going to be a multi-generational process, but that's not to say that we today should just sit back and say, oh, well, we just need to take a few steps forward and people in the future will take more steps forward. Like, no, that's not the right attitude. You were supposed to have a certain zest to, to move forward. But like I said, we'll discuss more in terms of what does this all mean in later videos. But ultimately, I guess, in the Gospel of the Kailedy, so we've already gone through all of its chapters where Jesus talks about the coming rule of God and how humanity must establish the rule of God. So maybe that's the right way of thinking about it, is that for us today, the important part is to strive towards learning from these and to begin the process of establishing the rule of God. Like, that's something that I think every human being really needs to strive and put effort towards, is we all need to understand, hey, this is a monumental time in our human history. It's meant to be an inflection point, which may be remembered for thousands and thousands of years. Who knows? Maybe in a million years from now, where the rule of God is established on Earth, humanity has traveled across the galaxy. Maybe there'll be humans living on other planets and things like that. And all those humans might still be speaking about this moment in time. I mean, not today, me writing this video, but like the moment that this knowledge and wisdom becomes known to everyone, and things like that. So yeah, I guess that's maybe the main way to think about it is, this whole thing of like the land powers that lie within us. Like, are we gonna develop this to the full extent in this generation? Probably not. But it is our duty to begin the process of, retransforming this world where all humans that are born into this world will be equipped with everything they need so that we can learn and grow and, make it so that as Jesus speaks about the rule of God on earth, that we bring that to fruition. So I guess that's one way to think about it. So, but yeah, so this was the last chapter I wanted to go through in this video. Again, I have a feeling this video is probably a lot longer than what I originally had planned for it to be. So yeah, I guess I hope that you're excited now in terms of, I mean, I would imagine that for people who understand this, like all the videos should be exciting. It's just all the stuff about like even going back to video 2 about the fabled garden, and then video 3 about the flood, and then Osiris, Moses, also the Kailedy and things like that. Like all of this should be very exciting and interesting, I would imagine, or it should be. I mean, I hope it is for you people watching these videos. But yeah, no, I guess I just want to point out, so if ever you thought this chapter, like chapter 12 of the book of Lucius, like that's saying Jesus really has a way with words. So yeah, like the next video 15 and then 16 as well, we'll be going through the secretive books from Jesus himself here. But I will add the one caveat. So that's the thing, like the book of Lucius, as you can see from this chapter, it's very profound and positive in a way. But I just want to make yourself, I guess, just as a disclaimer, like the next video 15, will be going through the book of the Silver Bow, and that one has a little bit of a different tone where it's through reading through the book of the Silver Bow, we get to understand why it is that Jesus is known as the prophet in the book of Revelation. So yeah, that's the thing. Video 15 will be a bit of a different tone, but very important. But then video 16 will be going through the book of Lucius, which, like I said, if you really enjoyed this chapter and just the tone, and again, Jesus has a way with words. So yeah, video 15 will be a little bit dark in a way, just throwing that disclaimer out. But then video 16 will be very inspiring. I mean, in the book of the Silver Bow, there's also some chapters, some of the later ones that are quite inspiring, but that's the thing, I guess. I mean, if you've watched video 1, where I kind of went through samples of what all videos will be about, that's the thing. There's passages where it's like, Jesus even says he's not the prophet of peace, but he's the prophet to warn humanity of the dark night of ignorance. So yeah, well, I'll leave that at that, and I will see you in the next video, in video 15. So yeah.